It's a new lovely day with a new set of groups in the BGIS 2026 Round 3, Day 3. Where I'm going to be a host to Cast Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it's I, Super Johnny. And Johnny, what we saw yesterday, even a few expected names were not able to make it. Today, it's going to be a big reality check.
Exactly. I mean, last game yesterday, the last map of Miramar came with a lot of surprises. And as you mentioned, the reality check was given to at least a few names that they need to be consistent, even though it's just 6 matches. You know, if you have a big game, you have a safety net to work with, but that can all fade away if you aren't able to perform in the rest of the games.
Exactly, and even the groups that are going to be playing today, which is of course going to be Group 3 and Group 4, there's a lot of expected names that are supposed to qualify towards the upcoming round, but as we all know, only the top 6 can actually make it. And we're speaking of some of the teams like Revenant X-Park, Walt Esports, Eggy Gaming, that have been dominating time and time in the past as well.
Exactly, as you're talking about the big names, I think there's a little bit of spice in the 2 groups that are playing today, because we have Revenant X-Park playing in Group 3 and then Vasista Esports playing their matches in Group 4. I think we all know one of these teams is just grateful that both of them aren't in the same group right now.
I know, right? There would have been a major drop clash towards Miramar, especially, and we have seen that happen in the past as well. For Vasista Esports, it's never went that well, especially inside of the official tournament. But in the third-party tournaments, the record was something else. But moving the conversation on towards Group 3 itself, and what exactly happened yesterday too with Group 1 and 2, to be honest, teams like CJ, we thought they could easily make it in the top 6, but the way they played, especially choking in the final few games, that really costed them the slot.
I mean, and there were a few surprising elements like Team LOLs and Ultron Esports that we weren't really able to predict the pop-off that was going to be there in round 3. But let's talk about the schedule of the day. We have Rondo, Erangel, the first 3 games being played by the teams from Group 3, and then Erangel, Miramar, and Miramar, the last 3 games being played by the teams from Group 4. And as you were talking about Group 3 a few moments ago, Necro, yes, there's Revenant X-Park, yes, there's Welt Esports, but I think one of the most interesting names in this Group 3, for me, it is going to be Eggy Gaming.
The best thing is that Group 3 gets to kick things off, and as we all know, we saw Gotson Esports secure 23 frags on the map of Rondo. Maybe it can be Revenant X-Park replicating the same performance, maybe it can be Welt Esports as well, or maybe it can be Eggy Gaming. The names are definitely quite familiar, but speaking about the newer names on the block, there's going to be Team Zeo as well, Signed Gods, 7 Royal Warlords, you've also got Arc Rivals, even UP50 Esports, Super Esports, then you've also got Team Blue Lock, T-Rex Esports, Team INC, Ultima Official, you've also got Your Esports, Hunter Esports, and Zephyr Squad.
Yeah, and a few of these names are returning names from the previous iterations of BGIS, like UP50 Esports. This is a roster, this is a tag that we have seen time and time again in officials, although they have not really been that successful in making it to the finals or maybe even to the semi-finals a few of those times. So again, with the new season comes new hope for a lot of these teams. And as I was talking about Eggy, I think this is going to be the most interesting names, because we did not get to see Team Eggy Gaming that much this year, and now with this new roster, especially having the likes of Gumla Boy in the mix, they have Ralph OG. I wonder what they can pull off. But before talking about the new teams, we have to look at the stats of the team that comes from the grind, Revenant X-Park, who kind of dominated their entire journey of grind this year.
Exactly. Wrangles, they've played 3, and Miramars, they've only played 2. Inside of Wrangle, you guys can clearly see the average finish points they've got. But if you move on the entire calculation towards the map of Rondo, they've managed to acquire 15 finishes so far in the BGIS main event, which is absolutely impressive if you think about it. Even the positioning points, it's not going to be a lot, but that just proves my point. Revenant X-Park is one of the most frag-heavy teams, and I would love to see them.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the addition of Pain this year, I mean, it has been a phenomenal start for them. Trace, as we keep talking about him, is no longer the solo burden holder in terms of getting those finishes. Now he has support from the team. And we spoke about this when we were witnessing the matches from Revenant X-Park, even during the grind, that even Punk feels a little bit more aggressive. We see him back in those Hacker Punk era when he used to play with Sensei in the same roster.
And they've also got their hands on Pain, and we all know this man is capable of a lot of incredible things. He was dominating inside of the grind, and is probably going to be dominating right now as well. I highly doubt the man's ran out of form. At the start of the day, we locked in our predictions. I see Baby going with Revenant X-Park. I personally went with Welt Esports. I do believe the Undergods, they've got it once again. We saw Welt in 2025, and it was a pleasure to cast them, but right now as well, Welt's going to be part of it, so I do believe Welt's going to do good.
I mean, Welt is definitely going to do good. There is a lot of expectations, and I think I would be surprised if Welt is not able to finish at least in the top 4 of this particular group. I'm going to give them the leeway of, all right, maybe there's going to be a few names like UP50, because UP50 has always been an aggressive lineup. They've always gotten a lot of aggressive young athletes in their roster. A good scouting program, by the way, inside of the circuit run by UP50. So I think there is a lot of potential that they might be able to catch a few of these big names off guard here and there in a few games. But apart from that, I think the real challenge for Welt Esports is going to be from Revenant Xbox. It is going to be from the likes of Eggy Gaming, and that's why I placed them in the top 4 at the end of the journey in round 3. But let's see, man. Rondo has been very unpredictable. Rondo has helped a lot of these teams that you would usually see struggle just have a big game and place themselves in a nice little spot with a safety cushion as well.
Compared to round 2, round 3, there's a lot of familiar faces, and that's something that these teams can use as an advantage. Speaking of the newer names, though, even they've got a hidden advantage that they really do not know about, and that's going to be the strategies. Their strategies are not being unfolded yet to the known names, and they can definitely catch them off guard. And we have seen a lot of those surprising effects in the past as well. A lot of these known names have struggled to qualify just because of that factor.
That is very true, and I think that is going to be felt a lot more once we transition to the later stages of this BGIS 2026, because right now, even in round 3, you still have a lot of names, so that filtering process, it is still on. But once we reach round 4 quarterfinals, things are going to get very intense over there. And as we were talking about unknown names and their strategies, that element of surprise that they have, that unpredictability inside of team fights, is what they can utilize to go up against the likes of Revenant X-Park. But Revenant X-Park, I'll be honest about it, that team is built different. I mean, with how Trace and Payne have been playing, it just seems like it's very difficult to take head-on fights against this team.
Just think about it, right? It's unfair when you're facing off against a team like Revenant X-Park. You've got boys like Trace over there as well. Then you've also got a man like Payne playing inside of the roster, even Godin. It's a frag-heavy team that we're speaking of. It's just unfair for all the other teams inside of the lobby. And for Punk, one thing is for sure, the man's ready in the driver's seat, just waiting for the firepower to be unleashed in the lobby. And for Revenant X-Park, the first game, it's going to be the map of Rondo. That's probably going to be a date with Destiny as well. Rondo is one of the most aggressive maps to kick things off with.
It definitely is. And as you said, I think I agree with that statement that it is very unfair for everyone else to be placed in round 3 with a roster like this. But let's see how things turn out. We're hoping for intense action, as Rondo will be the map that kicks off the action for this group. And here we go.
The planes in the skies, this time on the map of Rondo, and as we know, Group 3 is going to be the one to kick things off. I do want to see a lot of intense action, and I do want to see some aggressive gameplay, specifically from teams like UP50, Eggy Gaming, and even Revenant X-Park. Are we going to see that? Well, only time can tell. It is the map of Rondo, and towards Neox Factory, there's probably going to be a major cluster of teams dropping down.
Of course, I think this single flight path allows 2 big fighting opportunities. One is Neox Factory, as you mentioned, and the other one is going to be Stadium. Well, there's one more in the city of Jiaotin, and of course Yulin as well, a small little town, compact but enough to allow the teams to have that early drop clash opportunity on this map. But as you remember, just a few days ago we saw Godsend Esports dominate from that stadium position, all thanks to the Northwestern Circle, gave them a lot of control of the open spaces around that drop spot. But is that going to happen in this game as well? Massive cluster as expected, heading towards the New X Factory right off the bat.
Eggy Gaming moving towards Stadium. And looking at this side of the spectrum, you will see a team already kicking things off. Elimination point secured. It's looking pretty good for them. And if they keep on playing the same way, one thing is for sure, they're going to have a lot of elimination points to kick things off with. Second man as well, found TBL's doing really good for themselves, but now this time he gets struck. Zephyr, they're here to fight back. Abby's just completely pinned. And he's also getting pushed in tandem by the opponents, but he's not going to stand a chance for too long, as TBL will put an end to that man's story as well.
Yeah, that aim readjustment right there, not really working out too well for Abby. And quite an unfortunate reset handed to the players of Zephyr Esports. But hey, look at that finish speed Necro Welt. It seems like right off the bat, or in the thick and thin of things, securing a decent number of eliminations. 3 finishes secured, but on our screens, we have the players of Revenant X-Park. 2 points secured in this drop clash, just a few meters away from New X Factory. And of course, a great start to the day for Revenant X-Park.
Revenant X-Park, what a sprite that was. Pain. The man's just on a spree, shutting down anyone that stands against him. Ninja as well, right there in the proximity. The banner of Revenant X-Park just is oozing out with a lot of firepower. Ninja, Pain, Trace. You already know these guys are going to be unstoppable, but that overextension really catches them off guard. Revenant X-Spark pushing out of boundaries, and that's not going to be a good thing. Trace now patching himself up. And Trace knows the man's being revived. He really does want to stop that revival from coming through, but I'm not sure how good of a move that was from the side of Pain. He just messes things up big time. Straight up moved out in the open, wanting to get those confirmations, but Eggy Gaming, they do a phenomenal job in setting up that crossfire.
I think he took a shot towards Gamla Boy and just thought that was a knock, even though it wasn't. Gamla Boy was still standing on his feet enough to retaliate and enough to pick off the players from Revenant X-Spark. But still, even though they lost that fight against the players of Eggy Gaming, I think it was a decent start. 5 elimination points secured, but that was happening towards Stadium. Now we switch towards New X Factory, where you have your Esports going up against Arch Rivals, and, well, quite unfortunate. Prithvi just finds an easy knock, but his teammates are getting traded out elsewhere.
That's got to blow. But even Revenant X-Spark, even though they got taken down so early, they still managed to secure 5 frags, which is pretty cool. This early inside of the game, you get 5 elimination points secured. That's pretty nice. Sign to Gods on the screen. And they've already managed to find the first knock. But what is Aryan doing? He's supposed to provide that cover fire, but instead still staying in the back lines, maybe waiting for the right opportunity. If he's going to keep on waiting for too long, that opportunity will be stolen away from him. He tosses that nade, but that's not able to find anything, and instantly backs away as well, wanting to bait out a few peeks, maybe from the opponents. But that's not going to make any sort of difference. The opponents on the opposite side were waiting patiently, and the moment he crossed on, they instantly surprised him. Another man falls down from Team ZL. They're just dropping the ball. It's not looking too good for all the teams around them. And over here, it seems like Arch, they're doing a fantastic job in keeping the opponents in check. Another man's going to try to move up close and personal, but this time he's able to find that cure as he stings the first man down. Got his hands on the SMG and now wants to keep on carrying that same momentum and aggression, and he shuts down the second person as well. Solid stuff.
Man, Prithvi has taken down the entirety of Arch Rivals all by himself. He took the first man down a few moments ago and then came after the remaining 2 players right after they were done with their fight against the squad of Sign to Gods. An incredible start to your Esports, and Prithvi in particular as an individual. I think his hands are already warmed up. But just a few moments ago on the finish feed, we did see Welt as well. It seems like their numbers are dwindled down. And that early fight, they are going to be forced to go for a reset at least, or maybe just reposition themselves. On the other side of things, we have... Alright, this is still looking like a standstill.
It indeed is.
Yeah, Super Esports not really in a position to move forward.
Stuck in a real awkward spot. Ultimate Official. Now looking at the opposite side. And look at what's happening with the boys of INC. Out in the open, getting hunted down by Eggy Gaming. That's not a pleasure sight. And just like that, the man gets eliminated from the game as well. INC off to a bad start. Eggy Gaming just constantly dominating the round as the second man, Ralph OG's taken down low himself. Terminator. Even he does not have a lot of HP backing himself up inside of this fight. He needs to do something. Put an end to this fight as soon as possible. And even Ralph falls down. What just happened to Eggy Gaming? A big mess up coming through from their side. But I guess that's going to be fine, because Eggy's going to go for the recall instantly.
I mean, but let's see how this turns out, because Eggy's performance, even during the grind, wasn't that great. And this is kind of a similar situation. Again, getting taken out mid-rotation, but finally, it seems like Ultimate Official, they are pulling the trigger going up against the side of Super. Not an easy fight. The elevation does help the players just ricochet those nades, and look at the amount of damage that has been taken by these 2 players on the ground floor. And Super Esports, they are, it feels like, just buying themselves time to find an opening or waiting for a mistake from the side of Ultimate Official. There you have it, the first error. Dominic getting taken out by the play zone.
The Blues not going to have any mercy. Looking at these boys, UP50. They've got something else popping up in their minds. And let's not forget, Super Esports, they're always going to be a constant concern. Damage is being dealt against him. Super Esports, something needs to be done from their side. Ultimate Official, Finally done playing it passive. Now we just want to make that pounce. And this pounce might just be deadly for the opponents. But still, return damage being inflicted. And what was that? A team nade. A massive casualty coming through for the side of Super Esports. They threw this entire fight. Now the fight's down to a 3-on-2. Super Esports messing things up by a margin. But that nade was definitely good. Chipping out a lot of damage against the foe just like that. Wayne tosses another nade, and this one's not going to find anything. But still Dexter underneath. He's able to pop one of the players. Knockouts confirmed. Now the situation's down to a 1-on-2. Wayne the only person standing. Can he really stand a chance?
Let's see, the nade goes out, and oh no, missed opportunity. Wayne gets shut down. And with that, Super Esports wiped quite methodically, I have to say, by Ultimate Official over there, just punishing every single mistake. And in fact, there was like a critical mistake. Abhi getting knocked out by a team nade from the side of Super Esports. Important punish for Ultimate Official, and they succeed in securing a few extra points at the start of this game. But Revenant X-Pac on our screens again, and on the radar you can see they've taken control of the northeastern edge of the play zone. But out into the open, middle of the cluster, they're going to have to fight their way in towards the next play zone. And Punk already looking to spray down the opponents in the distance. It's the squad of T-Rex that spotted out.
Too many teams out in the open. A lot of these teams wanting to pull off the rotation as well to the safer side, which is going to be impossible. Already all the good spots in the circle are taken away. The centric spots as well now being contested. Your Esports on the top right side of the map. On the top right side of the circle, actually. Revenant X-Pac. That's going to be TBO right in front. Sights were locked, but not executed yet. Let's not forget, Revenant X-Pac, they're not going to be just like your normal foes. They're not going to be whiffing those shots. Hunt Esports already finding one of the confirmations against the boys of Super Esports. The fight's off to a bad start for Super Esports anyways. Now utilities being tossed as well. That's going to be a big difference maker. Wayne right there behind the silos, but I highly doubt he's going to be able to do anything as even Wayne gets wrapped up in his sheet. Super Esports off to a bad start yet again.
Yeah, they just came back from reset right now, and instantly losing 3 players like that. Have 2 recalls available, but I think it's going to be very difficult for Super Esports to secure a decent amount of points off of this rondo anymore. Not really the best start to their days. T-Rex Esports on the other side of things, though, we're looking for a third party. And now I think just decide that it's better to just keep moving forward, look for some concrete cover for themselves, rather than just go after Hunter Esports, who have a pretty decent area and a pretty decent control over this position. So it's going to be difficult for T-Rex to find a breaching point over here. In fact, you see the players taking a lot of damage in the backlines, but Revenant X-Pac, we saw this name pop up on the finish feed a few moments ago. A knock was secured against TBL, but the distance keeping Revenant X-Pac at bay. They can't really commit for a full-on fight, can't commit for a wipeout.
Indeed, they can't yet. I mean, Revenant X-Pac now trying to bring in a little bit of that passivity in their game, which maybe is understandable, but I do not want to see it. Come on. I want to see Revenant X-Pac utilize their firepower to the maximum potential. Just go aggressive. Ruthless aggression from their side is what we all want to see. And let's have a look at this knock once again. Drake spotting that player. Oh, beautiful shots. The opponent did not even stand a single chance. And this is what we're talking about. Revenant X-Pac, the mechanics, the individual prowess, it's on a different level.
So true, man. I mean, just 3 shots right on his noggin, and as you mentioned, he did not even see that coming his direction. And there you have it. 1 more knock secured, and this one is going to be your Esports caught off guard at the hands of Pain. Trying to cross the bridge like that, not really working out on Revenant X-Pac. I think the switch in strategy, as you mentioned, the passivity is there in their playstyle now just because they have been pushed towards the edge of the play zone. And based on where they are, I think just gatekeeping the teams entering the play zone behind them, it's going to be a lot easier than charging for fights further in. But the circle moves away, and Revenant X-Pac, it seems like an early rotation, and they found a clean entry inside of the next play zone. And the question is, do they find some concrete cover to work with as well?
No struggles yet. Zephyr But they're still around the block. Eggy Gaming in a big wall of trouble. That's Troy knocked out. The second man as well. Gambler Boys taken down real low. Luckily enough for Eggy Gaming, still all the players can be back up on their feet. The damage can be controlled. It's T-Rex now constantly wanting to press the matters. They want to press the charges even more. Because one of their players knocked out in an advanced positioning. They want to get the revival on the fallen comrade as well. Look at that man from T-Rex. He's all the way in the back and eventually gets knocked out as well. What a knock that was from Troy. Not a man you can mess around with just like that. Even this man is mechanically gifted. Now wanting to reposition. Troy's catching a bit of that hurt upon himself. Realizes that exact thing. Stops the vehicle. Gets back in the cover. Zuxi. Even he's catching a bit of that hurt. Everyone needs to be cautious. Everyone needs to be safe. Eggy Gaming. Even they want to create a different angle. Catch the opponents off guard. Iggy's got all the 4 players standing on the block, so this fight is still in their hands. It's still in their favor. But we've seen time and time in the past as well, the tides can turn anytime. T-Rex is out in the open, the playing field, it's too risky. And I guess the man could have actually ran over as well, but still, how does he win that fight? Shutting down 3 players of Eggy Gaming right in front. But eventually Troy, he might just be the day saver. The only person standing for Eggy. That man from T-Rex really handed a massive reality check. This is what I was talking about when I said tables can be flipped. But Troy, he's there to save the day. But Eggy Gaming, what started off with a major advantage, has now turned into an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, that was a clinch and a half coming in from Troy, and just not a few moments ago, he was the man on his knees. The first knock secured by the players from the opposing side was on Troy himself. And then after getting a revive, the reset comes through. But again, almost slipping out of their hands. 8 finishes on the board for Eggy. They are going to hope for a few more, but that fight has delayed their rotation, delayed their repositioning inside of the play zone, so it is going to get a little bit trickier from here on out. But Zephyr squad on our screens taking heavy fire from TBL in the backlines. Advance, well, he's not going to advance anymore, gets knocked out. The trade is going to be there as Krishna hits the floor, but TBL, they have to be extremely wary of how much they extend into this fight. They are going to take a lot of unnecessary damage from the blue. And Zephyr squad, I think the goal is simple. Just keep TBL at bay as long as possible.
And they're doing a good job as well. Constantly popping out, doing that poke damage. TBL really kept in check. And now over here, Revenant X-Park making that push against Hunt. Oh, the hunt is on, indeed. Bloodhounds now extremely thirsty for a few more praise. And Revenant X-Park, they want these elimination points to be claimed. Revenant X-Park, it's a fight for supremacy towards this spot. They want to get their hands onto this one because they know if you control this spot, you will also have a spot in the circle. But it just gets so awkward. For Revenant X-Park, there's already a knock upon themselves. How do you recover from this? A lot of time being bought by the opponent, and Hunt is doing a good job in keeping the boys of Revenant X-Park in check. And let's not forget, even the surrounding lines are now going to be contested by the foes, and what a knock that was! Revenant X-Park trying their best to fight back from this scenario. Another man falls down. That's going to be Trace, who falls prey. Hunt, they're on the verge of wiping out the entirety of Revenant X-Park. 2 men down, there's 2 more standing. The fight's down to what 2 want to. For Hunt, this is still recoverable. For Revenant X-Park, the same thing can be said. It's now going to come down to these utilities. They need to thread the needle. They need to find the first knock.
It's not going to be easy though. And as I said a few moments ago, Hunt Esports, incredible control of this area, just picking off and trading players against the side of Revenant X-Park, and Punk messed up. He should have been able to trade his teammate out, but Ninja, with a lot of damage, has found the opening, and there it is. I think this is time for Revenant X-Park to clean things up. Lost man left alive from the side of Hunter Esports on the outside of this concrete cover. Nowhere left to go. This 1v2, either he gets third-partied or he goes down to the players of Revenant X-Park.
Last man in the outskirts taking those shots. Highly doubt it's going to stand a chance against that force of Revenant X-Park. But still, the fight was so scrappy.
Yeah.
Revenant X-Park could have played that much better. But the way those 2 players got knocked out by just 1 man of Hunt Esports, it was definitely concerning. Hunters, this 1 man is also going to be the glimmer of hope. So Mafia really needs to be cautious. He cannot just give his life away like that. Secure as many points as you can before getting taken down yourself, my friend. That should be your goal. Team Zio, Tapata, spamming through. Even he's able to find those knocks. That's going to be another team at the front lines that is solid stuff. They get that knock into confirmation secured.
Your Esports, well, a big blunder from their side. 3 players lost mid-rotation. And absolutely zero retaliation from their end, but fight still goes on. Well, it finally concludes. Revenant X-Pac finding the last man from the side of Hunter Esports. 11 eliminations on the board now for Revenant X-Pac, and we all know Rondo, the one map where they are allowed to be as aggressive as they want to be. This is where they are going to go for those eliminations. And from here on out, even if they manage a top 5 finish, this is going to be an overall very successful game for Revenant X-Pac and a momentous start to their day today.
11 finishes already secured, so yeah, for Revenant X-Pac, it's definitely going to be a good start. The Blues, since it's constantly on the move, Revenant X-Pac, they need to keep that time in check. Now Ninja and Pain, they want to pull off that rotation towards a safer spot. There's a man in that dip. Did Pain spot him? And I guess, yes, he did. Pain just wants to run him over before getting anything done. He knows that's a free elimination point, so you might as well just try to get your hands onto it. Pain has spotted this player, but he's not taking any actions yet. Maybe he's waiting for Ninja to close in.
I mean, let's see what the game plan is going to be for the players of Revenant X-Pac, because we're just down to 2 players. You can't really take that much risk. Even if that man Abhi from Zephyr Esports isn't really able to clinch out those finishes. If he gets a knock, that might just ruin the day for Revenant X-Pac. And it is going to be Team ZO from the distance, though. Next, taking a few shots. Damage dished out. Pain around 60% HP still left. Can risk it to make a quick rotation, find some cover, but Team ZO, they are getting a little aggressive. Tapata, we have seen this man in the past as well, have experience of the officials. And with Revenant X-Pac stuck out into the open, this could spell trouble. Both the players dropped extremely low. And I think this is going to be the cleanup time for Team ZO. Maybe just a jump throw nade. The range is good. They can find contact.
INC's now getting pounced on themselves. The utilities really doing a lot of damage. Heavy amount of damage being inflicted from STG. Another nade tossed out. That's going to hand out the confirmation. Now they've only got 3 men standing for INC. Another man gets knocked out. What are these nades? It's raining utilities on top of the boys of INC. And even from the sidelines, they're getting shot at. Viper, the only person barely alive with a sliver of HP that deployable covers. Even they're being used, but that's not going to create a lot of difference. Anyways, INC's done and dusted. Signed, he got solid stuff. Eliminating the foes just on the back of the utilities, but they've also exhausted a lot of frag grenades.
But while all this was happening, Team ZO, they get eliminated from the game. Pain found a few picks for himself, even though he got finished off for that. And then Tapata just got over-aggressive, trying his level best to run after Ninja to try and clean things up. Did not work out. He got caught off guard by Abhi from Zephyr Squad. My goodness, what a whammy that was. But Abhi, again, last man left alive, going up against the players of 7RW. He's going to fall. Inevitable eventually happens. 7 Royal Warriors. All 4 players together, but yeah, I'm not a fan of this position. They're out into these open fields.
Yeah, the Royal Warlords, they definitely need a reposition. But hey, it's good as of now. Since they're still inside of the circle, they've got the deployable covers to work with. There's also a dip to play with. So as of now, the position's decent. Utilities tossed against Ur. The next circle is going to shift right on top of the boys of Welt Esports. They found themselves in a major advantage. And I highly doubt now stopping Welt from getting the game is going to be tough. SG right next to them. And I think for Welt, SG is not going to be that big of a threat, because Welt can just focus on their own game. Even Welt has all the 4 men standing, and the split that Welt has is insane. 2 players up north, 2 players all the way down south, keeping teams like STG in check.
I mean, it's quite a solid position, and as you said, I mean, even the players that are playing inside of the circle, they have concrete cover to work with, and that's always an upper hand when you are running into an endgame, into an open spot. Opening found against the players of STG. It seems like Gokul at least does want to commit to this fight. He has Proton to work with, but they need a second knock. They want to stand a chance, and that need!
What?
Incredible three-pointer coming through. The second re-knock comes from Proton as King falls, and now the numbers between Wealth and STG are equalized. This fight all of a sudden is a 2 versus 2.
The nade was cooked to perfection. The moment it landed, it just blew up. The timing was phenomenal. And now for STG, there's not a lot of ways they can get away from this spot. It's done for. Aryan as well as knocked out. He's probably going to be confirmed within a few seconds. Or maybe he can actually back away. Hold on. Deployable cover's being invested. And yeah, the man backs away to safety. STG, they might just have a 3-man squad back on the foot soon. Looking at Wealth Esports, 7 elimination points confirmed so far. Justy is having his sights locked on the boys of SG in the front. Justy knows threading the needle's going to be tough. Finding any sort of knock's going to be extremely tough. There's a man right next to him, and Justy first wants to deal with that player. Circle his wall. It's out in the open in no man's land. And the only team that's got really good playable cover, that's going to be Wealth Esports. They control a major terrain inside of the game as of now.
Yeah, I think this has to be a chicken dinner for the players of Wealth Esports. The only question is now, can they amp up the number of eliminations that they have? But as soon as I say that, Gokul in the backlines drops to the floor. But Wealth now up to 10 finishes inside of this game. Looking to reset. It's not going to be an easy one. STG still building up pressure. Proton damage traded out against Kyoto, but on the other side of things, UP50 and 7 Royal Warlords still present. And at any given moment, one of these teams can turn their head towards the players of Wealth as well to try and see if they can find a pick. Because you look at the radar, and Proton is just standing in the middle of nowhere.
Viota. Yeah, those death crates, that's what he's getting his hands on. Wealth Esports. Once again, they've got that split to work with. They've also got a real good ground to work with. Challenging Wealth right now is going to be impossible for any of their teams. The only possible way they can shut down a team like Wealth is to go for a third party. But Wealth, the terrain they've got, I know they're not going to be directly engaging in a fight head-on. They're probably going to be taking those shots from the far fray, just doing constant poke damage. And hoping to find at least 1 or 2 knocks. Managing to acquire 10 finishes so far. Wealth is definitely looking pretty clean.
Yeah, I mean, this has been a phenomenal start to their day. And, of course, now the question after this is, can they keep this going in the upcoming 2 wrangles? From here on out, the only thing that's going to be the cherry on top of this tasty cake for Wealth is going to be that chicken dinner. Even if they can get 20 points, well, it's going to be the dream start. But let's see. As you mentioned, I think staying in the backlines is going to be the game plan, but the circle shifting in the middle of nowhere is going to force everyone out into the open, and it's still stage 7. That means there's stage 8 left, and then there's going to be the endgame blue collapse. But Gokul,
no way,
a little overextended, and as he was jump peeking, I wonder if he was able to gather information about the players of STG just clustered up on the other side.
I'm pretty sure he knows there's someone there. He has a little bit of instinct that there is someone present in that vicinity.
Yeah.
That's why he's not directly driving in yet. He wants to play for map control. But if he's able to find even one single knock against STG, that can be a day changer for Wealth Esports. 7 Royal Warlords. These deployable covers, that's keeping him alive and in check. There's SG on the sidelines, and for SG, even they've got a decent bit of terrain to play with. It's not the best, but something they can work with. And now here, Wealth Esports backing away to their vehicles. Once again, Gokul, he just wants to keep on driving around. There's already 1 man knocked out for the side of STG. They're off to a bad start already inside of the fight. Wealth Esports, now the boys starting to close in slowly and steadily. And look at Gokul. He wants to go for the confirmation first. Moves in that shack, gets the confirmation as well. And for some reason, Extreme is not even peeking out yet. He's just letting the course of the action take over. Extreme, you gotta peek out, and eventually he does. Does a lot of damage as well to that man from Wealth, but it's not gonna make any difference. The man is still surviving, and is probably gonna patch himself up right now.
What was that? I mean, Extreme just let his teammate get picked off like that. Did not even react. He has Kyoto right next to him, but it doesn't matter. Welt, they have an upper hand in this fight. While the players from the side of Welt were dropped low, they go back, fall back, get a reset on their HP bars, and now STG on the verge of just falling apart. A little bit of an error in judgment. Gokul allowed free control of the shack area, and STG, I think they know where Kyoto is. Gokul is just waiting for 7 Royal Warlords to get distracted to just make this climb. Look at that, he's taking shots over here. The third party from the distance, Gokul falls, but should not be a difficult reset for Welt.
The big man IGL's knocked out. And there we go, even Kyoto, he gets shut down to Sham. Making that pounce pretty well. Putting an end to that man's story, and that was also a nail in the coffin. For UP50, the boys are down low. But eventually they do end up patching themselves up. So it's looking good and dandy. For Welt, even they've got all the 4 men standing once again. And now they also control a major terrain off the game. Welt has the most amount of land control. Looking at the boys of SG. Oh, they're starting to fall apart. Welt Esports just constantly ripping through the shreds as they keep on shredding through the opponents. SG for them, now there's only 2 men standing. While on the opposite side for 7RW, there's all the 4 men still up and alive. For Welt Esports, the only possible challenge is going to be to shut down 7RW. But how do you do it? Maybe let UP50 and 7RW duke it out.
I think that is what they're trying to do, and especially after picking off the players of STG as well. They have this slight rage that kind of negates 7RW for the next few moments. And UP50, considering they are right on the northernmost edge of the blue zone, they're going to be forced in. This is the stage 9, the end game blue zone collapse. And 7RW, they have one thing working for them. It's the numbers. Welt lost Proton, and that gives the edge to 7 Royal Warlords, which they are capitalizing on at this very moment. UP50 down to their last man. Welt still holding back with 3 players. But Gokul, he is in the range for that nade, but no contact, no damage dished out to the Warlords on the other side.
Utility is not finding the proper mark, but still 4 men standing for 7RW. That can be a big difference maker. But SG from the back, they threat the needle. That was an important knock that Welt was searching for as well. And now for 7RW, since there's a man down, for Welt, it's going to be an even-Steven scenario, but still 7RW. They somehow close things out within the matter of seconds. You blink it and you miss it. The chicken dinner already converted by 7RW. Welt Esports was the team that stood a big chance, but the moment they lost out on one of the men, that's where things really started to come downhill.
Yeah, I mean, it was an incredible start for Welt Esports, but towards the end, as you mentioned, I mean, Gokul especially getting knocked out by 7RW while they were completely focused on STG, gave 7RW enough time to just move a little bit further inside of that play zone, which kind of relieved the pressure in the stage 9 blue collapse. But still, I think Welt Esports, they had a lot of eliminations, so it's not an overall bomb in this game. They still get a lot of value. The top 2 finished with, I believe, 13 eliminations.
Yeah, had a lot of elimination points, also managed to get the 2nd spot in the game. So yeah, they're doing really good in the overall standings. The same confirmation as well should be with the boys of Revenant X Park. They had a lot of eliminations to work with. Yeah, not a lot of placement points, but for Revenant X Park, I guess the elimination point is something that really keeps them driving.
Yeah, but hey, while we expected Welt to perform, they performed. We had expectations from UP50. UP50 was there in the top 3, and I believe 3 to 5 eliminations for them as well. So overall, a very decent game. I think a surprising letdown, or at least it was a letdown as far as Rondo is considered, has to be Eggy Gaming, because whenever we saw Eggy Gaming, they weren't really in a favorable position the entire time.
I mean, looking at 7RW, they were playing suppressed the whole time. They did not even have that good of a terrain to play with, but they still converted that game in such a good manner. Looking at the winner chicken dinner stats as well, you would see Flash getting 3, even Fiora getting 3 for himself. Then you've also got Xenox getting 1, and Anti getting 2 for himself. For 7 Royal Warlords, the stats are not too solid when it comes to the elimination points, but what matters is that chicken dinner. And that's going to give you a major boost in the overall standings, and that's also going to keep you on top. So the top 3 is pretty much going to be this team, that even Revenant X Park is going to be part of it, UP50 maybe as well, and also Welt Esports.
I think it's going to be Revenant X Park, it's going to be Welt, then maybe 7RW, and then Revenant X Park, or the 2nd and the 3rd position are going to be swapped, because Revenant X Park had, I believe, 14 or 15 eliminations by the time they got taken out. They're not going to have a lot of placement points, but they for sure will have a lot of eliminations. UP50, I think UP50 is definitely going to be in the top 5 for sure, because while the elimination points weren't there, they were in the top 3 anyway, so they do get a decent chunk of those placement points. I think they walked away with like 3 to 4 eliminations maybe. That's the only thing that was not great for UP50, but hey, who cares? If they can consistently finish in the top 3 in every single game, that will still help them finish in the top 6 overall at the end of their journey in round 3.
And I guess expectations were also there from the side of Eggy Gaming, but with the way they really bombed that fight, just one man turning the tides in their own favor, and Eggy Gaming really messing things up by margin. Looking at the entire MVP of the game, it's going to be Payne getting 6 frags once again on the board. As usual, he was dominating inside of the grind. He's also dominating over here. Ninja is also right there from Revenant X Park. The man's got 5 frags on the board. Sham there too from the side of Welty Esports getting 5. And you've got Mino from You Oh God getting 5.
Oh, and by the way, since we are talking about Revenant X Park and the unfortunate exit in this game, we have to talk about Hunter Esports as well. The team that shut down Punk and Trace from the side of Revenant X Park. Incredible journey from the side of Hunter Esports. They do end up getting 5 eliminations, but no placement points. But as we were talking about point standings of this game, Necro, we have Welt up top, then 7 Royal Warlords, and then we have Revenant X Park, and then UP50. So we were able to predict the top 4 in the correct order, but then surprise, surprise, it's Eggy Gaming on that 5th position with 10 points. They had 8 eliminations, just 2 placement points, but I think we expected a lot more from the side of Eggy Gaming, considering this team has a lot of experience within their roster, and of course the firepower itself is quite incredible, which is why they were able to rack up those 8 eliminations very early in that match.
I guess the main reason why we're not really satisfied with Eggy Gaming's performance is because of that one fight that really just went against him. The way they completely bombed that fight, it was just one man turning the tides, shutting down 3 players of Eggy Gaming, which is unacceptable if you think about it. And now if you look at the finish and damage report, of course, Welt's going to be right there in the top 3. Then you've also got 7RW. 7RW did not really go that frag heavy, but looking at Revenant X Park, their graph is going to be the tallest, and they also got eliminated quite early in the game.
Yeah, they were hyper aggressive, as you mentioned. That look at the amount of damage dished out. That means every single time you either were spotted out by Revenant X Park or by the players of Welt, you were getting shot at. You can't escape their vision without taking any damage. On the side of 7 Royal Warlords, I think it was that pacing towards the end game where they held themselves back, let Welt do all of that heavy lifting, taking on the side of taking on STG. And as soon as Welt and STG were fighting, they knew, all right, we just got to focus UP50 down, and if we can keep them at bay, this is going to be our game.
There's still a lot of teams on the latter half of the board, Johnny, that need to wake up, including Ultima. For them, to be honest, performing so well, I did not see that coming. So Ultima now, they're looking pretty decent in the overall standings, but all the other teams on the latter half of the board, they need to be inspired by Ultima's performance. So do just like that. Before now, let's move on to a short break.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, what an incredible start it has been accomplished by a lot of these teams from Group 3 in Round 3 itself. We had our expectations, there was a lot of hype, and a few big names have lived up to that hype. But that was just Game 1. We have 2 more matches left for them. 2 Erangels coming up next. But joining me right now, it is going to be none other than Fixes. Fixes, well, incredible start, 7 Royal Warlords, a surprising entry into the top 3, and Rowan and Xbox still using the same old tactic of beating everyone they see.
Absolutely, as long as that's working, why bother? I kind of liked RNTX initially when they were hyper-aggressive, getting a lot of those fights, a lot of those finishes, but still work needs to be put on those position points, and their micromanagement during the fights, they could work a little bit more on that as well.
Maybe, I think we're going to see them polish it before they eventually make it to the later stage of the tournament, but one thing, if you guys are polishing your skills inside of the game, then why not earn some cosmetics in doing so? All you have to do is just grab yourself that Royal Pass, which right now features the incredible Rebel Rogue Fox set for your character, and of course for the DP28 as well. And we keep talking about it. The most efficient way to earn cosmetics is the Royal Pass.
But you know, of course, all of that, great, check it out, please guys. But now coming back to conversation, Johnny, this BGIS is all about finding the new rising undergods. And barring Royal Warlords, I want to see a couple more teams really step up. This is where I wanted to see something more from Team Zedo, because when I was taking a look at their statistics, they had 2 chicken dinners, they had a lot of finishes, they had good balance. Maybe we get to see that happen in Erangels and Miramars as well, because let's be honest, we have seen RNTX, we've seen Welt Esports, we know they're good, even for the likes of UP50, but these new teams is what I'm really looking out for.
Exactly, but I think as you do mention Welt Esports, I would like to know what exactly their strategies have been like, and of course what is happening behind the scenes with Welt Esports, because that was a dream start. Can they keep this going? We will find that out. But before that, a very special interview with the coach and mentor from Welt Esports. Ladies and gentlemen, here we have Weepix.
Welcome to another episode of Inside the Lobby, where I'm going to be your host, Necro, and joined with me is going to be the mentor and analyst of Welt Esports, Weepix. Weepix, welcome on board, my friend. It's Valentine's Day. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm in love with this game, so I guess it is going good.
It is going good. That's great to hear. But Weepix, I've got a few questions lined up, and my first question to you is going to be, you guys made it through all the way from the BGIS in-game qualifiers, and how was the experience? You've only got limited games. There's a lot of pressure as well on the players. So how did you and the players really manage to handle that pressure?
I guess being emotionally intelligent is something that we did. We don't have data about the underdog teams. They played really well, to be honest. They were too good. But yeah, we were just sticking to our basic plans. We just worked on what we wanted to do, and then we just stick to the basic, and that is how we are here, I guess.
That's great to hear. The boys were really confident about the in-game qualifiers, and that's why you guys are over here. That's great to hear. Another question to you is going to be, since you're the analyst and mentor for your own team, how does your presence really affect the team's performance?
So my role here is to simplify their calls, just make them mentally peaceful, just take emotionally intelligent decisions. So when it comes to this scene, Gokul is a very good IGL, but emotionally he might get tilted at times. My role is just to keep him calm, just make sure the players take emotional intelligent decisions rather than just going all in. So that has helped us a lot, I guess. And after my inclusion, we can see back-to-back good performances in the third-party events as well. So yeah, it works for us.
Yeah, that's really great to hear, right? Gokul has been there inside the scene, but now you with him, definitely we can see the impact in a good way on the performance as well. But now moving the conversation towards the newer teams, the undergods themselves. There's so many new names once again joining inside of this BGIS 2026, and those guys are definitely watching this interview right now, and they really would want to know what are some tips that you would want to give them to improve themselves and get a little bit more better.
Just stay calm during your match days. That will be something that I'll suggest you. Don't take too much of pressure. Just gain knowledge on whatever teams that you can. Work on your plans and just stay consistent. Especially don't go for the 0-pointers. Avoid 0-pointers and just stick to your game. That'll help you a lot.
Okay, thank you so much, Weepix. Honestly, these tips, they're going to be helping out quite a bit to the undergods that are watching this. And thank you so much, Weepix, for joining us for this interview.
Thank you, Nikhil.
So that was Whippings, the mentor and analyst for Welt Esports, and I really do wish them best of luck for their entire journey in the BGIS 2026. With that being said, now it's time for me to take a leave. I'll see you guys in the action itself.
And Necro wish them too much good luck because that was an incredible start for Welt Esports in game number 1. A lot of eliminations, top to finish now. Can you... do you think they're going to be able to perform it on Erangel as well?
You know, of course I think, because Welt Esports, we have seen them, they're regulars on the block. They have been lately dominating the third-party circuit. So, yes, high hopes from them. I really loved how they initiated that fight and, you know, took the players down, especially Shyam in those latter phases, the way he just jump-knocked the last player. So that was funny, that was lovely and all of that. But, you know, I liked how Necro asked him, how is your Valentine's Day going? What are your Valentine's plans, Johnny?
Me, I'm going to spend it with you.
All right, lovely, lovely, lovely. Of course, I mean, some bromance going on. Yeah. We're gonna go grab some nice burger, nice chicken
We are
fries.
here till the evening, basically, right? We're gonna kick things off Valentine's Day with the matches of Group 3 already happening and Group 4 later on. So I think this is the best way to spend Valentine's Day.
Play BGMI, watch BGMI, and talk about BGMI. That's the easiest thing that we could do, and we're getting paid for it as well. But all that being said, match is live. Let's head in.
Well, it is time for game number 2 for Group 3. And of course, it is going to be the map of Erangel now. No more recalls available. Now you have to stick to the standard strategies. And talking about the flight path starting from Stalber Hill, the northeastern quadrant, ending towards the western edge of the main island, just towards the west of Gutka Fields. It's a decent flight path, I have to say, but it is going to be trouble for teams looking to head towards Milta, Novorepnoy, and even the military base for that matter. Can expect a few early drop collisions, but even before that, 7 Royal Warlords. It seems like there's Eggy Gaming that's joining their glide path, and we know, at least I expect Eggy to start from Lipovka fixtures. What about you?
Absolutely, bang on. Eggy loves Lipovka. We've seen him execute those Lipovka rotations. And it goes down to the previous BGIS, where he made it all the way to the grand finals. We had such high hopes from this team, and they kind of bottled it. But this time, I hope they've taken their learnings, and this time we get to see something better happening from Team Eggy. Of course, the roster has been slightly shuffled as well, but I love their logo. Look at the logo, man. That's lovely, isn't it?
I think this is the best logo Eggy Gaming has had in its existence. Before that, it was just a text that said Eggy.
Boring.
Anyways, look, a few clusters as we expected. 7 Royal Warlords against Eggy Gaming. Then you have a few individuals from the side of INC who drop west of Yasnaya, and then there's Pegasus in Yasnaya dealing with the side of T-Rex all by himself. And then there's a nice splash of colors starting from Pochinki heading towards Primos, but an early casualty for Eggy Gaming, and it's going to be Gumla Boy that gets knocked in the middle of nowhere. It's going to be such a difficult rescue operation. I don't think it's happening.
Yeah, he is pretty much a dead man walking, Johnny. I don't think there's a world where they can go and actually save him, especially with Eggy just having mere pistols. And what is Iota doing? He's trying to close in. Of course, he's out in the open. If I were Eggy and I had his visuals, especially with the outfit he has, he should be glimmering.
Hey, man.
But Ralph, he's taking that higher road. He's going to be his Valentine. Go get that revive. What is Royal Warlords up to? I mean, look at them just galloping through the open lands. And, oh my god, that was ought to happen. But hold on, Iota still manages to get a knock onto its Troy. And Eggy out of options, still trying to get a pick on towards Flash. A 7RW, just keep closing in, and Eggy finally lands a headshot on Xenox. Another head connected, and switches to his shotgun. This could actually work out. No, that was a fall and a half.
What was that?
Funny stuff.
Yeah, this entire fight is just a comedy of errors, man.
Yep.
Now we are going to have a little bit of shank action as well as Eggy gets finished off. But 7 Royal Warlords, I think they are, or they should realize that they're lucky enough to not lose a player and just reset as quickly as possible, because this is a fight out in the middle of nowhere and there's a risk of getting third party at any time. But there's another bit of action taking place. Yeah, keep doing that. That's one mistake more added to the total tally. But this is also another position that I want to talk about just outside of Query. Welt actually just hunting down the players of Arc Rivals. They've picked off 2, and they know where the other 2 ran off to. Well, they've kind of directed them into the open arms of TZ. There it is, Zero, and Arc Rivals do not have a lot of HP on Drax and Die, both of them. So even if a shot connects onto Drax, he's going to be falling so fast.
Yeah, even Sartaji was speaking very highly of this particular team, and the first game did not go their way, and suddenly when you know that you have a team like Esports that you're meeting whilst you're getting towards your drop location, and losing out on 2 players is definitely not a good start even in Erangel. So yeah, Arc Rivals, the pressure starting to build up at this point. The players will of course panic, and adding insult to their injury, making things even worse. They'll have to traverse a long way. They do have that one vehicle though, but given the circle's heavily skewed towards that eastern side, the center is still up for grabs. I'm kind of surprised that none of these teams have actually rotated. For RNTX, I'm hoping they take that central control. And do you think they are going to be playing from the center, or do you think they're going to play from the edges and try and take a couple of fights here and there and keep on bashing like they've been doing?
I think this is like based on the circle, we have Mansion, Shelter, and Prison. I think the usual go-to strategy or the tried and tested method is of just playing the center, but a recap of the unfortunate series of events for Eggy Gaming. Oh, he was alive for a few seconds, even after hitting the ground. But it was the last shot that secured the knock, and Troy getting caught off guard. Eggy just distracted by the man riding the horse over there. This was pretty impressive. The second, well, the only knock that Eggy Gaming were able to secure, but it did not change anything. They still ended up in a very difficult position. Although, we missed out on one thing, Fixes.
What?
That Eggy Gaming have not been eliminated from the game entirely. Gamla Boy got a revive and he ran off with Ralph.
That's a perfect love story in the making, in it.
Yeah.
Just abandoning their 2 teammates, and they head their own merry ways, try and survive. They've got an entire city to themselves. They can do whatever they want, pretty much chill, you know, dine and set up camp. Still inside the circle, and there's high possibilities that the circle is going towards the shoreline. So, yeah.
You're really in the Valentine's vibe today, aren't you?
Of course, why not? It's such a special day.
Not me, man.
Liar. But again, Super Esports. This team, Johnny, we've seen them in round 2. Again, another team that kind of likes to have that slow build-up. I've noticed that they really play well in the games of Miramar. So if the Erangel games do not go well, I'm still going to hold on to my horses before coming to a conclusion. Because I've seen this is a team, they have been the late bloomers. They like to have good positioning. And we had urged them to increase their fighting potential. If they've done that, then well and fine. Otherwise, I mean, this could be the end of their journey if they don't play well. But for RNTX, loot's done. Everybody's loaded. And now they're heading towards that Lumberjack Hills. That's what I feel like.
Yeah, I think maybe the hills, or maybe just moving towards Milta Power a little bit, because if the circle moves towards that open position between Mansion and Milta Power, then entering late is going to be a big challenge. Although T-Rex Esports, a collision against INC, and the opening is going to be found for free. SS dropped extremely low, but Terminator is going to be completely finished off, and unfortunately for INC, even the backlines are compromised. T-Rex, they lose a man to the third party, but still 3 players up and running. I think it should not be too difficult for them to recover, or maybe just evade added pressure from the side of Hunter Esports.
This was actually not a fight that T-Rex was supposed to be taking. Just rotating midway, and suddenly they spot a team, and they start firing bullets. Completely oblivious of their surrounding, and they have been punished accordingly. And Hunters Esports, we've seen them do that in the previous game as well. Waiting for those quick sniping moments, and you know, if you have a finish in front of you, might as well just take it. But here we have Team STG cruising through the hovercraft and hoping that they cross over. It's a long journey though. Look at where they are. Tanking damage from the blue. The good thing is that they have enough meds. Should not be a problem. They refuel also. And this is, I think, the circle shift that everybody was waiting for. So RNTX find themselves at the epicenter. You've got Arc Rivals right next to them. Super Esports hunker down around the shelter area. But the influx coming in from the northern side is what gets me worried and excited at the same time.
And it's going to be stressful for the teams that are actually involved in the conflict over there, as you mentioned. And to make things worse, look at Revenant X-Park. They are smack center, so everyone's going to be crossing by the players of Revenant X-Park, allowing them an opportunity to get a few eliminations just by controlling this hill. And as we had a look at STG a few moments ago, you know, shenanigans like this make me want to pray that someone takes them out, that late rotation with that hovercraft. And of course, opportunity will be there for teams like Team ZO and Zephyr Esports, who are still on that military island as well. But Hunter Esports, they overshoot the players of Revenant X-Park and take control of the southern slope of this hill. This looks safe as of now, but there are two outliers in the mix. There's going to be the individual surviving from Arch Rivals, and of course, two players from the side of Eggy Gaming who are still playing the southern slope of the hill as well.
I still like the disengagement coming out from Hunter's Esports.
Yeah.
Quickly gauging the situation that RNTX has already taken the better place. So just back off, stay alive. You still have a nice compound to play around with. And for Sign to Gods, hurrah. They finally made it out of the blue. And the good thing is that they actually have a hovercraft.
They have
it's
two
a tanky,
now.
Yeah, they have two now, and it's a tanky vehicle. Surely does not get exploded with two mags. So that's there. And should not have any problems entering in, given the fact that TZ do not have their eyes on them yet. So they can actually play from the southeastern shores, but 7 Royal Warlords, a little bit of a pickle. Iota has been picked off, Arc Rivals managing to secure the knock. And for Eggy Gaming, they might be looking at a little bit of a redemption over here. A revenge, maybe one of those players of 7RW out of their position. And look at this, Drax, almost punished.
Well, let's see. I think it's going to be a difficult recovery on Iota, as you mentioned, and Antique trying his level best to just keep the players of Arch Rivals at bay, just denying them the opportunity to move in to confirm that finish, because there's a lot of time before Iota eventually gets eliminated. That gives 7 Royal Warlords time to think of a way out of it. If they have enough smokes, maybe a vehicle, they can just dash their way through the fire and the fury and get to their teammate, bring him back, be back together as a 4-man unit. But that's just easier said than done.
What is going on?
But another central shift. I mean, this is what usually happens when you have a hybrid circle towards the eastern side. I think Shelter Mansion Prison is where it comes to an end. And that hill in control of Revenant X-Park, that's the god tier position to be in right now. I think they should be able to rack up a decent number of eliminations in this game. There's no one from the northern side to contest them. Everyone is present towards their south.
I think for RNTX, like you said, right, they can start farming finishes. Even for Team UO, they can also do the same. It's all about who makes the first mistake. Sarkar Gaming also eventually wanting to rotate from the eastern sides, but Arc Rivals finally deciding that they've had enough. They're feeling paranoid about it, and they want to actually engage in a battle. All they need is one more knock, and this is where Gamla boy, he wanted that revenge. He's got that slight angle, so one small mistake, so they really cannot go towards the US.
Yeah.
The moment they do that without smokes, one of their players is definitely getting beamed down. And 7 Royal Warlords, well aware of the entire surroundings, they're also not overexposing themselves. And the fact is that 7 Royal Warlords, they kind of worried that it could be also a different team. They do not know it is Eggy Gaming. And just 2 players alive, so they're not really fighting back. At this point, they're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And disengaging was the right call, but look at this. Drax, eventually, he connects that final bullet, and Aota, he's finally sent packing. Flash, he's also out in the open, and he does not have the vehicle anymore, no?
No, he doesn't. I think there's a US right behind him, but read like a book, a bad call being made. I disagree with you. Disengaging over there was the obvious move, and Eggy Gaming and Arch Rivals both were prepared for it. That gap in the smoke made the vehicle visible, and Arch Rivals, they just had the angle to capitalize. Iota eventually could not be saved. But Eggy Gaming, now their game plan needs to change and they are moving further down south. You see them on the radar from the POV of Arch Rivals as well, just rotating along the southern edge of the circle. Arch Rivals, they have the luxury since they have been able to stay inside of these compounds all this time. It falls under the current play zone, so not a lot of pressure, no incentive to run towards that 2 versus 3.
I think the only incentive that I could notice was them replenishing on their stock. I think they were running out of ammos. But for all the folks watching the broadcast, please do keep on playing BGMI. Get into your classic matches with your friends. Of course, it's Valentine's Day as well. Get your special one. And as a result of which, you can also contribute to this year's BGIS prize pool. And there's a lot of juicy rewards also in there for you. But then again, you know, coming back, so we noticed that Royal Warlords kind of got a little impatient over there. And they had to pay the price. Flash still alive. That's good news though. But look at this. Ultima official. They have a nice compound to themselves. RNTX, they are literally spread all over the place. So this comes at a cost though, Johnny, because of course, when you have a spread, you've got a lot of control. But at the same time, one of your player gets taken down, you are completely exposed. Nobody's going to give you revive. And that is what gets me worried. Imagine if INC, 7R, or even Arch Rivals, somebody pushes on Ninja, and he gets too jarred by it and is unable to defend. And that could really open RNTX up, but Zeda eyeing out the players of Welt Esports. Couple of shots, few landed, but still nothing to really worry them as of now.
Not a lot of worry, but I think they've drawn a lot of attention for the next move of the play zone. That's going to be a problem. No. Right now they are, but look at where in the circle they are. They're barely inside of the southwestern edge. And it's just stage 4, so the next shift, there's a very high probability is going to be away from them.
I'm more worried about this team. How are they going to get in? Because on one side, you already have Welt Esports gatekeeping you, whilst you take that path north. You already have TBL, so things are looking slightly sketchy, but there's that small entry where you can have your influx from. But advance?
I think it's much simpler than that, Fixers. I think just take on Welt, finish them off, and take that compound. That squad house, it's going to be easy. Welt is pinned.
Welt is pinned, but at the same time, I hope Welt are aware that even Super Esports are keeping a close watch, and actually they have mastered the courage, and they want to engage in a fight. Another
not
prodigy,
like this, not just
not
one
like
player.
This. Yeah, he's going for the scout. The only respite is that they've got the hovercraft. Like we said, right? They want to tank that damage. Finally, they've hit the shores. And now Gokul, all prepped up. S12K, couple of shots fired. And Shub, he is going to land a death blow. Oh, that was a nice dodge. I liked it.
Yeah, just gets inside that hovercraft, but now that tank of theirs is gone, and Shub is in a very bad spot. As I said, they should have utilized at least 2 players to make that pounce. Sending a solo man wasn't the right choice, and now Zephyr Esports are just getting ripped apart. Decision making, absolutely not the best. And Zephyr Esports, my oh my, I think they just end up giving up a few easy points to the players of Welt.
Brother, I would still say that they should have not engaged here. I mean, alright.
I think the call to engage was right. It's just that, what is a single player circling around that compound with a hovercraft going to accomplish? Ooh. You need to get close, and then you lob the indoors with a lot of utility. But, alright, that was a lucky knock, but doesn't matter still. The cleanup comes through.
Yeah, it does. And you know, the intent was there. The idea was there. The execution definitely was missing. So, yeah, I mean, for Zephyr, I felt like they could have done so much better in this situation.
Yeah.
And they just dropped the ball. But again, you know, they'll have to learn from their mistakes. I believe a rather newer squad against Welt Esports got overwhelmed. But it's all right. But at this point, for T-Rex, initially we did see them in troubled waters. They did lose out on one of their men. Now having control over those visitors. Hedwig down on his knees. And your Capybara is closing in. Can he get the revive? And at this point, Capybara trying to get the revive. And Dreams, what's going on? Like it's kind of feeling a little messed up at this point.
I think it's it's still manageable. They can still recover. It's just a Northern cluster. They will get distracted, but T-Rex, that's lucky for MS. A little bit of support from his teammate in the backlines, but Luffy now forced back inside cover. Although Hedwig denied an opportunity to bring his HP back, and the final jump shot, the final nail in the coffin. 4 eliminations for T-Rex, 3 secured by MS, but it was an important fight. They needed that Wizard Tower in their control. TBL on the other side getting greeted, I guess, by UP50, who just drive by past them. And they also fall into the arms of Welt Esports. Does Welt have some kind of signal that just attracts the team into their line of fire?
Could be the case, but the good thing is Welt are still alive, and for UP50, they're just getting shredded apart. And Balram, he's just lying down in the open. Couple of bursts, enough, 2 players down on their knees, and TBL finally decide to press charge. Vasu has 1 grenade. Oh, that was a nice knock. A much needed one at that. Coming in from Lord. As of now, UP50, they need to get their numbers back up. One of their players already down on his knees. Max Bus is still screaming for help. Sarkar, he's going to get the job done. Whilst UP50, that was a scare. But somehow, they're still thriving.
Yeah, I think, although I think UP50, they might be done for. That's not a good position for them to work in. Stuck on that hill. TBL as well, eliminated from the game. Super Esports picking off individuals mid-rotation. T-Rex, they might be next. Spotted out by the players of Revan and X-Pac, who have not really been that successful in racking up eliminations this game so far. They've only secured 2 eliminations. Are we seeing Revenant X-Pac go for a chicken dinner? Because the position that they have, that high ground on the top of the hill, it's an incredible spot to be in. You can see the threat down below. And with a team like Revenant X-Pac, with the caliber of players that they have, it should not be too difficult to analyze the threat all around them based on the sound cues as well.
You know, this is what I was worried about. Just a couple of moments ago, I saw Ninja being brought down too low. The only good fact was that at least nobody was around there to commit for the push. But Ultima Official, they know that RNTX, they're on the higher ground, and sooner or later, the circle is going to go away from them. And same goes with UO as well. So if the circle takes another concentric shift, then that is a story for a different day. But for now, I mean, Eggy Gaming, they're still alive. Gamla Boy has got a couple of finishes. And at this point, majority of the teams, Johnny, still around the edges. And it's just INC, and it's an open circle, right? Couple of visit towers just inside the zone. So it's all about how you build your concrete covers over here. Gotta use your cars to your fullest. And for 7 Royal Warlords, Antique, he has to carry the helm.
Well, that's not going to be easy at all. Just out into the open, nowhere left to go. Forced to keep his head down and just barely outside the edge of the play zone as well. 7 Royal Warlords, I think they are going to have to settle for an early outing in this game of Erangel. But Super Esports still trying to keep the players of Team Zeo at bay, although I do not know what this amount of util used on a team that is also inside of the play zone is going to help them accomplish. They already have a positional advantage in terms of being able to hold on to the high ground and the cover as well. But Revenant X-Pac, I think they realize that T-Rex might be in trouble, and they want to just wipe these dinosaurs off this game. One player in the backline is extremely low. Luffy, he was trying to make a run for his life, but even he gets picked off.
But look at this, Welt Esports, this time spotting down the players of TZ, going after them, and Proton, he's running over absolutely everybody, but seems like he's one of the 2 players alive for his team. Devil right in front of him, and a cover fire at its fullest coming from his teammate. Should be enough for Welt Esports to at least rack up 10 finishes already. Another squad wiped out, and should have no trouble getting the revive. And this is what was really concerning me. A little bit of that separation, playing in duo. Initially, they were looking quite stoic, quite poised, but this time, Punk, the IGL himself, leading the charge and will get Pradhan. And that also concludes Team INC's run as well in this game.
Hey man, redemption for Punk for all of the shots he whiffed in that previous game of Rondo.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. Because, yeah, lost a 1v1, which resulted in Revenant X-Spark losing their players. But this time, as you mentioned, they stayed back. They were waiting for the right timings to jump into those fights. Do not have a lot of eliminations so far, but holding on as a three-man unit and are holding on to a high ground as well. So closing out the match from here on out should not be difficult. But Welt, on the other side, they had a phenomenal run on Rondo a few moments ago. A lot of eliminations racked up. And it seems like they are looking to replicate the same performance on Erangel as well. UP50, the last man, Z-Lord, just getting finished off by the blue zone. But Welt, as they're fighting for their lives, are finally going to start to feel the pressure of the Super Esports on the high ground. And Eggy Gaming still present in this match with their last two players.
Impressive stuff coming in. Gamla Boy especially putting all that experience to good use. Now, this was a done game, but Super Esports this time capitalizing on that higher ground. They're making lives hell for Welt Esports, for Proton and Justy. Now the final two players surviving. And really sandwiched, if you ask me. Look at them. From the backlines, you can notice Team Eggy. The moment they venture in, a little bit closer, they could have them spotted out, but Super Esports decide to commit. Here comes the paw, Pika and Dexter. Dexter down on his knees. Justy still holding on. Still two players alive for Super Esports, as they also need to march in. As Welt Esports, they refuse to give up.
Yeah, they're just hungry for elimination points. They do not care that they're getting shot at from the backlines by the players of Eggy Gaming. 2v2. Fight secured by Welt Esports. 12 finishes on the board, and they find a few extra placement points from here on out as they are in the top 7 as well. What a great start to their journey in round 3, man. I mean, 12 finishes in this game, 33 points overall so far in just 2 matches. That's more than decent average for them. But from here on out, I think the next shift of the zone might be their last, because Eggy Gaming, again, from the backlines, have built up a lot of pressure. Super Esports, they try to escape, running into the arms of Revenant X-Spark. And even though Punk has dished out some damage, he chooses to fall back, chooses to fall into the line of fire of his teammate, just so he can get some support. That nade! For a second, I thought that was going to make contact and Wayne was going to get finished off.
Hey, me too. Abhi just trickling down his HP. Surely does have that first aid. No, he's actually out of his first aid. Just making do with those bandages at Super Esports. They are pretty much almost done over here. But Proton finally finds a knock onto its Kamla Boy. The big man put to rest. But for now, RNTX just hovering around Super Esports. Wayne, he's facing a lot of that heat over there. Another grenade being flung. A little bit of an overshoot coming in. As Wayne hiding inside that smoke. Just keeping him alive. His time in this game looks to be numbered as Spain. This time, he does not miss. Connect Super Esports down to the last man with 3 hounds from RNTX on the push. RB trying to escape his position, revealed pretty much, and Punk, he won't miss his mark.
Oh! I think it was just about who gets that finish.
Oh, he
the
only
last
got it.
point. And yeah, Punk was able to secure it. But Hunter Esports just hiding in a corner, waiting for their prey to step out. And I wonder who it's going to be. Will it be the players from Ultima Official on the flank, who are a 4-man unit, but also kind of pinned towards the eastern edge of the circle? Or is it going to be Welt Esports from the backlines? Well, Ultima, they decide to step out into the open, and it's going to be Radiator leading the charge, but the players from Hunter Esports completely hidden behind those vehicles. Does anyone know? 2 players are there.
Wow. Hold on, because Justy, he is cooking something. 15 finishes already collected. Could be 16 as well, as Trey scored from the backlines. He is going to dismantle them all. As Payne this time, he gets on the right end of the stick. But hold on, the fight's not over yet. Ultima Official, they also decide to chime in. And for Kel, that was a nice knock. But Trace, he's got a lot to do right now. He's got to revive his teammates at the same time. deal with Kel. How is he going to do that? He does have a couple of smokes to work with, but he has to close in on the gap with Welt Esports still alive, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, Welt is alive and they all of a sudden find themselves with the numbers advantage along with the players of Hunter Esports. Big blunder coming through from Ultima Official and big blunder from Revenant X-Pac as well. Both the teams down to their last two individuals, and Welt and Hunter Official now left with 2 players each. Look at this, Trey's got desperate from eliminations, does not care about nading his own teammate as well.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you're getting those finish points, it's fine. He knows he's got it in the bag, but Welt Esports, Justy, man on a mission, the harbingers of death, and Hunters, look at them, just so timid in that situation, not moving a muscle. But still, Trey is managing to give a revive, and Punk, he's going to be saved as well. And this is where Welt Esports, if there's a golden chance to make a move, this has to be it. And Punk, unfortunately, could not be saved.
That was such a hilarious mistake from Ultima Official over there. You just lost 2 players down to the same angle about 60 seconds ago, and then the last man peaks from the same position. Justy's been given another free finish in the side of this game. Welt, they're getting gifted these points. 18 eliminations secured. They are in the top 3. And Trace, well, that was an earned point. That was a beautiful, beautiful long-distance nade. But now we are down to the final fight, the last 2v2 of this match. And Welt, for some reason, still have a lot of utility to work with. Justy is cooking up that nade, sees the player. That should be a guaranteed knock. And now 1v2, Justice pushes forward. And he secures that last finish of the game as well. Beautiful execution of the last final 2v2 from the side of Welt Esports. And yeah, this is a much bigger chicken dinner than they've earned than what they could have accomplished in Rondo, I believe. I mean, they had 20 eliminations, right?
Still no
20,
complaints.
21.
Still no complaints. Chef's kiss is how would I describe this chicken dinner, because I loved every bit of those movements being made by the players of Welt Esports. I mean, the journey started off, initially dropped down, got a couple of bodies, then made a quick move inside the circle, secured a squad house where there was a very questionable push made by a squad. I mean, Zephyr, they could have done a lot more better, survived that, and then they were in the thick and thin of so many fights. Still, these 2 players, Justy and Proton, 2 very young lads, not well known in the community, but quite revered, especially after a performance like this. This was not their game.
I am
somehow still converted.
I am so happy that you brought that fight against Zephyr Esports, because that was the only point where it felt like, all right, this is where it needs to end for Welt Esports. Well, there were a few moments after that as well, but that fight against Zephyr should not have gone their way, man. Few players from the side of Welt were also brought extremely low in that one. But towards the end, I mean, Justy, he, I think, was just locked in, focused to the max, because it seems like the man could not make any mistake. Look at the nades, the lovely grenades he threw toward the players of Revenant X-Pac, and then the punishes that were made on the players of Ultima Official. This nade to take down Suraj, and then the peak to finish off the last man from the side of Hunter Esports.
Yeah, that was a little bit funny because, you know, Hunter, they were in the middle of the entire commotion going on, and somehow were just not moving. They refused to budge.
Yeah.
But yeah, you know, look at these lovely stats. Proton and Justy. For a moment, it felt like even when the players of Ultima Officials were pushing, then there was RNTX, there were a couple more teams, and there was one player also that got knocked out between all that halabala. And they somehow managed to win that fight, get the revive, and then stick everybody down. And they accomplished by the virtue of just being 2 players alive. I think this has to be one of the best crafted chicken dinners by a team so far in the BGIS.
I think they've qualified for round 4 in just 2 games.
Are we calling it too early?
No.
Because yesterday we saw the cutoffs going around 40. I mean, the way they're playing,
they have 31 points from this game fixtures.
31, and in the previous game around 40 plus. We've seen bigger falls, but yeah, we'll give them the benefit of doubt. For now, they are soaring high. I don't think Welt Esports, the way they're playing, there's no stopping them at this
I think
point.
you and I will have a conversation off camera about this. Like, I think they've made it through. I think it's not too early for them.
Listen, I mean, we've seen teams like Esports Social in round 2. They also had 40 plus points, and they've dropped the ball massively. So, you know, I'm still gonna not just say that they've already qualified, but then again, looking at their body language, looking at how they've been playing, I think this is a team that could actually exceed 80 points if they continue playing like this.
I mean, for sure. I mean, maybe set a record from here on out. Just warm yourself up for round 4. But with Whelp just creating a vacuum inside of this game means everyone else was suffocated for those finishes. Revenant X-Park, we see them end the game with 13 points. Incredibly done from there, and as well Hunter Esports, somewhat of a consistent performance. I think they are keeping a nice little average going, along with Ultima Official, who were there, by the way, in the top 4 of the total points tally from the previous game of Rondo as well. This game being able to secure 7 points in total. Ultima Official, again, that flow, that wave that they are riding, it's still holding pretty strong. I think the big resets from this game are going to be UP50, who are there with just 3 points, and of course along with them another name that has been reset, it is seven Royal Warlords. Yeah, they also took an early exit.
Same goes. This is what was concerning, right? For UP50, they looked quite undecisive with how they were moving. Especially that was an abrupt push trying to take over that Wizard Tower, and even the overall standings. Oh my God! Okay, fine, Johnny. I take my words back. 50 points should see them through. I don't think there's a world where they go tumbling down. So from here onwards, we see their wrath on the entire lobby. Imagine a team like RNTX and you almost have double their points in just 2 games.
They have more finishes alone than the total points of RNTX.
Lovely stuff. I mean, Welt Esports, this is such a redemption arc going on for Gokul, especially after 2 years when he was in Limra, after which he was thrown off from his squad, and then he has to rebuild. And the way he's done that, even for Eggy, man, got a feel for the players, the way they started. But Gamla boy still held on. I love those 3-4 finishes that he got. Tried to get a couple of position points as well in the top 5. Nothing really much that concerns me, but for Zephyr, this is where they need to step up. These small mistakes, even for the players of INC. I think INC is another returning name. We have seen them in those earlier stages of the official tournament. So I hope INC make a comeback in the next game.
I mean, let's see. They have one more angle left. Hopefully they can recover. But as you were talking about a few of these names, I think incredible stuff what we are witnessing from Welt. But that sort of gives an opportunity for the other teams to catch up, because if a team is dominating the leaderboard with this week of a vacuum, you saw Eggy Gaming, as you were talking about them, I think a show of resilience in that previous angle, losing 2 players as soon as the game begins and still managing to make it to the top 7. It is just absolutely incredible. That shows the experience coming into play from the last 2 remaining players. I believe it was Ralph and Gamla. But then again, as you were talking about Zephyr Esports, I understand it's just 2 points on the board right now, but imagine a 20 bomb being brought into the next wrangle means they also take a leap into the top 7.
It is anybody's game, because the vacuum that has been created by RNTX and Welt, I think there's a very nice chance for all the teams down the bottom to quickly recover. And before we get into that game of wrangle, we'll tune in for a short little break. We'll be right back. You don't go anywhere. Welcome back, folks. Once again, you are watching the BGIS. We're in round 3 today. We've got the matches of Group 3 and Group 4. And we've already covered 2 matches of Group 3 where we saw Welt Esports. They have been dominating. And to cover the final game, I've got none other than Icy with me. So, Icy, good sir. Welt Esports, that was never supposed to be their game, and they somehow still converted it.
You know what? That has to be the fastest qualification into round 4 I've
For sure.
ever seen here so far. And truth be told, like in 2 games, you get 50 over points. Okay, that's gotta be the highest top score so far, because if you think about yesterday's games and also the day before as well, we talk about comebacks from round 2, we talk about comebacks from round 3, it's always the last day. In this case, second day, the final 3 games, all in or nothing. It's mostly seeing about 40 points, but this is like 50 points in 2 games. I'm like, hold up, you know what I mean?
You know, I'm actually loving the way Welt Esports has evolved and how we have also evolved as a community. First of all, again, a huge thank you for all you people who grinded BGMI last year, supported us in our endeavors to make the prize pool up towards 4 crores plus. And this time, we also request you, if you get back into the action, get back with your friends and start playing so that you can help us and help the ecosystem grow as well. And along with that, we've got a lot of incentives for you. We've got a lot of beautiful cosmetics. But now coming back, I think I see you and I, we've both been following Gokul's journey right from when he was leading Limra to the point where he was also taken off from the squad, where there was a separation, and when the big question marks were made that you know, Gokul was a very passive IGL. From that tag to coming all the way to forming a team that is so aggressive, I think he's evolved a lot.
Well, only time will tell. We've only seen 2 games. Obviously, there is going to be a lot of questions for the other teams as well that is going to be looking for some points to actually qualify in the top 6 in particular. And truth be told, will Welt start building this vacuum of points and just deny those points? And the cutoff may go into a situation where only teams with chicken dinners will qualify.
We never know. I mean, at this point, we want to see some resurgence from the other teams. And the voice in my head, folks, says it's game time. Heading through the greener pastures once again. It is the penultimate wrangle for teams from Group 3. Really excited to see what mystery unravels in this one. As this time around, I see we have got a very different fight path trajectory. All the way towards Novripnoi, heavily skewed towards a certain side. So a lot of these teams that we witnessed heading towards the north, they will be up for a toss. And it's going to be an interesting game nonetheless. So anticipating some drop collisions, we did notice that happened with Welt Esports, another team. So they'll have to watch out for that. But again, this game I see is all about the new names, the undergods, and them making their mark.
This is going to be a test for all the underdogs, I would say. And in particular, whether or not how are they going to adapt to this kind of flag path is going to be very, very tricky as well, considering that first, it's very skewed to the south here. Team heading north is going to have a difficult time. If the circle is going to be in the center, sure, it's going to be a very, very peaceful journey for a lot of these teams, especially for first few rotations. But if the circle shifts back down south to military base, well, at least half the map, the resources are going to be kind of neglected just because of the fact that, oh wait, it's too far away, I want to get center control, I am going to be very, very limited in resources as well. This is where firepower comes in play. But speaking of firepower, it seems like Arch is going to be pistoling his way through, and he does find the first knock through. And interesting enough, we've seen a lot of pistols in today's game so far.
We have actually, especially Eggy. In the previous game, did manage to take a couple of heads down, but this time, Arch Rivals, they've got a team right up below them. The cavalry does arrive. Team INC in a world of trouble. Pegasus trying to make a run for it, and in fact, he wanted to go for a loot. I don't know if that was a misclick, but as a result of which, he gets punished brutally over there. Arch Rivals, another team that Sardarji was talking very highly of. And this time, however, I see they're off to a great start. But can't say the same for INC, because INC, another team that we've seen in the past, and seems like they are the shadows of their former selves.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Then the auto loot did not exactly help Pegasus at all. He was just running around, casually just picked up, and that animation may have just, you know, gave him the cue to actually push through. So nice little pick off here coming from Arch Rivals, but at the same time, unfortunately for INC, it's back to the drawing board. Meanwhile, T-Rex Esports, however, gets hunted down as we have 7 Royal Warlords coming in for the confirmation as Viota. will be able to find one himself. And interesting enough, no meds, no whatsoever. Just casually sees, hey, there's a guy stranded here. Let's take him out. Okay, bye-bye. Let's go.
Yeah, even for 7 Royal Wallers after that nice victory in the game of Rondo, Erangel wasn't the same, but this time they've come with different intent. Right off the get-go, you could see them engaging in those fights. Already a knock secured and another knock in the making. Would of course want to get that finish confirmed as they rush in. And this is all happening because of the flight path trajectory. All these teams are so rattled that they wanted those vehicles. They wanted to get back to their own drop locations, and things just got messed up.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have some very, very concerning news for all these teams and also the people watching as well. The circle is actually shifting towards military islands. So, half the map is going to be very, very far away. So, rotating in is going to be very tricky. But I like what 7 Royal Warlords is intending to do as well. Get as aggressive as much as possible. Thin out the herd as much as possible so it makes it a little bit easier to rotate in. But the problem is, this is going to set them aside in terms of just, you know, time. You know, they're wasting a little bit too much time to commit to fights. You're wasting too much time while you should be looting or planning an exit strategy. And right now, they are rotating probably towards Yasnaya or maybe even to Mansion here to loot up. So that is a pretty okay rotation. But they need to figure out how they want to get into this military island right now, because I do count at least 5 teams already crossing the bridge. Or at least still remaining inside the military island, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, I kind of like how Ultima Official quickly, with whatever limited loot they have, they instantly decided, like, let's take over the bunkers. Let's just hide our vehicles, let's protect it, and just stay put. Do not move, let the other teams fight it out, and whoever remains will be going after that. But, you know, again, when we took a gander at the circle, we also noticed that at least 40% of it is still on the northern side. In fact, on the central island. So imagine if that happens, that would be a game and a half. So many teams have already made the rotation. RNTX, they are still holding the junction point, though.
That doesn't feel like 30%, man. That feels like 20% on main island, and that's like, what, the other 30% on the east side, and, well, there's another like 15%
a lot of water bodies
inside the water. So this is a very, very tricky spot to be in. However, if teams are deciding to actually go for a little bit of a rat strategy, trying to hide under the cliffs, fantastic job. You know, like, you can hunker it down for at least 2 circles before popping up. But we haven't seen teams actually docking cars on boats or even on putting a horse on top of a plane to kind of cross on towards military island. Yeah, that would be a really, really interesting one to see. But for now, let's take a look into its rotations here. We do see Hunt already make their way by ocean, by boat as well. And they do have a decent amount of weaponry. Well, you don't like it, but it is a safe way, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's just desperate measures. I kind of liked how Sign to Gods intended to do that with the hovercraft, but we know, you know, boats can be really tricky. Just 2 mags, and suddenly that gets blown up. So that really has my concerns up, and especially with Hunt Esports, with how they approached the previous game of Erangel, where they were kind of in the eye of the storm and decided to let others fight it out, and they were just not moving. The 2 surviving members were like, guys, you know, let them all just go after each other, get the crates done, and whatever remains. And eventually, it just fell to the mercy of the players of Welt Esports. So I hope to see them in action, a little bit of proactiveness, much needed. And same goes with UP50. They started off well in the game of Rondo. Few questionable moves made by Sarkar and co, as a result of which really cost them their game.
Well, speaking of costing them potentially the game here, that's the thing, right? Like, Primos, you do get a decent amount of loot. You are technically the closest towards the military island from a safe distance. Yes, Fury Pier is kind of close from the island itself. But again, Fury Pier crossing in towards military island, you are subjected to get shot from the bridge. So, you know, I would say Primos is going to be a little bit safer from that regards. But SG now seems like a UP50 Esports is going to be making their way in. Ultima Official was able to spot this out. But again, Ultima Official, they did not exactly loot up military island. They actually roamed around it to try and get a couple of pickoffs here and there. Ooh. That's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in, but look at this is a very interesting spot to be in here. Down towards the south side of Military Island, we do have Zephyr Squad right on top of Iggy, and I don't think Iggy knows there's a guy up top right now.
I think... No, even I exceed with you. I feel like this is not going to end well for Iggy. Yeah. But with Zephyr, just moving around. An introvert. He's really living up to his name. Not causing any commotion at all. As for Team Eggy, quite oblivious of introvert. And that little setup. Even look at Advance. He's got a nice rocky cover to himself. Oh no, their plans might get followed. Even Super Esports from the backlines, they suddenly decide to push in on them. Shub does manage to get 2 players. But now a fight against Dexter in the making. A Molotov being flung over, the pressure surmounting, and Shub, he is taking care of that cover. And the player right in front of him almost wastes his mag out. Got a little overwhelmed, but the backup surely does arrive in due time. As Advanced would want to get that revive on his player, as Dexter has no other option but to tuck his tail and run. As Abhi, he goes with his vehicle. And Dexter, what is going on?
Oh boy, he's trying to mow him down as well. Dexter is going to make a run for it, but now he's so low and eventually goes down. And just like that, Zephyr Squad wipes the floor with Super Esports and Shubs with a 1v3 to set things up for the team. And just like that, 4 points in the bag. Meanwhile, Introvert, they finally take a little bit of shot here. He was trying to set up against Eggy, but Eggy already bailing out of this fight. Zephyr Squad now needs to quickly reset to help him out because he's getting shot from afar. Ralph from Eggy almost getting shot there, but oh, Eggy actually finds Introvert on top. So that is going to be him going down here as Eggy is going to push up to take him out. Meanwhile, on main island, seems like Welt Esports finds a straggler. That's going to be Arch Rivals running past them. And they trade 1 for 1, but they're out in the open here for Welt Esports.
Absolutely, Welt Esports. The mercenaries do arrive, but Arch Rivals in a very, very bad spot. Especially Drax. The way he got picked off over there, leaving Flash, one of the surviving members. And for Welt Esports, I think the only downside from this battle is that their vehicle has been damaged. Hope it gets repaired pretty soon, but Sham is still on the chase. Flash trying to run away from here, get back to his merry ways. It seems like Welt Esports, they're not going to stop at anything, I see. I think they want to chase them, and they are doing exactly the same.
Well, this is going to be a tricky spot to be in here. Circle is going to force them inside military base, and interesting enough, nobody's bridge camping at all. And same can be said for Well. Seems like they are going to try and clear the edges before pushing in. Same can be said for Arch Rivals, who's trying to make a run for it. But TBL also choosing to stay in the zone for a little bit longer. INC also going to be looking to try and stay a little bit longer, considering that they were hunted down. But Arch Rivals now getting chased on by Welt Esports. It seems like Welt Esports, they need those medical supplies here. Can they get those confirmations? Seems like Flash is going to be going down here. The spray comes in, but no connection. And Flash is going to hunker down inside his house to take it in towards a house fight.
Absolutely. Welt Esports. Oh. This is before the build-up, the fight was over. And I mean, I think Flash pretty much knew that his fate was sealed. I mean, there was so much he could do, especially against a team that is really feeling themselves in the flow state. And it's such a difficult task at that point. And Sign to Gods, I think this is quite iconic for them. You know, even in the past game of Erangel, they love their hovercrafts. Quite similar to how Jelly loves his hovercrafts. Always rotating. Barring that, I haven't seen much from this team. I want to see them in action. I want to see them get a couple of finishes. And all right. This is again another way to cross, right?
Yeah. He didn't. They don't really have choice as well, considering that INC.
He's the last player.
Yeah, they've lost 2 players right from the get-go. And they've lost Viper later on. So this is going to be a tricky spot to be in. And the only thing missing from this scene is this horse on top of this plane, which, again, you need another friend to actually do this. But good luck, Terminator. Hopefully he's going to be able to drop bombs from the top. But for now, he is going to try and make their way inside the zone. But my question here is, where is he going to hide here? Is he going to dock on top of those antennas, electric fences? Like, where is he going to
crash landing on the radio tower?
Yeah.
Go for it. I mean, we would love that. We would love that. No, wouldn't we?
Like, no one would realize you could be up there.
I mean, everybody's going to spot this big bird just crashing down. So, all right, he still wants to make a nice landing over there. And a perfect one. Imagine, just drop down, have a vehicle in front of you. But I guess Hunter Esports.
Oh, it was a bait.
Oh, that's so wrong. Hunter's Esports just played with him over there. As for Terminator, terminated.
Oh, that was a bait though. The moment he realized, oh wait, there's no tires. I'm trapped and got completely messed up. What a setup from Hunter's Esports though.
I love this stuff.
What a trap.
And imagine the build-up, right? It's like the hero coming in just with his plane. He just takes that perfect landing, and he finds a vehicle straight out of a James Bond movie. But it was a parody in this case. So at this point, got a feel for the players of INC. But for T-Rex Esports, previous game IC, we saw them get decent amount of points, but still not enough.
Well, speaking of enough here, what is enough? Because at this stage here, like 3 teams has been eliminated as well. We do see a couple of teams hurt, but we haven't seen those conventional gatekeeping strats so far. And a lot of these teams, I think, has been following the strats here coming from VPix, from Welt, in saying, you know what, if there's a fight happening, just dodge, try to make it a zone before taking fights. And interesting enough, a lot of these teams, they have gone for long, late, I would say, off-side rotations here to try and get into the zone. Except for Welt Esports, who is in a situation where I don't think rotations matters at this point here. Oh wait, they are going to hunt down everything that moves right now. Seems like DBL is going to be having a little bit of a trouble here as Welt Esports picks up even more frags, and that's 6 finishes in this game. It seems like, well, they're trying to maintain that high average points per game ratio right now.
At this point, it's just about individual records, I must say, because for Welt Esports, feels like, everybody is just dealing with their wrath at this point.
This has been the fastest qualification ever.
57 points is where they're sitting at. With just 2 games played, third game still ongoing, without any casualty. I mean, look at how easily they just bypassed the military base, a bridge in fact, and saw 7 Royal Warriors. Seems like they've got a fight against Zephyr. Abhi, he's been finished off. So this is on the southeastern edges. And 7 Royal Warriors, last we saw, they were actually playing around that Nova Ripnoy side. They got a couple of loot there. But your Esports, do they have enough meds? I see 2 first aids. But still, scarcity of loot pretty much visible as, here you go, TBL finally being pushed at. Krishna is trying to make a run for his life, and Hunters will eventually hunt them down.
Well, Hunters Esports going to be playing some hunting spots for now, but at the same time, TBL just never got that break that they needed as well. They just got away from, well, runs in towards the mouths of Hunters Gaming. Just, that's a little bit of a bummer coming from them. Yep. But inside military base itself, seems like we do have 3 teams going to be stuck a little bit of stalemate here. And majority of these teams need to get outside the city now as the zone may shift up north. So this is going to be a little bit tricky spot here. Team Zero going to be playing from the east side here. We do see have the C section of apartments coming from SG. Sorry, it's 420, right? No, it's not. 5 up 50 Esports. My bad.
I wouldn't blame you for that.
Why would he change name to SG?
Yeah, I mean, we need to have a chat with Sarkar. But for now, we've got your Esports going up against the players of T-Rex. So 2 players. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Capybara and Prithvi QT. Grenade being lobbed, and Rex somehow avoids that. Just gets out of that little shack. And now he's got Luffy. The problem is that their visions are pretty much obscured. At this point, those smokes, and now another fight. This time, 7 Royal Warriors just pushing through. Flash down on his knees. Xenox falls as well. And Hunters, they certainly are on a hunt. Quite animated this game as Iota wanted to go in for the push. But eventually, look at this. Even Hunters, they're also being feasted upon. And RNTX, they were watching all that conundrum over there. And now, they've decided to engage in.
Oh boy. Very tricky spot to be in. But the Revenant X Spark, they do have an option to actually disengage from this fight as well. It seems like a Punk and also Trace God is already making their way to actually push in from the east side here, looking for a better entry point. Ninja is going to stick around, try and potentially get a couple of easy frags, maybe even chip away at those vehicles, tires, pop the tires here, and maybe set a little bit more trap before actually going for the push. Meanwhile, on screen now, we do see UD in a situation, going to be stuck against Welt there. In this case, Welt, they are looking to try and pounce on them once more, knowing that they are a little bit hungry. But of course, when it comes to being hungry, you gotta look cool while driving as well. And with the official collaboration with Porsche, you gotta check it out. You gotta check out that amazing, amazing 4 models that you have.
Now, all of them are absolute beauties, man. And I hope at some point in life we can also get this IRL. That would be lovely. Imagine me going to Malaysia, here taking me for a spin. That would be lovely stuff. But for now, what's lovely is your esports. Oh, that was well timed, Dicey. Loved it. Capybara really not anticipating that. And he's going to fall prey with Prithvi, now the lonesome survivor. T-Rex gathering enough courage, now wanting to go for that push. Of course, jousting with two players. Prithvi, he's got to do anything and everything, and he somehow clutches it out. Oh, it's RNTX actually, Punk. He got a finish, he stole it, and then it was Prithvi who got that final nail in the coffin. That being said, your esports, they survived the onslaught and live to fight for another day.
Yeah, but it's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in here as well. He needs to move, push in the zone, and he's pretty much stuck. 20 seconds left before he needs to make a move in, and Welt Esports has already got the high ground inside the zone. Meanwhile, inside military base, we do have SDG still holding on to the hovercraft, and it seems like they are going to go for an off rotation outside the zone. This is stage 5. It is going to hurt. And Revenant X Spark from the east side scouts out Welt. It seems like Punk was picked off. Justy actually taking it out. Revenant X Spark not in position to actually take that fight, while again Revenant X Spark they're just not grouped up.
I mean, even look at their body language, right? It feels like Welt, they're just clowning RNTX at this point. All these players are just all over the place. Welt Esports, confidence exuding, adrenaline coursing through their veins, and now up next on the chopping block could be the players of Ultima Official. It's not looking good for them, especially Welt Esports having a high ground. And look at how confident all the players were. They've got their workout out. They know what needs to be done. They know what which player needs to go after who. The setup a little too much because Prithvi from the sideline does cruises in, gets a knock. But now Sham, he's got two players in front of him. One of which, Godmino, he's already down on his knees. Dominic, he needs to be dealt with, and Sham does that with finesse. Confirms that finish on Godmino. As Dominic could be next. No dice for him, at least as of now. Dominic to try and keep himself alive. Welt Esports trying to get that quick revive on their teammate, and that has been done. Forkel trying to provide cover fire from the sidelines, but look at Proton. He's got a nice flank angle to play with. Oh, debated. There you go.
Well, nicely done coming from Welt to actually clean them all up once again. 11 finishes in the bag. Justy is knocked, but they will be able to pick him up. Just like that, Welt, they clean up everyone from the north. And they make it inside the zone now. 9 teams remaining. And the teams from military base are still struggling to actually get out. And Sign to Gods, they actually were forced to drive back inside the city just because the zone was a little bit too painful. And now they have to deal with all this fiasco of teams down towards the south. And even Eggy Gaming looking for a very, very wide spread of control here from the outskirts as well. Seems like on top of the tower, we've got Ralph. A little bit of a risky play. But they are looking for picks left, right, front, and center. And while this is happening, finish feed as well. Sign to Gods, they all got wiped by Welt. From where?
It's just a Welt show so far. And they already have secured 14 finishes with 7 teams still alive. Excluding them. You know, this is absolute monstrosity. If even I were the likes of RNTX, I would still be trembling. And look at this. The circle completely favoring them. They've got a very nice hill to play around. They've got all their players alive. RNTX, I want to see how they approach this one. But for Eggy Gaming, this is one of those positions I'm not a big fan of. Because again, you've got the lower grounds. At the higher grounds, you've got Ralph. He did not have any cover. As a result of which he deployed that smoke. And now he realizes he made that mistake. Needs to quickly adjust, but for your esports, Prithvi, his position out in the open, the last player surviving, and Punk knows that. And RNTX would want to secure that quick finish.
Oh, tricky spot to be in, considering the fact that, again, well, having full control. They do have a couple of knocks in their favor, but again, if they get knocked even more, they are going to bleed out a little bit quicker. But speaking of shots here, Iggy finding an off angle. Scouts of Shyam from the far horizon, but the problem with Iggy right now is that Iggy needs to provide cover for Gabla Boy. And right now they're pretty widespread as well. If any of them get knocked, they're done for. At least for Team Iggy, if they want to rotate in.
I mean, Team Iggy, I feel like at this point I see I don't see a world where they make it inside alive. All their possessions are compromised, and Welt Esports are going to keep a close watch on them. But for now, we've got Team Zedo against Zephyr, and even UP50 in the mix. So the C compounds, they're still stacked up. With Team Zedo, again, another team in round number 2, they played extremely well. But are massively struggling. And we're just waiting for the big Titans to collide. RNTX and Welt Esports in a frontal collision. As Eggy somehow managing to thread the needle there. Finds a knock on Sarkar himself. So the two IGLs and Eggy is one up.
Oh boy, Welt. They're still on the hunt here. They want to clean up Iggy before they continue on the onslaught here. 7 teams remaining, and everybody's just laying down low, while Revenant X-Park is going to be sharing the compounds with Welt. Or in this case, on the other side of the zone, on the northern section here, only 2 teams on the north, and everybody else is stuck inside the base themselves. And it all comes down to the final zone, which, again, is... I think this fight is going to be drawn out at least until stage 7, maybe stage 8, unless Revenant X-Park decides to take a fight with Welt. Which, in this case, you can see Welt... They're a little bit hesitant to actually start spamming those weapons here as well. Ammunition down low, coming from Welt Esports. And there's no way for them to restock as well, so they need only confirmed finishes if they want to start fights. But Rao finds an off angle. That's going to be chip damage in the ways of Welt. And their mets are slowly bleeding out as well. I did catch Justy with only 22 bandages as now.
I mean, at this point, Welt Esports, even if they get eliminated, still, it does not matter anything to them, at least as of now. 66 points secured. And even RNTX seems like they've got the numbers of the players of Eggy Gaming. I mean, it's a done zone for them. Especially just waiting for the next circle to take a shift. That is going to decide the fate of this game. Oh, still not decided yet. But at this point, Welt Esports, they'll have to come out in the open. And by the looks of it, it feels like they want to engage in a battle finally with the players of RNTX. So I want to see what happens over there, because RNTX, they will be defensive as Valve tries to shred down the players. Eventually does find one player. But now Welt Esports on the high ground, RNTX on the lower. They do have those vehicles, but RNTX also do understand the gravity of the situation. They know it's a very bad position to pick a fight from, as Proton, he's going to be shredding all that lead. And even Forsham is shrouded in that smoke. Proton decides to go in for the knock, and Ninja's just left watching him.
And here comes the slam as well. Revenant X-Park, they're all out in the open in the low ground. Pain is the only one left as well. And even Pain is able to get a couple of counter finishes here. But at the same time, Pain, he drops it down to a 1 versus 1. It comes down to the battle, but it will be Welt that comes up on top. And Cheyenne clutches his big time. 17 finishes for Welt Esports. And they will eliminate Revenant X-Park in a very clean fashion.
I'm already a big fan of Welt Esports. The way they are playing, the way they're controlling the situation, we'll get back to that. But for now, Hunt Esports, they've got their task cut out for themselves. They have to get inside the C compounds. They need to find some cover. As Zephyr, they find a knock onto with Zero. And Kunal is scared to death with Devil. Oh my god, how can he even stay alive? Just too much overwhelming odds for him over there as Eggy. They come in, they close on, and I'm still baffled to see them alive. It was all because Welt Esports decided to go after RNTX, and nobody really cared about them. But for Hunters, good news, they've made it safe inside the C buildings.
Eggy now actually pushing back in here. They still have 4 players left alive, and they're somehow able to pick off players across the map. Or in this case, inside the base himself. Well, they're just waiting to claim their chicken dinner because everybody needs to get out inside this base. This entire chaos of a safety net has given all these teams and players some position points. But Iggy seems like he knows where Zephyr is. He is going to try and lot one over. Does he get the knock? Seems like it does confirm it. And that's going to be Iggy Gaming finding another finish point in the back. And we're down towards the last 2-3 teams here. Well, last 3 teams. And Welt outside. Iggy going head-to-head against up 50 Esports right now. As they will take the high ground, but well, I think they spot out Troy on top of the roof. They may look to get an opener here, but it seems like, well, they don't really want to wait. They want to take the fight inside the buildings. They want all those points for themselves. And I think Welt is trying to set the record here
Absolutely. And they are almost on the way of securing that. 17 finishes already secured. So if they take down 6 more players, I think they could tie up 23 finishes. We have seen this earlier. It was from, I think, the previous group itself in the game of Rondo, where we had Godsent accomplishing such a feat, but they did not get a chicken dinner in that one. So really keen on seeing if Welt Esports could actually pull it off. So for Welt Esports, the conditions I see are pretty much set. They have to let the players of Eggy and UP50 fight it out, but eventually it's going to be Gokul who opens up the account. And there you have it, Eggy, he's been dealt with, but Gokul bought down pretty low, and this grenade just missed by inches.
Yeah, Goku's about to pop his first aid kit. Return fire,
Wow.
support fire comes through. Gamla Boy gets taken now, but too bad. Goku could not sneak away from the nade. He is going to be knocked here. Well, may consider trying to save him, but it is going to be a little bit tough task to do so. Eggy down to his last 2 players. Troy also going to be right on top as well. They are in the situation where they can't really do too much, so it's up towards UP50 Esports to try and clean them out. Ralph now needs to make a move as the zone is going to force him right on the edge. Oh no, he's going to be fine. He does have a little space to work with, but action is on Eggy right now just because the zone is the closest to them. But it seems like, well, they are going to close the gap to try and push through, and they find an opener, and Proton finds the knock on towards UP50.
These men are mental at this point. For what Welt Esports is really doing, they are just conjuring magic.
Oof.
As for UP50, Max Boss, that was a nade and a half. Finally, slightly exposed. They've got to take fights on multiple fronts as Max Boss. He's just left, right, and center. Just taking down the players of Eggy. They have been dealt with. That leaves Welt Esports in a 1-on-3 situation. But for UP50, they'll have to come out of their hiding with Proton just shredding them down. Look at that. Piece by piece as they accomplish another feather to their hats. A consecutive chicken dinner, back-to-back at that, and in a dominating fashion. Take a bow, Welt Esports. Lovely stuff.
They have pretty much set the record here for round 3 here, the fastest to actually qualify in towards the round stages, and they've got the highest amount of points in 3 games so far. And, well, we are going to be seeing that vacuum potentially tomorrow for this respective group, but for now, that is just bonkers. Like,
absurd.
Revenant X-Park is in the same lobby, and they made Revenant X-Park look like nothing.
RTX were looking like kids in front of them. No caps. They were just toying with them, bullying them, controlling that situation, everything. Imagine, they initiated that fight against RNTX, and RNTX, all they could do was just be at the mercy of some individual prowess. No control over the fight whatsoever, but Welt Esports so well orchestrated, man. This is, this is a team, if they head on to the grand finals to win it in the LAN, what a redemption arc would it be for Gokul and his teammates. But UP50, I mean, nice resurgence also from their side, and even for Eggy Gaming, because I see, honestly, we had already called them out that, there's no chance they're going to stay alive, still making it inside the top 3, fought their way through, did squeeze in a couple of more points. But this is mental, especially Proton and Justy. I'm loving this new duo.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing as well. Proton having 10 finishes in that game. He's been popping off really, really good as well. He's been able to find a lot of cheeky angles here. His pixel shots has been really spot on. 1,000 damage has done by him. He's got 7 knocks and 10 finishes. So that means he's stolen at least 3 finishes by himself. Not the actual number, just because, sometimes knock and rest comes in hand in hand. But based on how we've seeing from Welt so far, they actually just clean out everybody, to be honest. Like 4 men alive into the chicken dinner towards the end game, and then there was like 2 men who just got a little bit greedy and realized like, oh no, you just threw 2 points. It's all good. It's all part of the plan. You have to play the sacrifice show night play in order to force them out into a choke spot. Zone forces them out, take them out.
Yeah, UP50, I think their fate was pretty much sealed over there the moment the circle started shrinking. But for Proton, this young lad brings in so much promises, brings in so much joy, makes me elated at this point. 1,065 points of damage. Yes, towards the end, of course, he got that final finish. And as long as you're keeping your team in such a good position, especially the entire journey with how Welt Esports traversed through the military base, they They fought their way. They were taking fights left, right, and center. This time, even for Eggy, they played really well. So it was all about Welt Esports, even for Eggy, UP50, these three teams. Team Hunters, I think one good thing is that this time they actually had a couple of finishes. And this is a team that tends to rotate pretty early on. And 9 points, back-to-back consistent game in Erangel, I think I'll take that.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, let's talk about possibly one of the highest record thus far in BGIS 2026 here. It's got to be Welt, I would say. I think there is one higher coming from Revenant X-Pac, but that was inside Rondo.
They've touched 80 points overall
already.
Last we saw them, they had 50.
I think they hit 80 points in 3 games. So on average, that's what? How many points is that? 82 points in 3 games. Welt has just dominated lobby. And normally you are expecting, what, 8 to 9 points per game on average to qualify for top 6, top 7. But this is just... How many is that? That's almost like 10 points, almost 10 points per match.
I think no, man. I mean, for Welt Esports, out of 3 games, almost 28 points per
game. Wait, it's 28 points per game. Oh, wait. Oh, my math's not matching right now. What? 28 points per game.
Insanity. But now you see, right? It's still up for grabs for anybody else.
Okay.
Because at the 6th, we have Hunters 22, even Ultimate Official, they can do well. Arc Rivals, everybody can still stage a comeback, right?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. But let's talk about, let's put Welt Esports aside right now and talk about the second team here, Revenant X-Pac. It's 33 points. That is like 50 points difference. Did Revenant X-Pac do well in this game? Yes. Did they get outshined? 100%. Yeah, they may have lost that fight there towards Welt Esports, but again, the qualification for round 4 in particular is somewhere around like 45 to 50 points. But because of what Welt did, the cutoff for this group is going to be so low to a point that maybe Revenant X-Pac is in the yellow seat, almost close to green seat right now.
I'll be still hopeful it's going to be around 40, 42 marker because we have seen, day 2, a lot of these teams make a comeback. And for Antics, it's not about qualification anymore. They will qualify. It's all about, trying to have a good footing, the way you qualify. Because at this point, it felt like they were actually scared in taking a fight against the players of Welt Esports. But that was domination coming in from Welt Esports. We're finally done with the games from group number 3. Now we'll be cutting short for a short break after this group 4 comes into play.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 Round 3 stages. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be, I suppose, Johnny, going to be talking you through the commentaries for today. And seems like we are going to be closing the chapter here for Group 3 as well, Esports' domination has kind of shocked everyone in the chat and also us on the desk as well. And Johnny, what do you think about that match before we bring in Group 4?
I think that was just phenomenal. And as you were saying, like, we conclude the journey for Group 3. I don't think it's just Group 3. I think we conclude the journey for Welt Esports with that one. Because 3 matches done and dusted, over 80 points. I think after the second game I said it, that this team has already qualified. Now they're just going to do whatever they please. But it kind of creates an interesting scenario for all of the other teams mentioned in the Group 3 right now. But one thing that's there for you inside of BGMI, it's going to be the new collab. That's Royal Enfield and BGMI collaborating. So you guys can get yourself the Continental GT 650 and the Classic 350 for yourself inside of the game to roll around in style. And maybe, who knows, you start performing like Welt Esports did. But time for us to move forward. Enough of Welt and their shenanigans. It's time for Group 4 to begin their matches.
This is where things get a little bit tricky as well, because Group 4, we do have a lot of grind teams in this respective group, and obviously we will see teams with experience and also the veterans in the scene itself going to be competing with the undergods. And Welt, the Orc is not exactly an underdog. We've seen them over the years as well, but this is their most dominating performance. But do you think that the grind teams will suffer in this respective group for Group 4?
I don't think so. I think Group 4 is going to be a very tough competition between all of these sides, because as you mentioned, there are the teams from the grind, and of course there are other names as well that do show up with a few returning players as well. Dragonclaw Esports, we did not get a lot of opportunity to see them, but we have seen them in officials in the past. There's going to be Rivalry, there is Team 4M, there is Myth Esports, and of course one of the biggest names in this group, it is going to be Vasista Esports. And considering that they are playing one Erangel and 2 Miramars, Vasista is just happy that they're not with Revenant X-Park in Group 3 and they are in Group 4 right now, because that means there is a potential great start to their journey in Round 3 available to them. Their Miramars, well, the ones that actually were able to survive the drop clash in were kind of decent, and considering I hope they get Picardo today for free later on in the day, they can potentially start off their journey in Round 3 by being in the top 3 or the top 4.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit tricky as one as well here, but based on this entire groups as well, let's talk a little bit more on towards the teams that did well coming from Round 2 as well. That's going to be Myth Official and also Team 4M. They did score, Myth Official particularly scored 81 points coming in from Round 2 with 1 winner chicken dinner, while 4M actually got 77 points with 2 winner chicken dinners here. So there is going to be a little bit of a tricky spot here, at least for Myth and 4M, just because they are the toppers from the in-game qualifiers in particular. But let's give you guys a little bit more stats here for Vasista Esports as well, the grind team's tabletoppers as of yet for this respective group. For now, based on our previous historic performance, Erangel, they've gotten themselves 5.67 finish points per game, Miramar for 2.62, and Rondo for 8.7. Total points 11.2 for Rondo, 3.87 for Miramar, and 8.08 from Erangel on average out on all the matches they played.
Yeah, the Erangel and Rondo are decent, and Miramar, we all know the reason was their journey in this particular map was quite brutal, all thanks to their counterparts who drop in Picardo as well for the big Reds. But again, starting off on Erangel, if Vasista can secure a chicken dinner or even a top 3 finish with at least 10 eliminations to their name, as soon as they have those 10 eliminations, I think the average that they're looking for on Erangel is already a success for them, and then they can just let loose on the upcoming Miramars next. So there is a lot of opportunity for success for a team like Vasista today, and of course then once they show up again tomorrow, starting off on Rondo, if they can convert that map because of their play style, that the odds of that happening are also quite high. I think Vasista can do really well in this Group 4.
Well, it seems like we are all speaking very highly of Vasista Esports as well. It makes a lot of sense, but let's take a look at what our predictions are as well. It seems like I actually went for Altitude instead of Vasista, just because I want to see the Altitude dominating against round stages as well, because they do have their track record on round stages. Necro went for Myth. You and Fixers went for TBWB. Borderland. Wow, okay.
Tribal Warriors Borderland, I see.
Why?
The name. I mean, a lot of hope from this team, and I love that name, and I think there's going to be a lot of potential.
Okay.
It's just a gut feeling.
Okay.
Not mine, Fixes. I trust his gut more than mine.
Okay, that does not explain why. Just a gut feeling. I like the prediction. It's just straight up a gamble guess right there. But okay, I'll take it. But yeah, for me, Altitude obviously is going to be the team I watch out for as well. They do have a track record of just dominating the round stages. But when it comes to quarterfinals, semifinals, where the competitions gets really, really harder as well, especially with the grind teams, the group teams, and the top dogs, obviously is going to be in a very, very awkward spot. But I feel like they should be able to capitalize on this, like how Welt did towards the entire lobby of Group 3.
I mean, that was something unpredictable, right? What Welt was able to pull off. It was something that you do not really witness that often. That was a rare sight. But for Group 4, I think, of course, lessons are going to be learned. If you are aggressive, if you're confident, if your strategies are well fleshed out, and if all 4 players stick to the same game plan, success becomes easy. And I think that is what Welt has done in the previous matches that they played.
See, that's the thing, alright? What Welt did is usually what you expect out of K9 Esports to do it, or Hero Extreme Godlike to do it, or even Soul to do it at one point as well.
When was the last time you saw Godlike play like that?
This was last year's BGIS. Godlike did exactly like that. They just dominated lobby. It's like occasionally you see Godlike, occasionally you see Soul, occasionally you see K9 Esports, occasionally you see OG. No, not really OG. OG didn't do too much on BGIS as well.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, it was between, and Revenant and X-Park, of course, 100%. You know, regardless of whichever variation, with Sensei on board, with Trace on board, they would just, you know, just suddenly out of nowhere destroy the entire lobby themselves. So Welt has finally achieved that status right now.
Yeah, Revenant X-Park, not Revenant X-Park, but Revenant Esports from 2024. 25 was not, we don't talk about.
Oh, okay. So,
as Revenant X-Park, we don't talk about.
It was Wildfangs, my bad. Whoops, Wildfangs.
Yeah, Wildfangs maybe. Yeah, Wildfangs looks as aggressive, but yeah, that's us living in the past. Let's talk about the present. Well, again, done and dusted. Moving on to Group 4. I think few obvious contenders as you have picked out. Altitude, Myth picked out by Necro. Visista Esports is going to be an obvious pick for everyone else. Apart from them, I think we need to talk about Rivalry Esports because we have seen, and I think I did mention this when we saw them earlier on, that Arklin, he was always sticking around with his crew that was supposed to be Slug Beast and Ninja Boy as well. He was also there, the 4th man in the mix, although Omega was always the main IGL, but having an experienced player who has been in the T1 circuit for a while, even though hasn't gotten a lot of playtime, but as an IGL, Arklin can put in some value. We have seen him being subbed out for Rivalry Esports as well. So this is a team that has an odd mix of player within their roster, and at any given time they can drop in with a very weird playing for completely have a switch in their playstyle and become very unpredictable.
So, when you talk about unpredictability, I feel like Rivalry Esports, especially coming from Auckland as well, he was the guy that really stood out for me coming from Rivalry Esports, because he was always the guy that opens the fight, gets the first knock, and somehow, yes, you can say he gets swapped out, but I feel like he still got what he takes as well. And I feel like the experience that he had during his journey with K9 Esports is showing, especially coming from Rivalry Esports. It's just that execution or understanding between the teammates, or bonding, maybe even chemistry, or maybe even developing what Welt is trying to do in terms of macro gameplay is a little bit rusty.
Yeah, I understand that, because I think for him it's just a completely new experience, because he was sticking around with that iconic trio for a very long time, for about 2 years. I think that's as far as I can remember him being there with Slug Beast and Ninja Boy, and then maybe longer than that before my thoughts sort of fade away. But he's now with a completely new set of players, and as you mentioned, I think it is going to take time to build up that synergy, to build that understanding where you don't really need to communicate the minute details of your movements inside of the game with your teammates, and instinctively you just know, alright, this is what my teammate is going to do, because I've been playing with him for a long time, and I'm going to position myself in a way where I can take advantage of his move automatically. At the highest levels, that is what players usually do once they've been playing around with each other for the longest time. But while this is the story for Rivalry Esports and Auckland, you did mention 4M a few moments ago. This is also another team that has done well in the previous round, round 2. Now, going into round 3, the competition has just gotten tougher. What are your thoughts on 4M?
I think 4M, right, just because they do have a little bit of returning player here from Mysterio and also Beast, and not the Beast we were talking about from K9, this is a completely different Beast. And 4M, during their round stages as well, they did pretty okay, but my only signs of concern is that because Rondo is in the mix as well, where you need to have high finishes, like what
Yeah.
Welt did, in order to kind of stand out as well. And 4M, they do not have the highest amount of points, but they do have winner-winner chicken dinners, which again is great for tiebreakers, but not necessarily enough to actually get towards qualification as well. Because we've seen in the past as well, where teams who get like 1 or 2 chicken dinner may not necessarily be the #1 seeded spot. So you need to balance out between consistency between position and also finish points, which again, based on yesterday's matches, we've seen a team who had 0 position points out of nowhere with 21 finishes, and that pretty much almost closes the gap on just winning whoever is on top.
Hey man, that helps sometimes, just getting those finishes. For me personally, I believe early game you are just prioritizing finishes over placement any given time. I mean, it's going to be a while before you get to that placement point marker, be inside of the top 8. Earlier on, if you have an opportunity to take a fight, and definitely if you can find an advantage in a 4v4, just take it and run with it. But talk about picking an advantage, I think not a big advantage for the next team that I want to talk about. Dragonclaw Esports is going to be their name. And of course, a returning name in the circuit. Time and time again, we have seen them in the officials, in BGIS, but they haven't had a lot of success in their journey so far. There are a lot of returning names in this roster as well. We have TabGod, we have R2, and they have a lot of experience under their belt. But again, can you succeed this time? Are we going to see Dragonclaw Esports push past the quarterfinals in this BGIS?
Well, it could happen as well. You know, all things considered, like Dragonclaw, they do have a lot of experience, like you said as well. They kind of messed up here and there. But personally, I want to feel like I have a little bit curious on what Dragonclaw is going to be bringing to the table this time. Like, did they learn from their past mistakes?
I mean, talk about learning from the past. I think we have been talking about the previous lobby as well, where Wealth Esports dominated, but there was also Revenant X-Park, who have gone through a rebuild for this year and are off to a great start. We're going to have a look at an interview with their coach, Explicit, right about now. Here we go.
हेलो एवरीवन, स्वागत है सभी का इनसाइड द लॉबी के एक और नए एपिसोड में। मेरा नाम है स्पीरो और आज मेरे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क के कोच एक्सप्लिसिट। एक्सप्लिसिट, स्वागत है आपका। कैसे हैं आप?
मैं ठीक हूँ स्पीरो भाई, आप कैसे हो?
मैं भी बहुत अच्छा हूँ। एक्सप्लिसिट, 2025 का अंत बहुत इमोशनल था आपके लिए। इट वाज नॉट दैट ग्रेट। आपने बोला भी कि आप बहुत सारी गलतियों से सीख के बेटर करेंगे 2026 में। 2026 शुरुआत तो अच्छी हुई है, कैसा चल रहा है सब कुछ?
अभी तक तो इनिशियली तो थोड़े प्रॉब्लम्स थे। एक दो इवेंट्स जो हमने खेले उसमें काफ़ी डिफिकल्टीज आ रही थी, छोटी मोटी चीज़ें। तो हमने कोशिश करा, हमने फिगर आउट करी कि वो चीज़ें क्या है जिन पे हमें वर्क करने की ज़रूरत है। तो वी ट्राई टू कवर ऑल दी बेसिस। सो फार सो गुड, मतलब ठीक ही चल रहा है, पर आने वाले टाइम में देखते हैं क्या है।
ग्राइंड का परफॉर्मेंस सच में बहुत बढ़िया था एक्सप्लिसिट, बट अब जब राउंड 3 की बारी आई है, काफी सारे वेरिएबल्स हैं। इन गेम क्वालिफायर से क्वालिफाई होके कई नए फैक्टर्स, नई टीम्स आई हैं, प्लस मैचेस की संख्या भी बहुत कम है। तो इसके लिए क्या प्लानिंग है आपकी?
वेरिएबल्स आप सही कह रहे हो कि काफ़ी सारे हैं, काफ़ी सारी नई टीम्स हैं, लेकिन हम लोग हर टीम को एक नज़रिए से ही देखते हैं, चाहे वो अंडरगॉड्स हो, चाहे वो एग्जिस्टिंग टियर 1 टीम्स हो। क्योंकि अभी जितना मैं कंपटीशन देख रहा हूँ, राउंड 1 और राउंड 2 में मैंने जितने मैचेस देखे हैं, काफ़ी मतलब स्किल गैप बहुत कम है। जो भी डिफरेंस मुझे थोड़ा बहुत लग भी रहा है वो एक्सपीरियंस का है। और रही बात मैचेस की, नंबर ऑफ मैचेस काफ़ी कम है, 6 मैचेस है, तो मार्जिन फॉर एरर काफ़ी कम है। तो हर एक मैच बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है और उसी इंटेंसिटी के साथ खेलने की हम कोशिश करेंगे कि मतलब हम थोड़ा लाइटली ना लें। जो गलती मैंने हमारी टीम ने पास्ट में करी है वो रिपीट करने की कोशिश ना करेंगे, क्योंकि 6 मैचेस है, विल ट्राई टू मेक द मोस्ट ऑफ इट।
एब्सोल्युटली। बट एक्सप्लिसिट, अमूमन हम देखते हैं यार, सब लोग ग्राइंड करते रहते हैं, उसी में बिजी रहते हैं। पहले एक टूर्नामेंट, फिर दूसरा टूर्नामेंट, देयर आर नो ब्रेक्स। बट रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क ने इस बार एक ब्रेक लिया ग्राइंड के बाद। आप छुट्टी मनाने गए थे, उस बारे में बताइए कि वो कितना जरूरी होता है?
कंटिन्यूसली खेलते एक पॉइंट आता है जब सैचुरेशन हिट हो जाती है। मतलब ज़रूरी नहीं है कि आप लगातार, ऐसा तो नहीं हम लोग इतने टाइम से, मतलब जो भी प्लेयर्स है वो काफ़ी टाइम से खेल रहे हैं, वो 4 दिन 3 दिन नहीं खेलेंगे तो ऐसा तो होगा नहीं कि वो गेम खेलना ही भूल जाएंगे। तो थोड़ा माइंड रिफ्रेश करना, थोड़ा टीम बॉन्डिंग, मतलब आउटिंग के साथ, मतलब एक दूसरे के साथ अंडरस्टैंडिंग, चीज़ें घूमना, एक दूसरे को जानना, ये सारी चीज़ें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट होती है। आउट गेम भी जितने प्लेयर्स साथ में रहते हैं, बस गेम तक चीज़ें नहीं रहनी चाहिए, ऐसा मेरा मानना है। तो इन सब चीज़ों के कारण ही हम लोग ने डिसाइड किया था कि हम कहीं बाहर जाते हैं, थोड़ा फ्रेश होते हैं, फ्रेशन अप होते हैं, देखते हैं, नई चीज़ें एक्सप्लोर करते हैं, बॉन्ड मतलब हमारी बॉन्ड जो भी है साथ में प्लेयर्स की वो थोड़ी और स्ट्रेंथन करते हैं। तो इसी रीज़न की वजह से हमने एक छोटा सा ब्रेक लिया था और हम घूमने गए थे, और एज फार एज आई थिंक वो काफ़ी अच्छा गया, और उससे मतलब मेरे हिसाब से तो काफ़ी बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स देखने को मिलेंगे।
एक्सप्लिसिट रिजल्ट की बात आप कर रहे हैं, एंड आपके एक प्लेयर पेन का रिजल्ट भी बहुत अच्छा रहा, ग्राइंड में काफी फ्लैग्स निकाले उन्होंने। कैसे रिक्रूट किया अपने पेन को अपनी टीम में?
तो मैं अपनी टीम के अलावा टीयर 2 स्क्रिम्स भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा फॉलो करता हूँ नए राइजिंग अंडरगॉड्स को देखने के लिए। तो वहाँ पे मैंने इसे नोटिस करा था कि इस लॉबी में एक ऐसा प्लेयर है जो फ्रीक्वेंटली 8-10 फिनिशेस निकाल रहा है। मतलब लॉबी इतनी इजी भी नहीं होती कि 8-10 फिनिशेस आप रेगुलरली निकाले हर दूसरे गेम में या हर तीसरे गेम में। तो वहाँ पे मैंने नोटिस करा था। सो देयर आई मेड अप माई माइंड कि भाई मैं इसे एक प्लेटफॉर्म देने की कोशिश करता हूँ। इनिशियली मैंने ट्राई करा था क्योंकि मेरी टीम में जगह नहीं थी, स्पेस नहीं थी, कि मैंने 3-4 जगह बोला टीयर 1 टीम्स में कि मेरी गारंटी है प्लीज़ एक बार इसे ट्राई कर लो, बट उन्होंने वो ट्रस्ट दिखाया नहीं। तो मैंने सोचा कि कोई नहीं दिखा रहा तो क्यों नहीं मैं ही दिखा के ट्राई कर लेता हूँ। तो मैंने उसे मतलब इंक्लूड करा हमारी टीम में, और जब मेरे को लगा कि इट इज़ द राइट टाइम फॉर हिम टू स्टेप इन, तो मैंने उसे प्लेइंग 4 का चांस दिया। और उसकी मेहनत और उसका डेडिकेशन देखकर उसने खुद ही जो भी अभी तक अपना नाम कमाया वो खुद अपने दम पे ही कमाया है। मैंने तो बस एक चांस दिया था और कुछ।
देखिए पेन जैसे बहुत सारे नए प्लेयर्स हैं जो यहाँ पे आपको देख रहे हैं और आपकी बातें सुन रहे हैं, कुछ मैसेज देना चाहोगे आप उन नए प्लेयर्स को?
मैं बस यही बोलूँगा कि जो टैलेंट और हार्डवर्क है ये साथ में होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। भले ही आप कितने भी सुप्रीमली टैलेंटेड हो, लेकिन अगर आप मेहनत नहीं करते हो तो वो आप जल्दी शाइन नहीं कर पाओगे, जल्दी लोगों को दिखोगे नहीं। अगर आप रेगुलरली प्रैक्टिस कर रहे हो, प्रैक्टिस करते रहो, अपॉर्चुनिटी का वेट करो, कोई ना कोई आपको देख ही रहा होगा कि आपको चांस मिल ही जाएगा कहीं ना कहीं से, अगर आप अच्छा खेल रहे हो तो। और नहीं भी खेल रहे हो तो इम्प्रूव करने की कोशिश करो, ऐसा हार मत मान जाओ तुरंत ही कि नहीं हो रहा है, 2 महीने खेल लिया, 3 महीने खेल लिया, ये हो गया वो हो गया। सबकी लाइफ में, सब टीम प्लेयर्स की लाइफ में डिफिकल्टीज आती है कि टीम नहीं मिल रही है, टीम अच्छा नहीं खेल रही है, तो ये सब सिनेरियो तो चलते रहते हैं। लेकिन बस मेन फैक्टर ही होता है कि गिव अप नहीं करना है, कीप ट्राइंग अंटिल यू आर देयर। मैं बस यही बोलूंगा उनको कि आप डोंट गिव अप।
अमेजिंग। रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क की बात करते हैं। एक्सप्लिसिट आई मीन हमने बहुत बार काफी ऑफिशियल इवेंट्स में देखा है कि शुरुआत बहुत अच्छी होती है, लेकिन जब मैचेस कम हो जाते हैं तब नॉकआउट स्टेजेस में परेशानी आती है। इस बार भी मैचेस बहुत कम है, क्या प्लानिंग है आज के दिन के लिए?
इस बार 3 मैचेस पर डे है, तो हम लोग ट्राई करेंगे कि डे 1 पे ही क्लोज आउट कर दे अपना क्वालिफिकेशंस, क्योंकि जैसा मैंने राउंड 1 और राउंड 2 में देखा है मैचेस, तो डे 3 पे काफ़ी अनप्रिडिक्टेबल चीज़ें होती हैं, काफ़ी मतलब ड्रामा भी देखा है मैंने, ड्रॉप फाइट्स वगैरह का। तो मैं चाहूँगा कि हम लोग को वो सारी चीज़ें फेस ना करनी पड़े।
क्या बात है। अभी आज भी हम होप करेंगे रोंडो मर्चेंट्स अपना गेम प्ले दिखाएं यहाँ पे रोंडो में, क्योंकि एक ही रोंडो मिलेगा 6 मैचेस में। बट एक्सप्लिसिट a lot of teams, any teams to look out for apart from Revenant X-Pac according to you?
Apart from us, I guess टीम एगी, क्योंकि ओवर द ईयर्स एगी काफ़ी टाइम से खेल रहा है, काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस्ड भी है, और काफ़ी उसकी टीम्स वगैरह चेंज भी हुई हैं, और वो कंसिस्टेंटली ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट्स में काफ़ी अच्छा परफॉर्म करा है। तो आई गेस टीम एगी विल बी द टीम।
ऑलराइट। थैंक यू सो मच एक्सप्लिसिट हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। गुड लक फॉर द डे।
थैंक यू।
तो ये थे एक्सप्लिसिट जिन्होंने हम सबको बताया कि टीम रेवेनेंट एक्सपार्क कितनी तैयारी के साथ आई है। वेकेशन भी हो गया है, डोमिनेशन भी हो गया है, बट नॉकआउट स्टेजेस में अपने आप को बेहतर प्रूव करना अभी भी बाकी है। तो देखते हैं कि वो किस तरह से खेलेंगे। बट उनके अलावा बहुत सारी टीम्स हैं जो खेलने वाली हैं, और आगे भी इंटरव्यूज में आपको उनकी कुछ प्लेयर्स या कोचेस से मिलवाते रहेंगे।
So that was an amazing look inside the mind of the coach of Revenant X-Pac, Explicit right there. Could see the focus in his eyes when he was talking to Sparrow, but a lot of key things mentioned, and I think towards the end they had a lot of expectations from Eggy, they had a lot of expectations from themselves. He mentioned that they wanted to close out qualification in day 1, but unfortunately for Revenant X-Pac, well, Esports showed up today in their particular group. But apart from them, what are your thoughts on that entire discussion about taking a break? You have been in the management position yourself. Do you agree? 3-4 days off, after the grind?
Well, 3-4 days off isn't too bad. It's only 3-4 days, right?
Yeah.
Like, obviously you need a little bit of break as well because grind was like, what, 16 days back-to-back?
Yeah,
issue.
true.
At least for us, it's back-to-back. For them, maybe it's like there is some sort of gaps, which again, they need to mentally prepare for themselves again. I think having like knowing when is a rest day is important, and knowing when is a grind day is also very, very important. So a balance between a healthy work-life balance is going to be extremely crucial. Eating healthy is also very, very crucial. There's a lot of factors in play. So I think it comes down to how the mental fortitude or the mental of the players condition is at. Are they feeling stressed? Are they feeling tense? Or are they just too relaxed? It cannot be too relaxed.
Yeah.
And it cannot be too tense. It needs to be a balance of both.
I think break just came to an end for Revenant X-Park today, but with those first 3 games being done and dusted, and of course, them not being able to succeed in their goal of qualifying or closing out qualification on day 1 within the first 3 games. Now, work is cut out for them tomorrow, but there's a lot of opportunity for the upcoming group. Again, focusing on the teams from Group 4 who are about to begin their journey. We were talking about it that if you go and play your matches a little bit later than the first few groups that are closing out their matches or working for their qualification, you get an idea of what strategies are working with just 6 games to be played, how you need to pace yourself when you have that rotation of Rondo first and then 2 Erangels versus how you need to pace yourself when you have Erangel followed by 2 Miramars on the first day, and of course the next day afterwards what you need to do to succeed. And of course you get a slight idea of what the rest of the best top 16 is also going to look like, because for a lot of these names, even from the first 2 groups that have concluded their journey of qualification in round 3 so far, that rest of the best race is where their hopes are left for.
I think it just comes down to just hitting your objectives and goals in particular, right? Like, it's like Revenant X-Park, you talked about, oh no, they didn't really do too well. They still finished on the top 2. So, again, I think bringing up towards the question towards, like, did they do bad? No, they did pretty good. You know, like maybe unlucky, the points is a vacuum, blah, blah, yada, yada. But they still did towards fundamentals. They stuck to it. Yes, they fell out a little bit short here. They still did okay. But eventually, right, the goal is just to be top 6. So what if does the best in this scenario here? Because in the end of the day, the goal here is to be top 6,
that is true.
Qualify, done. That's it. Job's done. Focus on the next reset here. But in this case, speaking of resets here, this is going to be the journey beginning. The beginning of a journey here for group number 4.
Exactly, and it is going to be an exciting one for sure, because they start off on Erangel, but after that are going to be 2 maps of Miramar. But for now, we have had a lot of discussion about all of these teams from Group 4. Now it's time for the action.
Ladies and gentlemen, here, Group 4 about to begin their first match for today. It is going to be starting things off with the map of Erangel, and they will play a total of 6 matches. 3 matches for today and 3 matches tomorrow. And it's going to be a back-to-back here, and this is going to be the opening match here for this team. And we are going to be expecting a lot of potential drop clashes. But the biggest question here for me right now is that where will Vasista Esports drop this time?
Oh yeah, that is going to be an interesting one to see in this game as well. Vasista Esports, the biggest name in this lobby right now, and of course a lot of eye spent on them. But right off the bat, look at this. Something very interesting going on, because we have 2 squads. One is going to be teams, well, Spirited team, and along with them, it is going to be the lads from the sides of Good Luck Esports. Both the sides heading for Stalber Hills. I would expect Stalber Severny between the 2 sides, but both of them are just running for those Stalber Hills.
Okay, but at the same time, Severny completely ignored, shooting range ignored, ignored. North George is being conquered by Vasista Esports, and I think South George Dragon Claw may consider head towards that direction, but Gatka is going to be contested as well. But Picado, oh boy, Picado, School, and also maybe Rozok. Well, Rozok seems to be clear, but Picado and School is going to be a little bit of a messy situation to be working here, Johnny.
You mean Pochinki, right?
Oh yeah, Pachinki, my bad.
That's the next map I see. I know you see Vasista and you just want to see them fight Revenant X-Park.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I'm going to miss those moments until these 2 teams collide again. But anyways, I think Pachinki, Altitude is going to get lucky over there if they manage to rotate to the city early. Maybe can catch Danger from the side of DS off guard early. But we also have a centric circle. What is going on here? Detrox. I think Aqua Boy, was he trying to get in his vehicle?
Yeah, he tried. You know, he thought he was able to get the vehicles first, but it's just that Detrox got it a little bit quicker. And just before he runs off and gets kidnapped, he disembarks.
Yeah, I mean, it was a better outing.
No, if he stayed inside the vehicle, he was most definitely going to be kidnapped.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
All he needs to do is just drive up so fast to a point that if you try to
eject, you get knocked out.
Get knocked out.
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's what anyone would have done. I think so. Aqua dodging a metaphorical bullet over there in that mini play. But I think Myth will have an opportunity to kind of gatekeep the players of V4 now. So that is something that potentially can happen in the future. Let's see if how the rest of this game is going to turn out. Because as I was talking about the circle centered towards that Trident intersection south of Yasnaya Poliana, the eastern half of the play zone right now is just completely empty. There's no one Yasnaya, no one Mansion Prison, Milta, Shelter, Lipovka, no one towards Novorepnoy. Everyone is playing the western half, especially the centric part of the circle right now. It just has such a big cluster of teams compressed very close to each other, which can result in a lot of mid-rotation conflicts in Stage 2, Stage 3. But as of now, those teams have no incentive of moving out from behind their cover. But we saw a glimpse of Visista Esports, and they have a lot of incentive of moving out early, as you mentioned. Taking control of Northern Georgia Pool super early in this game. There's absolutely no one around them, but they will have to find some safe haven, some concrete cover to work with for the mid stages, and for that, they're going to have to rotate along the northern sides.
Well, speaking of teams rotating east side here, seems like Blacklist Esports is going to have a very, very easy journey to actually push through the east side. But interesting enough, despite us seeing a lot of splashing colors onto us where Pochinki is, no one has actually engaged against each other at all. Seems like they are actually looking to try and dodge fights here, which is a little bit of a disappointment for up to my liking. But again, if you are playing with the best, you do need to be very stocked up and very careful about this.
I mean, of course, it's an open terrain. Once you go east from Pochinki, Rozhok, difficult to traverse through. And as you mentioned, I think everyone is just going to be extra paranoid whenever they're trying to move out and trying to find some cover for themselves. But Urus Esports on our screens right now, a team that was quite close to rivalry in the early stages of the game, with rivalry present towards Query and Urus taking over the fields of Gatka, but they are on the move. I think a potential point of action is going to be to go for that pancake area and just gatekeep the edge of the circle from there. Dragonclaw Esports, they had a start from Ruins and now have moved towards the northern side of the Rozhok River. A potential fight for them could be against the players of Visista Esports based on the rotation timing of Visista and Dragonclaw. But as far as the early stages of the game are considered, it's going to be quite peaceful this time on Erangel for a change. Wow.
It's so weird, right? To see this so peaceful right from the get-go, considering that, you know, we were expecting a lot of aggression, a lot of potential, you know, gunfires right from the get-go. But again, they're just dodging the fights. Like, this is the first time I've seen a brand new group starting their first map in 6 minutes of the game, and not a single player has been knocked or shot, except for probably the guys coming from Wiz, which again, I think their players were low because they were just running around or dropping from fall damage here.
Could be. I think Wiz is, yeah, I think it has to be fall damage because they are present towards Ferrypier and Primorsk, but rivalry is not really pushing them or putting any pressure on them. But we have the map with us, so I do see a potential threat for the players of Wiz in the future. We're going to see how that turns out for them. A beautiful cinematic of the solar system in the world of BGMI, I guess.
So, okay, based on this solar system as well, which one is planet Earth?
I have no idea, man.
It's probably the blue one, right?
Yeah, it has to be the blue one.
Okay. Which one's Mercury then? Well, it's gone.
Yeah, Spirited team, they're done just looking at the universe all the way present towards the summit of the Stalber Hill. I want to talk about this as well. Spirited team and Good Luck. I was expecting a clash between the two sides because both of them were gliding towards Stalber Hill, but somehow both of them have avoided any contact with each other so far, with Good luck Esports looting the compounds present towards the extreme northeastern shoreline of the map, and Spirited Team just taking full control of the summit of Stalber Hill. Now, staying back towards the summit, staying back towards that observatory on top of Stalber, it is going to be a big question, because ideally in a circle like this, you would expect someone to be in Yasnaya Poliana. But had they moved in early, they would have gotten that city for free, but now they're going to be forced to stay back.
I'm really surprised considering that there is that's not for now. It seems like Noble Knights, they will scout out players here coming from 4M who is trying to drive by, and the return fires are coming in on towards apartments, and Noble Knights, they are going to actually back out of this fight after taking a couple of shots here. What a very, very cowardly act, I would say. No longer noble.
Hey man, we were just happy to see some sort of gunfire, some sort of action in this match finally. But as you said, Noble, they just back off, and 4M even, they are going to be upset about the fact that a fight has been denied. Although they are going to enjoy control of the school apartments for the next few minutes inside of the game. There's no one there to challenge them. Altitude present in the nearby vicinity in the open fields can't really pick a fight. But finally, we see Esports a few moments ago. In fact, the last time we saw them, they were in the Gatka fields, but now have moved all the way towards Mansion. They have made a very quick, long rotation, instantly looking to move for the center of the circle. But guess what? 3, 2, 1. Stage 1 of the game comes to an end, and the next shift of the circle, such a drastic one. My goodness, it just completely hard shifts towards the northwest. And Vasista Esports, all of a sudden, are smack center of the Stage 2 play zone. What is going on in this match?
Yeah, Vasista is going to be very happy about this as well, considering that they will be zoning every single team away from them, considering the north side is empty, 70 is up for grabs. It's just open fields after open fields, so teams who do not have experience of playing vehicle warfare or maybe even dogfighting as well, they are going to get completely shut out. But the question here is, we know Vasista is in a good position, but do they know that there's no one in 70, there's no one in shooting range, it's just a splash of colors coming in from the southeast corner. And this is the downside of having a very, very passive lobby, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you do not start thinning the herd right from the get-go, it's going to be absolute chaos by, like, what? In the next 5 minutes, you are going to see, like, gunshots after gunshots after gunshots.
I think we are going to see at least, like, 2 teams bite the dust in the next 5 minutes. Because that cluster, that wave moving in from the south towards the northern side, east to west rotation trajectory, all of these teams are going to collide in the open fields present towards the northern side of that river. Vasista Esports, as we were talking about them, smack center, but still haven't engaged in any conflict. But right after Vasista, it was Dragonclaw who were able to find solid cover for themselves. And we see them finally starting to take those gunshots towards anyone that's looking to move in towards these compounds. The only thing that has me a little bit concerned about Dragonclaw, it is this split formation that they have going on right now. If any one of their players goes down, gets knocked out, it will be difficult to recover, and of course, it will be an unnecessary loss for Dragonclaw.
Seems like Dragonclaw, they are looking to get a little bit more recon into the play as well. And speaking of recon, they are looking to try to extend their control of the map, so which makes a lot of sense as well. And speaking of extending your legs and looking for a cruise drive here, you guys can check out the collaboration with Royal Enfield, and also check out the 2 models that comes in with the Continental 650, which is in red, and also the Classic 350, which comes in black.
Yeah, I mean, both of them amazing bikes. A cruiser, a cafe racer. But we're still waiting for these teams to start racing for those points, man. 10 minutes, not a single finish inside of this game. Well, not even talking about a finish, not a single knock in this match.
Yeah, the only gunshot that I've seen on screen was the guys from Noble Knights who had a cowardly act, took a shot, immediately ran, and they're inside the zone right now in the center of control. We just briefly saw them having a little bit of a tension here with Dragonclaw, but again, no shots fired. It's just absolute quiet in this entire game itself, which is weird. I was expecting a little bit more people to actually go down here, but alright, nothing much super crazy. Seems like the circle is going to shift to the northeast corner, and this time Vasista Esports is going to be in trouble here because this is going to be an open fields fighting here.
Yeah, but I think they can still make that rotation, although I again love the shifts of the zone in this particular match. an extreme northeastern hard shift in stage 2, and again a a northwestern hard shift in stage 2, and a northeastern shift for stage 3. There's a big cluster of teams already inside of the play zone, but because of the terrain, now that cluster is getting more and more compact with every passing minute, because of which fights are just about to become unavoidable in this game. Right behind Vasista is that airdrop with the MG3. Can be a viable weapon in this match right now, and of course with the level 3 armor and helmet as well. Is anyone going to charge back for that? I mean, Beast is eyeing it. He's making sure, at least trying to make sure, that no one's marking that position.
Oh, speaking of marking position here, Vasista Esports, they're going to be a little bit not too happy that Circle did not form around them, considering that they are in the center. But the problem is, how do they cross the road onto the east side here is going to be the question here. Meanwhile, we do see teams rotating from the north side, and also the Team BW now in a little bit of scuffle, and it seems like they do find one of the players coming from 4M. And just like that, Mercy also looking for position points, unfortunately will be caught out in mid-rotation here, out in the open.
12 minutes and 50 seconds.
That's our first pick.
That's the first finish of the game.
Okay, that's the longest first pick ever, right?
I think so. I think the longest first pick inside of, I think, round 3 so far, as I can recall, yeah. And I think in the matches that I've casted as well. One of the slowest games of Wrangle. But after that first pick being secured, 4M, they do just keep going further north. Not really wanting to take a fight against TB over there, but it's going to be interesting to see how the other sides react to this. 4M now could be in some trouble. They're the only team down a player.
This is going to be a little bit of unfortunate events coming in. Dark Soul, they are going to be playing from the Rozok Bridge. They do have a little bit of Harry Potter to work with. But Vasista Esports saw May defending on one of the compounds himself here. No backup whatsoever. But Teams just doesn't really want to go for this fight here, as they are going to try and get center control. And it seems like 4M, they do have a little bit spot to work with, but it is going to be out and open next to the trees, and their vehicles are fuming. So they have to quickly find a spot to hide in as well. It seems like they do have a small little shack to work with, and hopefully nobody spots out their bright yellow vehicles.
I just noticed something that I did not notice a few moments ago, which is that Altitude is playing without Sporter. Now, Sporter, according to me, I think a lad that we've seen in the officials time and time again, has a lot of experience, decent amount of experience, in fact, for lobbies like this, but unfortunately not in the playing for this game. But oh, this is such a twister of a match, man. Look at that shift. It includes that small little ravine just northwest of Yasnaya. And it's another hard shift that forces about 70% of this entire lobby outside of that play zone in those open areas to move. And this is where the game gets extremely chaotic. Yeah, on our screens, the players of Myth towards the northwestern edge of the circle. Such a beautiful position to gatekeep all of these teams.
It's going to go from 0 to 100 really, really quickly as well here. As you can see, Myth official. They're finding a lot of cheeky angles, but we are going to be seeing our second engagement here. It's going to be Wiz that takes out Yami from V4, as that is going to be our second confirmation for this game.
And that's going to be the second pick. First pick happened at 12 minutes 50 seconds. The second finish at 15 minute 20 second marker. I think it was 3 minutes, almost 3 minutes between those two finishes.
Yeah, but considering how crowded it is right now in this situation, is how open the circle is as well. By the end of stage 4, I'm expecting at least 45% of the teams gets wiped out just because of how crowded it is. And we are going to be seeing a lot of solo warriors here.
I don't know how these teams have managed to keep their players safe, man, but I think after this Wrangle is done and dusted, the comms for all 16 of these teams for this game needs to be a case study about how everyone was communicating, and of course how the team that succeeds eventually in this game were able to succeed, because these are such unpredictable zones. But talk about unpredictability, and finally one prediction of yours, IC, has come true. The action has commenced, and this time, well, good luck Esports. They aren't really being lucky. They are losing players on that finish speed. We see them drop bodies down to 2 players.
Oh boy. Very tricky spot to be in here, especially coming from north side here. Frostrex Esports, they played the edge zone and they actually won their drop clash. But for Sister Esports now, they have to push through. It seems like they do find a couple of stragglers in. Shayan is able to get one knock in onto his DS, and that is going to be DS losing one. Almost catching another one as well, but they will get the confirmation. But look at this DS, they're stranded out in the open, alongside with Altitude, going to be peppering shots in, but with the zone coming in for Sister Esports, they need to get out.
Yeah, this is the Esports. They are going to try their level best to wait, and as you mentioned, the blue zone is going to force them to move out as well. But since they've made sure that the threat in the backlines is going to be pinned, it should be an easy rotation for Vasista as long as no one up front catches them off guard. But a few updates inside of the game. Good luck Esports eliminated. Dark Soul eliminated from this match, and I believe we are going to see another exit as the players from NBK are in a world of pain, and same goes for another squad that's going to be Eurus Esports. We saw players getting knocked out. Recovery is going to be very difficult for them as well.
Oh boy. But at the same time, there's going to be another team that gets eliminated as well. The NBK, 4 teams down and dusted. And surprise, surprise, if you caught a glimpse on how Vasista Esports rotated, how the heck did they navigate out in the open through the chaos without any teams looking to take shots at them? That is just really, really impressive here coming from Hector. And now they do have a 1-3 split coming into play, and Beast is right in the middle of it all, and they are going to be gobbling up anyone in between them and the rest of the pack here from Vasista coming from the east side. For the teams on the north, they're still keeping everyone at bay. And then from the south side, well, we do have teams still stuck on towards the Yasnaya bridge.
Yeah, I think a big threat for the players of Vasista is going to be the side of Spirited team, who are holding on to that high ground just north of Vasista Esports. You see them on the map. And, of course, the players from the side of BL Blacklist Esports, that is present towards the south, because that's a direct line of fire, just a few trees blocking the way, but not enough of the bark of the tree is up above the ridge to block the shots for Vasista Esports. So they're still going to be visible, but luckily Blacklist have their own threat lurking close by. But what was that nade? My goodness, Altitude putting pressure on the players of Eurus Esports, and they did not even see that coming. 2 players knocked and finished off, and Altitude out of nowhere have racked up 6 eliminations to their name.
This is great here coming from Altitude, but at the same time, shots fired here as well. And it seems like they are going to try and set up for another potential gank here onto the southeast corner. But V4 is going to be the next contest here. And seeing how many spokes out in the open, this is what I'm talking about, long-range fights and also vehicle warfare, right? You need to be able to time your rotations. And guess what? Harshu finds one off towards DBW, and just like that, they lose not just one, they lose a second one as well, as Wiz from the far horizon chimes in, and DBW might be the next to fall here.
I think they definitely can be, but Blacklist as well in the back lines. Lazy, another man surviving, but not really in a position to accomplish anything. His team put under pressure, but Tribal Warriors, Borderland, and even they are down to the last man, Rahul. He's swimming for his life. And I think Tribal Warriors, Borderland, this is going to be difficult match for them from here on out. Altitude on the other side, 3 players knocked. Clouds is still fighting for his life, and he barely manages to stay alive. About 40 HP on him. 8 eliminations secured by Team Altitude. But can they get those revives going? It's going to be tough.
Oh boy. You can see everybody just scrambling for space and cover as well. Everywhere, nowhere is safe. Even Myth Official tried to reposition. Rivalry was just defending here. And a random other team goes for a couple shots and gets the knock through. And it's all about timings in this situation here. The counterfire from Rivalry will find the opener, and they do see Myth. And they are looking for the third here. They've got 2 points just like that. Now Lucifer are going to be stuck in that tree. Rivalry Esports a little bit hesitant to push forward here, knowing that there might be third parties coming through.
Yeah, Myth might be done for here because Lucifer has no escape. There it is. It's going to be the third party from FTR, and now Myth, just one player in the backlines, can't really do much. He's just trying to spray down the players of Rivalry, keep them at bay. Not an easy task. Frost X Esports. I was wondering how do they have a line of fire on this entire fight, and we finally get to see them on the flank. Team Spirited, they get eliminated from this game. And look at this, I mean, such a smooth transition in this match from having 16 teams, all of a sudden we're down to 8 teams.
Oh boy, very, very quick one here as well. And surprise, surprise, Seems like almost half the lobby has been eliminated in one pro swoop. It was just absolute chaos. And Frostrex Esports scouts out a player from the far horizon. That's going to be UE eliminated here in 8th position. And they got a little bit greedy here. Frostrex Esports tried to take a jab here onto his rivalry, but a couple of return fire swings way. So they are going to trade 1-for-1. As Frostrex Esports still stuck in a deadlock with rivalry to push inside the zone.
Well, this is going to be a tough rotation. I mean, if they try to push for the center, although there is no incentive. But as you mentioned, I think the main challenge for Frostrex is going to be rivalry on the flank. 3 teams right now, strong momentum for all 3 of them. Oh, he finally gets finished. Kaiser GT gets that frag for his team. And Myth turned into a Myth. We're down to the top 6 teams of this match, 22 players alive in stage 6. So from being one of the most peaceful Erangles to one of the most destructive Erangles. What a turn of events. And I want to talk about Vasista Esports when we saw the map, because that split, 1-3 split that they had, they've somehow managed to make it work. Beast has kept his head down this entire time, while his teammates from the edge of the circle have built up so much pressure and have secured 6 finishes in the match so far.
Okay, Vasista Esports. Who got those finishes here? It seems like Dragon Claw. Okay, it's going to be a little bit mixture from Wiz, as the entirety of Dragon Claw just crumbled into flames here in those vehicles. As of yet, we're down towards the final 5 team here. Vasista Esports actually surviving with their interesting rotation here. 3 on towards the Cove, and Beast still inside the zone all by himself. And all Beast has been doing here is just keeping his entire head down low, keeping track of where Wiz is as well, which again in this zone has one of the only solid compound to work with, while everybody is out in the open. And now from the perspectives of Frostrex, they do have a small little elevation advantage over everybody else.
Do you want to hear something fun?
What?
Within the first 12 minutes of the game, there were 0 players lost. Within the last 11 minutes, there have been 44 players picked off.
Wow. That is so fast.
Yeah. We're down to top 5, man, at stage 6. This is a very interesting, a very intense, I think, the most tactical Erangles we have seen in BGIS 2026 so far. I hope there are more matches like this where we see such challenging shifts from the bat, because stage 2 shift to stage 3, I think stage 4 and stage 5 were a little bit more forgiving comparatively, but stage 2 and stage 3 were just brutal. No one given an opportunity to fight. Everyone was just focused on keeping themselves alive, just playing for position in the early stages of the game. But I think no more positions given to the players of altitude, as Vasista Esports poured them out, and clean taps, clean bursts coming through from Shayan, but he's out of ammunition on that Scar.
Yeah, he can't really pump as well here. Resupply is a big problem, and seems like they are going to call in Beast actually going for the shot here. You can see Cheyenne, he's still clicking those ammo. I need ammo. I need those points here. He knows for a fact he's going to get it, but Beast with the nade is going to clean out altitude. Great comms coming in play, and just like that, they will clean out another team here. We're down towards the final 4 team, and now Rivalry is looking to try and push inside the zone. And with the 4 teams in play, we do have Frostrex from the northeast, we have Rivalry from the northwest, Vasista from the south side, and Wiz, who has middle circle control for the longest of time.
Yeah, Wiz has been incredible. I think they kind of used Vasista as a turret on top of their heads and just kept their heads down, and hence Wiz has managed to stay alive. Still quite close to the center, but now they allow the players of Vasista Esports to get close, and this is going to be a big mistake as the nade from Saume goes in. Inside indoors in perfection, and the players of Wiz are finally getting beaten down. 3 players knocked out. Last man left alive also finished off, and that's going to be the end of the journey for Wiz. Alright, the last man is still there. He's still standing. Not anymore. As soon as we get a vision, Aizen gets finished off. But I think a team that I feel has the highest odds of winning this match, it is going to be Frostrex. They are just on a dominating run. 10 eliminations secured. They have the high ground. And Vasista Esports might just get distracted by a rivalry, or maybe not, because Amog is just tunnel visioned towards the players of rivalry, not letting them move out even for a second.
Yep, great stuff here coming from Frost Rex here, taking advantage of those elevation, which gave them so much vision to work with. And now they've got a decent widespread here, knowing that everybody's weak. Rivalry is looking to go for the reset here. They are going to try and go for a drive-by, 4 shot to find an opener, but nothing has been shot here. He needs his teammates to back him up, but they're so low. They are forcing medkits and first aids here in order to actually stay afloat in this scenario. And now with the nades coming through, iShot, he's about to bleed out to the zone, and Rivalry, they have no choice but to push in. They're stuck, they're desperate, and Frostrex got them completely locked down. Kairos is going to be setting up those Molotovs to stop Frostrex from over-peaking, and it actually buys them a little bit of a space to work with.
Yeah,
wow.
It does. I mean, that was decent, in fact, more than a decent reset. I'm surprised they're still in a fighting position. But I see Frostrex armed with the P90. One of, well, a weapon that I personally feel does not give the opponent too much of a fighting chance because of that rate of fire and the control that you can have. But Frostrex, I think they're just controlling the players of Rivalry. They're not letting him move an inch. Kairos, iShot, Auckland just completely pinned. But Visista Esports, brilliant positioning. They have control of the stage 8 zone, and I think are going to be able to avoid at least the initial few ticks of damage from the blue zone in the stage 9 collapse as well. So odds based on the position in the favor of Visista Esports, even though they are a player down compared to Frostrex. Can he, does Frozen have enough range, I see, to lob a nade on the top of the roof? Well, doesn't mind. He's going to get knocked.
Oh, nope.
Oh, what?
Okay, almost got knocked though. That's going to be a little bit tricky angle here. The smoke does give him a little bit cover fire. Cheyenne a little bit off the mark, but while this is happening as well, Rivalry actually makes a pounce onto his Frost Rex while they were distracted, and just like that, Rivalry will now take the high ground. They do get another knock, and now there's only one player remaining here from the side of Frost Rex. And he's going to be stuck all by himself here, spotted out by Kairos. The shots are coming in, but they're not connecting anything here. But Vasista, they're looking to gobble up those points as well.
Yeah, Vasista is getting gifted this chicken dinner, all thanks to the players of Rivalry Esports, who single-handedly destroyed Frostrex Esports. Last man left alive. Well, not a lot of hope. It's a 1v3, and Vasista Esports, they show up with a cleanup. An amazing performance from, I have to say, all 3 of the teams that made it to the top 3 of this game. We expected big things from Vasista Esports. We had big expectations from Rivalry. While these two names deliver, Frostrex Esports was a big surprise. Brilliant control of the terrain, brilliant control based on the position that they had, the confidence, everything was just perfect from this team.
Exactly. This is a perfect example of one of the most difficult circles to play because it requires a lot of tactical decision making, a lot of cue information to actually work with, especially when gunshots are in play. Those are audio cues for you to rotate when or when not, to or to from as well. And Vasista Esports was able to take advantage because, again, too many gunshots means that everybody is shooting something.
Yeah.
That means 2 things. They're not looking at you. That's 1. 2, even if they are not looking at you, they're probably low on ammo and they need to reload. So that small 3-second windows might allow them an opportunity to cross through, which Vasista Esports is able to capitalize on. So very, very good reads here coming from Vasista Esports. That's number 1. Rotations is going to be one thing as well. But it just shows you experience plays a major factor for all the teams who play from the grind stages as well, even for Rivalry, who did really well this game.
Yeah, I think, and I'm glad you mentioned Rivalry over there as well, because I think Rivalry was equally impressive, if not more, if you're just talking about their rotations, because they started off from Query, and then there was this long rotation where for a long time you thought, all right, the circle is going to go south of Yasnaya, but no, it just completely shifts towards the northern part of the map, and Rivalry are forced to readjust, and yet they somehow figure out a way inside of the top 3, facing that pressure from Frostrex the entire time they were present towards the northern edge of the circle. And talking about Vasista Esports, the most important decision made by Vasista Esports was between stage 2. Well, when you transition from stage 2 to stage 3, because that is where Vasista was pushed from being at the center of the circle to being towards the southwestern edge of the circle all of a sudden. And then they made this 1-3 split play where the entire roster just moves to the hill, to the northern side of that ravine, northwest of Yasnaya Poliana, and Beast was left smack center. From there on out, it was just about picking the right fights, and with the kind of IGL that they have in the form of Hector, he was bound to do that. But now, time for the stats. And the MVP of the game, of course, Some with 6 eliminations.
Yeah, this was a huge game here coming from Salome, but at the same time, we have to talk about Frostrex as well. This was a big game coming from them as well. Oh my god, I think his name, is that how you pronounce it? Oh my god?
I think we're just going to call him Amog.
Amog, yeah, Amog does really, really well here with 6 initial as well. He's got 1,000 damage across the board here. He was actually controlling every single team from the north side. But let's talk about the overall points in this game. Have we seen a huge vacuum? Not necessarily, but at least 4 teams on the top, and even Wiz as well has gotten double digits so far, whereas the rest of the pack has been completely shut down. 25 for versus the Esports, Frostrex with 20, Rivalry with 12, Altitude with 12, Wiz with 10, and the rest, well, everybody got completely chipped away. And there is a saying that most of the in-game qualifier teams do not have experience in fighting out in open here. We're used to compound fights, and you give them a circle like this, it just pushes you to the limit.
I mean, but this is the real test, right? This was a game all about adaptations, because you would never, I mean, I never thought the stage 2 shift was going to be so drastic. Luckily, everyone survived, but after that, the third hard shift that happened, the second hard shift that happened, that was a difficult readjustment. Looking at the damage graph, of course, you pointed this out. I think the main fighters for this game were Altitude, Rivalry, Frostrex, and Visista Esports. Everyone else was just kind of providing enough suppressing fire to just keep on moving, stay inside of the play zone. It wasn't easy the entire time. But I feel really bad for the teams that took an exit with no points.
Yeah.
Teams like Noble Knight, teams like Good Luck Esports, Dark Soul for that matter. They were taken out in stage 4, but by then we still had 16 teams.
Yeah, this is a very, very tough circle to actually play as well here. Dogfighting is very, very crucial, and not many people have those experience to actually do it as well. Like hiding with vehicles, baiting people to fight here, was just something that not many experienced teams do. But Rivalry did it, Vasista did it, and that's why they made it end game. So I'm very happy to see that, oh, this is a problem in this lobby right now.
Hey, but right now I think what we feel is like things are going to get tricky for Group 4 in round 3. This Erangel was something that was out of the books. Is that going to be the story once we move on to the next map, which is going to be a back-to-back Miramar? But before the upcoming matches, a very short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back after that short break, and now Sphinx is with me on the panel. And yeah, after witnessing such a passive game of Erangel, one thing is for sure, for Vasista Esports, they were in that natural habitat.
Of course, I think the bars were set so high that after seeing how well performed in their group,
I know, right?
We had our expectations up. But again, this was a very weirdly paced match where initially we saw the first knock 12 minutes into the game, and then the circle doing its trickeries and so many teams struggling. But this is where, again, you know, like you said, Vasista Esports, we have seen them. Hector loves taking control of situations, and even during the fight, yeah, he was really good with Some also into play. I think Vasista Esports off to a really great start.
Now, you already know I'm not really a big fan of passive games myself, but this lobby is quite passive and methodical itself.
Yeah.
They do want to bring in that tactical gameplay, but to be honest, for Vasista Esports, they're in their natural habitat. That's how they like to play. Securing 25 points in total, getting 15 frags, that's massive for Vasista Esports. But something else that's extremely massive for you guys is also going to be the Discovery Island, which is already live inside of the game. All you need to do is just play classic games, and you will be earning exploration points. While you're earning those exploration points, you're also going to be unlocking in-game rewards, and also going to be fueling the prize pool for this BGIS 2026 up till 4 crore rupees.
Absolutely, and again, we have been like broken records. We sincerely thank you for all your support you showed us last year, and we hope that support continues and even goes further this year as well. But again, Vasista Esports, they really played well, but another team that really caught my attention, and again, BGIS has always been about breaking boundaries for the newer teams. Frostrix Esports, I think this is one of those teams that I'm really eyeing out for, because this is the first time I heard this name, and they were also all guns out blazing.
Definitely new face on the block, doing really good for themselves, and the point standings as well, had a decent bit of points.
Yeah.
But my eyes were locked on teams like Myth, and my eyes were also locked on teams like Rivalry. I'm not exactly satisfied with their performance, since we have seen Myth in the past in 2025, and their performance was pretty decent. They were able to make it to the late stages of the tournament, but then later on, unfortunately, failed to make it to the LAN finals. And I'm pretty sure this time Myth's goal is going to be to make it to the LAN finals.
I hope so. Myth officials, I think it's been almost, what, 2 or 3 years that we've constantly been commentating them, and we always wanted them to do well. They make it to the 3rd round, to the 4th round, and it feels like that is where they have made their match. So we hope this time they have learned from their past mistakes, and this time they make it into the grand finals as an org and even perform better. But for Rivalry, I think it's every single time we see this banner, it's a different team altogether, and this time they've also rebuilt this team up. Few early promising signs. It was still game number 1, Erangel, so leave it to everybody. We're not going to be judging them, especially with how the circle was constantly shifting. This was a very difficult circle to actually approach when you have a hybrid one at that. You know, you've got 2 mines, as in the circle can go down south, the circle can go up. So yeah, now coming up would be Miramar. That is where I think the game might be even more slow-paced, given how Erangel was. So for all the new viewers that are actually tuning in, a little bit of highlights of what happened in the first game. So again, UE, this is again one of those teams that I'm really eyeing out for, even Altitude as well, Necro. And this team, I think we have casted Kaiser in the past, but from a different banner, for sure.
Yeah, definitely we have. I do remember that name, without a doubt. Looking at Vasista Esports, the fact that they were able to secure 15 points, that's going to be massive just off of the eliminations. And they managed to acquire 25 points in total. And this action was definitely quite nice. Vasista Esports not shying away from those fights, actually facing the fears head on. That's exactly what you want to see. At the end of the day, we all know how Hector likes to play, right? He has been that methodical, that tactical guy. You will not really see Vasista Esports just straight up ramming their heads into a fight, but instead they try to take it in the most intellectual way possible.
Yeah, of course. I think that is how Hector has been building up his portfolio as an IGL. So nothing taken away. But again, for Hector is, I really want to see how he acts when he's under heavy pressure. Because we have seen this numerous times, Necro, that Hector starts off really well. But when push comes to shove, when it's pressure really surmounting, that is where he fumbles massively. We have seen him start off day number 1 with a very good fashion, and suddenly day 2, it's the final game, and he drops the ball. I think that has happened, what, like 2, 3, 4 times, even during LANs, where he was at the position where he could literally lift a trophy, and in the final game, he messes up.
Consistency's always been an issue with Hector and the boys, but I hope this time they're going to be working on to that, since they already managed to secure 25 points off the first game itself. And let's not forget, tomorrow there's also going to be the map Rondo. So for Hector and the boys, there's definitely a chance that even tomorrow they can pretty much grab a massive game in their hands and turn things around for themselves. The conversations should still be around teams like Myth Official. Now, they're back with a complete new set of players. I would love to see what exactly they've got in store. Yeah, they've only played one game so far, but I do believe Myth will pack that punch.
Again, Myth has been one of those organizations that has always supported the undergods. And this time again getting a new bunch of players, which means that they must have had a good scouting done with the players. So hoping so, they deliver. Rivalry, the same goes with them as well, making it into the top 3. Altitude, another returning name. So few returning names, few very new names. And Frostrex, we've seen Kaiser, but the others, we're yet to see more out of them. But the initial impressions, I must say, for Frostrex were lovely. But in Miramar, there are certain Miramar expert teams. So let's see that in the game of Miramar, if we get to see something different.
Looking at the terrains and looking at the way Miramar is being played, I do believe that Hector and the boys should be able to perform pretty well. They like to take things a little bit slow, calm and composed at the start. And then later on, they like to increase that pace in the final few moments. And another factor that's going to add on is that Vasista Esports this time is not facing off Revenant X Park. So luckily enough for them, Picado is just going to be open, but there's still a possibility that we might see a contention there.
And I love those rivalries. I hope in round 4 they somehow get grouped up together, or maybe let's keep it to the semis or the grand finals. So that is a rivalry, that's a storyline in the making that has been continuing since the grind. And we just saw RNTX had a decent day in the office, if not really great, because of course got overshadowed with how well Welt Esports was playing. But for Vasista Esports, this is one of those lobbies where they should be topping the table by their standards, by the quality of the players they have, with the experience that flows in. But again, Hector, that's the big question mark, because even outside the game, health-wise, he was not doing that great. So it takes a lot out of Hector, and he was almost about to even announce his retirement, that he's going to be taking a little bit of a sabbatical from esports. He's going to be holding on, and I just hope he has recovered. He's come in with a new set of players. I really hope this year, brings in some good luck for Hector.
But as I mentioned, just because Revenant X Park is not a part of this lobby does not mean that Vasista Esports will not be contested towards Picado. Picado is probably one of the most favorite spots for these players, and there will be another team who is just out of nowhere comes in and tries to contest Vasista Esports. There is a possibility that can happen, but will that happen or not? Let's find out in this game itself. The planes in the skies for the deserty lands once again, but this time it's going to be for the Group 4 itself. Vasista Esports, for them, they should be in their natural habitat, while my eyes are also going to be pinned on teams like Rivalry Esports and even Myth Official. Now it's time for them to wake up. Looking at the plane flat path starting all the way from LSR towards Partona, it's heavily tilted towards the right side of the map. If the teams do want to head on towards El Pozo, Creative Fields, La Copraria, that's going to be an extremely tough stretch, pretty much impossible.
It's going to be, yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, all these teams, if they've made it to round 3, they experience enough, they know where the vehicle spawns are. We're just anticipating that we do not see some early turbulence over there. I'm just lying. We would love to see some early fights, of course. But yeah, I mean, teams heading all the way towards the western side, they are going to be thrown for a toss. But Altitude, this is a team, man, that brings me memories of previous BGIS. There were so many beautiful moments, but unfortunately, they could not make it that far. But for Vasista Esports, I think Picado should be clear for them. There should not be anybody budging or disturbing. Even Los Leones just seems to be taken down by just one team. Even DC is steering away from them. What is going on?
Dragon Claws, well, as you mentioned, moving away from that pact. Then you've also got We4 and DS right next to each other. That's going to be another interesting drop clash that might just happen all the way on the right side of the map towards Impala. Vasista Esports heading towards Picado. That's going to be free go. No one contesting them. Really good. While there's DS on the screen next to We4. And look at this team just landing out in the open like that. Oh no, the man's barely surviving out in the open, still trying to just make a run for his own safety. He's going to find a bit of that cover to play with, but still. Looking at Rahul, the man's constantly just spamming with the bow and arrow. Connection was not found, and that's why, as of now, Frozen himself, he's going to be safe. After having such a decent game in the previous one, they almost dropped the ball in this one.
A huge sigh of relief, if you ask me. Especially for Frozen. It was a jump scare for a moment as the Tribal Warriors had him spotted out. And even for Tribal Warriors, it's been a rough road. If you remember, round 2, we had such high expectations from them considering how well they had performed in round 1. And could not get into the top 7, but still, somehow made it because the top 16 teams, barring the top 7 from a group throughout round 2, should go in. But this time, Tribal Warriors have learned from their mistakes. This time, they want to get off to a really good start. And in front of them, 4M, they find themselves in troubled waters. Beast, I think Necro, it's safe to say he's pretty much done. He's been left alone. Yeah, there you go.
Command's going to be confirmed. And let's not forget, for Miracle, it's quite a known banner. But the player's definitely new in flesh. And as of now, starting things off with just a 3-man squad, it's just going to be even worse. Oh, he's on the run.
The logo looks very familiar.
Yeah, it definitely does.
But it's Team 4M. So it's a whole different team. King OP, Mysterio. Again, you know, don't get me wrong, but we have also casted Mysterio. I'm kind of pondering whether it's the same Mysterio or not. But for DS and V4, little bit of a standstill over here. And this is where, look at Yami. He's got that church to himself. DS, everybody towards that eastern side. And nobody's actually gone for the flank. So if Yami, I just hope he's got some nice scopes on his weapon. A 3x even should do the job. He needs to find an angle. He needs to thread the needle. He needs to initiate that fight. Otherwise, pretty much they're just wasting their time. You know, they're prolonging. They should disengage and get into a better position inside the circle. Because Los Leones, that has been left vacant. That is atrocious, bro.
The biggest city on the map, no one actually contesting that. Definitely a little bit weird. Blacklist Esports, even they're on the move towards the better spot inside of the circle. It's not the best spot, but at least somewhere around the center. So that's going to give them a bit of that temporary cover. A lot of these teams are probably going to be waiting for the second stage to pop up, and you still have a lot of time for that. Assist Esports all the way towards Picado, still getting their hands on the basic loot. Once again, a slow and steady start for this Miramar. That's what we expected. Looking at the southern side of maps, there's 2 teams in nearby proximity. Definitely a chance that they might just collide.
As anticipated, Necro, we kind of did see this coming. In fact, if Erangel was so slow, Miramar, again, all these teams in newer lands haven't played against each other as an entire lobby. So, of course, everybody wants to play it safe. A lot on the line for these players. Even for Wiz Esports, look at that. Nobody is showing any signs of interest. Nobody wants to take that fight. I think it's all about just the Tribal Warriors and the players of Team 4M, who initially got individual finishes each. But then again, you know, the opposing teams did not retaliate back. It was all about playing the safer game. So, if you ask me, the kind of expectations we had after seeing Welt Esports, I'm kind of bummed a little bit, because these teams also need to realize one thing, that the more you delay these early game moments, you're not accomplishing any objective, just sitting down, you're just making things worse for yourself in the later stages of the game. That is something we witnessed even in the previous game of Erangel, right? So many teams were alive and suddenly a hard shift, everybody just gets wiped off.
Exactly. A burst of action that happens. And that action is so random that it's really hard to take control over it. So it's better to just take those early game fights and at least try and establish a bit of that stability. Looking at what's happening for him against those foes in the front. King OP, the position's compromised, but there's a DBS in the front. How can he really challenge the fight? Utility's now being tossed as well. The man's being forced out of his comfort zone. King OP, you should cook up a nade. Time's running out. The man needs to toss that nade out. Utilities are definitely being tossed against that player. Even Guts taken down real low. King OP tossing another nade yet. But this one's not going to find any sort of connection. Actually, it does. Knocks out that player in the corner. Solid stuff. The leftover man is just going to back away. Get back in the vehicle. What? This is not what his teammate's supposed to do. You just left your own teammate to die like that. Could have actually saved the day. Could have called the cavalry as well. Where is the backup? Yeah, now we know the reason why this lobby's so passive.
Oh my god. Again, this is one of those unfortunate encounters where Uris were really not anticipating Team 4M to make a move. But when you look at the brighter side of things, at least Team 4M, they showed signs of intending to take a fight. Got a knock, got a finish, that's all right. But for all these new players, again, the same conversation comes in. You know, they're feeling very scared, they're feeling very worried. But again, in these moments, you're supposed to show signs of taking those fights. You should be better. Because that is how your confidence increases. But Frostrex Esports, after a great start in Erangel, having a good game, now find themselves getting hurt by the players of Spirited Team. As the spray really does a little bit of damage, but not enough to secure a knock.
They get away harms free.
Yeah.
So far, there's just been 2 frags accumulated. And both of them by 2 different teams. Individual blows handed out. The next zone is going to be popping all the way on top of Lobby Nadita. Yeah, this game's going to go a long way. We might see a few rotation clashes, but I highly doubt there's going to be anything critical happening. Assist Esports, they've already found that breaching point. They're probably going to try to be the gatekeepers, because getting that centric control, it's just going to be extremely tough. Playing inside of Lobby Nadita, it's not recommended.
I think at this point, we should be anticipating a couple of fights at least happening, given so many teams are trying to go for the breach from the southwestern side. Assist Esports staying at bay, just waiting for somebody to come out in the open. But look at this, Team 4M. More like it, a fight against the Tribal Warriors, and Dola, he has been taken down. As Team 4M showing no mercy on their opposition. Of course, they've lost out on one player, but this is one team that is showing so much courage. As of now, I mean, we take it, right? We want to see some action happening, and it is just that Team 4M is keeping things really entertaining.
Playing around the off-centrics. Staying away from the center side, which makes a lot of sense, as I mentioned. Playing from the center is going to be extremely tough. Lobby Nadita is not going to be an easy ground to play in. Blacklist Esports, those shots were definitely close. But still, this team is safe. Only one man was scratched up real low. The fact that they've only got 3 men standing, that's terrible. It's not going to be a good look for the later phase. Looking at Fasista Esports as well in the nearby proximity. The moment a fight happens, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to try to collapse on top of it. Third party it as much as possible. Frostrex Esports on the move towards the edge. Even for them, they're going to find a clean breaching point from the northern side. Once again, way far off from the center. And I highly doubt a lot of these teams would want to position themselves around La Benedita as well. There's a lot of teams inside Minas Generalis.
I think the ideal approach will be to be playing from the northern side, which Frostrex is doing at this point. But V4 Esports, they've got the numbers of the players off altitude. Quick trades coming in from both the sides. Altitude in a mad frenzy. They need some cover, Necro, at this point. The good part is that V4, two of the players who were inside this compound, they have been taken down. So quickly, Altitude needs to focus on getting their players back up. But from the backlines, oh, look at these hungry hounds. Vasista Esports, a great start, and suddenly Hector saw Manus limping on the floor. Instantly put him out of his misery. But right next to Hector, you could notice the players of Team Myth Official. And this is what I was talking about, right? That crater around that La Benedita, you do have the luxury of the edges. But then again, if you do not have that backline control, you're pretty much exposed.
You indeed are.
Cheyenne is there.
Look at Rivalry 2, all the way back in the blue, going for that late game rotation. How well is it going to work out, especially when you know you're playing in a passive lobby? Teams are not going to fight. That also means that circle is now filled up with too many foes. And Rivalry Esports, for them, the breaching point's not going to be clear. Spirited Team, constantly doing that poke damage in the front. They were able to squeeze in that elimination point, but that's not going to be a big difference maker. Rivalry Esports finally breaching inside of the safety lines, but they were once again playing from the edges. The back's against the wall. Rivalry Esports, they're playing it extremely safe. Staying as far away from the action as possible, but you know Fixes, when you're going to be playing from the edges, you're supposed to be an aggressive team.
See, listen, honestly, Rivalry in one game, they've got 12 points. And given that Arklin is in the squad after so much drama on social media, he's made his comeback. And I'm kind of curious to see that he's produced a lot of big names, right? And the previous game, they still really played well. Approaching from the edges. Right now, they're also trying to gauge the pace of the lobby, which we also are. Because suddenly we notice a fight happening and suddenly there's so much of those unusual disconnects that keeps going on. So at this point, let's just say that Arklin does not want to risk anything at all. He's just playing like Vasista Esports, where he's waiting any good moment to strike, and he'll go for it. And rivalry, let's see. I mean, what they can get out of this game. But for Urus Academy, man, like I really felt bad for Guts. How he was just left alone, all by himself, by his teammate.
That was definitely brutal.
Yeah.
Should not have done that. Another crazy fact is that his teammates did not even bother. Those two players were in the back just busy looting up. And these two players were busy fighting. Where was the cavalry? That's my question. Both the teammates that were looting up, they're in the same fault. But hey, you guys see this beautiful Porsche on the screen. You guys can get your hands onto it. Hop inside of the game. And let us know if you got it or not. The next zone's going to be important. But where is it going to pop up? That's my question.
But the look of it, I think maybe another concentric shift, at least for this zone. We've seen that curveball, but right now, I think somewhere still around that Minas Generalis region. Maybe slightly on the southern side. But the moment of truth in front of us, BLT still holding on to the center. Vasista Esports, they've got Team 4M right next to them. And yeah, this is something we pretty much predicted, right? Since the new zones, it's not something that really catches you off guard. But Vasista Esports taking the southern route. I think they've heard the commotion. Altitude and DC, they're engaging against each other. Two surviving members of V4, they'll also come in from the southern side. And then there's rivalry. Which part do you think rivalry will take to enter inside the zone, Necro?
I don't think rivalry is going to try to bring in anything new on the block.
Are they going to go for a long rotation or are they just going to go for a slam? Bro?
Seems like it. I mean, as of now, they're just going all the way back in the blue. Hugging the blue, actually.
Okay.
And they're trying to pull off a long rotation.
That's fine.
One of the players has taken down real low. Shot himself, does not even have a lot of HP. And as of now, it's ST pushing up against GL. Probably one of the most scrappy fights. There is that one player knocked out. Eventually a nade tossed out as well. And that's going to get the confirmation. These two players, are they really going to stand? That's another question that's popping up in my mind constantly. But the utilities from ST, they're precise. They managed to thread another needle. Another man knocked out. Situation's now down to a 1-on-2. Good luck, Esports. That's all I'm going to say to them. Good luck, boys. Aww. And now especially this man as well getting shot at from the back all the way from top of the hill. He's so unlucky. That third party claiming the final elimination point, Amog, he's definitely going to feel good.
That was a cheeky wipe, I must say, especially when, the last player of Good Luck, he was so timid in that situation. He was worried and he had his attention on the team in front of him. And suddenly he gets shot from the back lines. Yeah, that's quite unfortunate. But for Vasista Esports, just keeping the players of Team 4M at bay. Mercy, one of the final players alive. Almost depleting out of all his meds. Some, he's going to keep a close watch. And look at 4M. At this point, what does Mercy do? Oh, wait a second. He's had enough. And Some, he's just going to play with his food till the point. The final shot on the skull. And that's all she wrote. Team 4M, they're eliminated, Necro.
Impressive stuff. Vasista Esports, they've still got it. Constantly hammering the lobby. That's going to be the fourth frag on the board. Looking at the elimination feed, once again starting to pop off. DS, they've lost out on 2 players in this fight. Utilities precise as ever before for the boys of Wiz. And they're not going to be stopping anytime soon. Harshai's got the high ground to play with, but now the man's also getting suppressed from the back. He's constantly being shot. And that's going to be Frostrex, who do find the knock once again. Frostrex is being a real pain in the gut. Constantly third-partying fights, taking those shots from the far fray. And looking at this NK, they're going to be the one to third party as well. Two teams at the same time. They've got their eyes laid out in this fight. And for DS, the survival just gets even worse. For Wiz, at least they can back away towards the compound. There's still Harsha knocked out, but eventually he's back upon his feet, and he patches himself up as well. And look at DS, what a knock that was! Oh my god, with the QBZ, Vern just braced 2 players down, and NK, they messed things up. Started things off with a big advantage, and now Prime is the only person in the proximity. How can Prime save the day?
And he's in no man's land. No cover for him, just going head front on the players of Dark Souls. As for Abhishek, just that little cover from the monster truck. But for how long? And even for Prime, being the final player alive, does not have any mids. Had he even had 1 frag grenade, maybe another knock would have been secured. But again, Prime repositioning himself and just steering away from all that commotion. Does not want to be a part of it. The good thing, at least for Noble Knights, is they're still inside the circle. So, I mean, at this point, you pretty much are just hoping that you survive. But given he's just on the edges, and then we're going to have a circle shift, his position already revealed. His time in this game is very, very limited now.
And indeed is. Prime for Esports, they found themselves in probably one of the worst possible spots. Backs against the blue. Vasista Esports, they make the pounce. And Vasista Esports, they've already found themselves in the man advantages side of things. 2 players knocked out from them and 1 player knocked out from the side of Vasista Esports. Sean is trying to crawl back to safety as altitude. They're constantly tossing in those nades. And Beast is down low as well. A Molotov tossed in the front. For Vasista Esports, this 3-man squad, he can still survive. Hector is all the way in the back, and he's also catching a lot of hurt upon himself. Just needs to cross on, that's it. Blue as well, this time is going to be doing a lot of damage, but Salve, what a nade that was! Strikes one of the players in the front. Altitude, they lose out on Gods. Prime OG and Clouds, they're going to be on the run, but even Prime gets caught by Dragon Claw in the back. Clouds is now the only person who wants to get the escape pathway, but can he run away? A lot of those shots are taken against him. He's out in the open, and the man's not going to survive for too long.
Vasista Esports completely trying to wipe off the certain side. Eliminated a lot of foes over there. And Beast, what a narrow escape it was in that situation. Altitude, I mean, not so lucky this time. We're kind of confused if they wanted to really fight, given so many teams were around them, or they decide to back off. And they did the latter. And had to pay a hefty price for that. For Dragon Claw, though, still have the luxury of the circle, at least as of now. Still have all of their players alive. Just trying to snipe out some finishes here and there. As for ST, they've gone in close. Right in front of them, Blacklist Esports. Still looking quite dandy. All 4 of their players alive. But at this point, Necro, this is where they should be starting to farm a couple of finishes. As for Tribal Warriors, they find a knock elsewhere. As for Urus, a battle against Tribal Warriors. This time, Baz, he fails to deliver. That leaves Plasma, the last player surviving in a 1-on-2 situation. In fact, make that 1-on-3. And Tribal Warriors, their misery continues, Necro.
Unfortunate circumstance they were put in. And now they've already been eliminated from the game. Urus Academy, at least they were able to secure a few elimination points for themselves. The next circle is going to be important. And it's going to just center on up, right on top of the boys' Blacklist. Dragon Claw Esports on the southern side. On the left, we've also got Myth. On the right, Frostrex Esports. And even Wiz. This one's looking like a tough game. The circle's out in the open. The only possible good compound in the circle. It's already contested. Where do teams like Vasista Esports send? That's my question. Vasista Esports have already sent it around this haystack, and now they're also getting compromised. Capitalized, getting shot at from all the different angles. Vasista Esports, their lifespan, it's now limited. 2 players knocked, just 1 man standing in the back. And that 1 player is trying his best to make the most.
Yeah, it's just Hector who's alive on the backlines. And this was a bit of a miscalculation coming in from Vasista Esports. And made no sense to take control over that little shed. It's all out in the open. You know you're on the lower grounds. They should have actually cleared their backlines first, especially dealt with the last player of Rivalry, and then maybe made a move And in fact, with the confidence surging with the players of Basista Esports, they should have dug in a little bit deeper. But for Urus, again, trouble in paradise. Dino, his vehicle was burning. And for now, Ishan from Wiz having to go with that explosive bow. As he managed to even connect a single shot though. And look at him. He's running out of ammunition. The last mag on his AK. And then just he has a shotgun to play with.
Frostrex Esports still on the high ground. Now surrounding lines starting to get filled up with a lot of foes. And Frostrex Esports, their attention's going to be diverted. It's going to be Viz constantly knocking on the doors. Utilities constantly making sure that they're going to be kept in check. But now the players, they do patch themselves up, so it's looking okay. For Wiz, the only possible challenge in their life is going to be eliminating Frostrex. And for Frostrex, Viz is going to be a big problem. How do you deal with it, especially when the opponent's got the advantage? For Frostrex, yes, they do have some sort of compound to play with, but for Wiz, they're desperate to make it inside of the circle.
I like this from Frostrex. Honestly, Necro, Kaiser, his position, that was lovely. He's supposed to be the difference maker over there. Especially just keeping a slight different angle from his teammate. Even if they get pounced on, I think they have a contingency plan at the ready. So even for Frostrex, 5 finishes, all of their players still alive, given that Basista Esports are eliminated. So now the doorway to the top spot has opened up for them. All they need to do is just be very disciplined with their approach and aim on getting a chicken dinner. However, for Wiz Esports, so far 12 points overall for this team. And finally, Azen registered that first finish to himself. For the players of Blacklist, they have been hunkered down through that one compound. And there's no other reason why they need to move out, right?
There's also a few names like Dragonclaw Esports really taking the advantage of this commotion. Dragonclaw Esports is going for a massive split. They've got their hands on a decent compound or a decent spot. That cover is definitely going to go a long way. One of the men from the side of Dragonclaw Esports, Arto, is in quite the advanced position around the centric part.
And don't you remember Arto also being a member of Rivalry Esports once upon a time?
Yeah, he definitely was.
Yeah, so now he's just going up against his former org, and it's quite interesting to see how he performs. But for now, Falcon, that was a quick snipe on Kaiser and could go for the second one as well. But in the right nick of time, did manage to get into cover. But Falcon, he is a man on fire. Wiz Esports, courtesy to that beautiful high ground, did this somehow manage to dish a hefty amount of damage. And for Spirited Team, they are also looking for few cheeky pickoffs, unable to find any.
3 finishes on the board for Spirited Team. They have been constantly trying to get those elimination points in their hands, but it's been getting really tough. Frostrex Esports once again raining down hellfire on the lobby from the spot they've got. WizX, they're right next to them. And Viz constantly being a major threat in the life of Frostrex. Now also getting shot at from the right side of Moog. The man is barely surviving out in the open. The tire blows up, and he was forced to stop. And eventually, Viz is also going to take the advantage of that fact. It's also Dragonclaw constantly hammering down the boys of Frostrex. And they will not be surviving for too long. Myth Official still standing in the game, and Dragonclaw Esports, they're really taking 2 different fights on 2 different fronts. 2 boys taking shots against Myth, 2 boys taking shots against Wiz. And over here, you've got Urus Academy against the boys of Blacklist. Blacklist, they've got a solid compound. Breaching this compound, especially when you've only got 1 man standing, it seems impossible. Unless he lands some good nades, but even he does not have any nades to play with. And he also gets shots from the back. So it's impossible. It's done for.
Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. And he should have anticipated this. Really did not have a lot of smokes also to work with. But for Blacklist Esports, I think it's all aligned for them. Given how the circle has been favoring Dragonclaw Esports, Artho, he has been phenomenal. Even Tap God, we've seen Choke Boy, Harshu. Again, bunch of misfits put together. And now clawing their way to victory. That's what the intention is. You have been an ardent believer in Myth Esports, Necro. And so far, they have made it inside the top 4. So, good signs for them.
The playstyle hasn't changed at all. Myth, this is how they like to play. Completely based off of the position. And once again, the playstyle hasn't changed. Oh, but this Groza can definitely change the course of the action. It's Arto. He's got his hands onto it. Myth with only a 3-man squad. The chances of survival now extremely low, dimming down even more as Herschel gets knocked out as well. Myth, oh, they're looking like they're in massive misery. Constantly being peppered even from the side of Wiz, constantly being peppered even from the side of Dragonclaw. What do you do? And Viz now shifting their focus on the boys of Blacklist, while Myth, they just want to stay away from the action. But the Blue's on the move, and they need to keep on moving with the Blue itself. The action, it's not going to stay away from them for too long. And keep this thing in mind, Detrox, he has to move out in the open from this spot. That's where Myth Esports can actually lose everything they've got. Daddy gets knocked out and confirmed. Dragonclaw Esports, at least there is a bit of that hurt upon themselves. But now Dragonclaw, they actually returned the hurt back on Wiz.
This was lovely stuff, especially using the numbers to the fullest. And, oh, Choke Boy. Was it a very far off knock? Especially with that Groza. We have seen a couple of Grozas in action. Dragonclaw Esports already. 8 finishes secured. Making it inside the top 3. And Choke Boy, he's been quite impressive. But down to his final mag. Still does have 4 grenades, but needs to close in on the distance. And for Dragonclaw so far, they've done everything right. We're in the final stage of this game. And this is where Blacklist, they had the luxury of that compound, now have to come out in the open. Ishan just intending to go berserk over there. Did dish a hefty amount of damage, but not enough to secure that knock. They know the iron is hot. DC, they're intending to close in. Vicky, Lazy, everybody just grouping up, and a fight is imminent at this point.
Blacklist pushing up close and personal. Those Molotovs not finding proper connection, but the utilities from the side of Dragonclaw Esports, they definitely do. Nade's able to knock on the door and also find a perfect knock. That's going to be the second one. Really precise with the nades, but now a third party comes in from Wiz. And this is where Blacklist, they might just have the help that they desperately needed. But Wiz, that wave might just eliminate Blacklist first. All Blacklist need to do is just stay quiet. Stay quiet behind that vehicle, but the Blue is constantly on the move, and that's going to force the boys of Blacklist to move out in the open. And that Groza, it's going to make sure that will mark an end to their life. Now the fight's down to a 3v3. Blacklist out of the picture. A team that had the most advantage is not in the game anymore. But now it's between Dragonclaw and Wiz. All the 4 players standing for Dragonclaw, while Wiz, with only a 3-man squad and not a lot of HP to work with. One single misstep from Wiz, and they will lose this game. The Blue is also constantly on the move. It's shrinking down even more. And Wiz, they cannot dodge those nades. Dragonclaw, for them, it feels like it's their world, and Wiz is living in it. And eventually, they choke him to death.
Lovely stuff coming in from the players of Dragonclaw. The way they control that entire map towards the very end, that was phenomenal. Especially anticipating where the opponents are coming in through and how well they segregated their fights. Because whilst that fight was going on, Viz Esports, they came in for the third party. Instantly realized that threat, and they kind of took a little bit of a backseat, recuperated, and then re-engaged. And the best part was they had all 4 of their players alive. So what was a very slow start into the game of Miramar, it built up towards the very end. This time, however, you know, we had newer names. I really liked how Viz Esports really stepped up, even for Blacklist, after not so great game in Erangel. I think the position points and the finishes is quite decent.
Was a massive game for these teams. One thing is for sure. For Blacklist, as you mentioned, the moment the circle shifted away from them, they had to step out in the open. Not a lot they could do in that given spot as well. For Dragonclaw Esports, though, definitely an impressive performance. The way they were splitting themselves out, the moment they knew that there was a big cluster of teams on the other side, constantly duking it out against each other, that's when Dragonclaw Esports, they pushed up, got a little bit close to the end, got their good spots in the hand, and the moment that happened, Dragonclaw knew that they are going to be the one to pretty much come through victorious. All they need to do is just make smart decisions.
And another thing we noticed in the final moment was how Harshjord just rage baited the players. You know, he just went in for a drive-by and suddenly Viz Esports, 2 of the players had their crosshairs swayed. And that is when DC capitalized. So I think I must say it was a team effort. And these are again players we have seen in different rosters, Artho being the most renowned one. He's been in the block for quite a long time. Even Chokeboy, we have seen him in various official events. This time also 5 finishes, 6 for Artho himself. So Dragon Claw really cooked big this time around. But for the other big names, the likes of Vasista Esports, we saw some initial good signs from their
eliminations.
side. Yeah, 8 eliminations was fine, but that little decision making, that needs to be worked on. They cannot make such mistakes, in such a stage.
In my opinion, as long as they're consistent, that's all that matters. Because we know things can really go down when it comes to Vasista Esports. We have seen they're in their biggest low, so I do believe as long as they get those 8 points, that's all that's going to matter. 8 to 9 points for you to qualify. The first game was a massive chicken dinner, so you can't say they've already got that cushioning to work with in the overall standings. The MVP of that previous game, it's going to be Arto from Dragon Claw Esports. 6 finish points already accumulated, and the damage number as well is going to be 676. The top players as well pop up. Chokeboy getting 5 for himself. Then you've also got Ishan getting 4. Speaking of which, a new team on the board doing really good on the map of Miramar.
Absolutely loved it, especially how they were engaging in those fights against various teams, and amidst all that commotion still kept their numbers up and still getting those finishes, and courtesy to which, look at them, 14 points. But Dragon Claw definitely drawing the headlines, at least for this game. And even for Blacklist, right? This was a much needed comeback. 11 points, still fine, still A-okay, even for Vasista. For FTR, considering how good they were in the first game of Erangel, I had my hopes pretty high. But again, the big issue was for all these teams to try and actually get inside the circle. Again, comes back to the same old conversation, Necro. The teams delaying that early game fight, that kind of led to their demise in the last few moments.
We've also got the finish and damage report on the screen for Dragon Claw Esports. Of course, it's going to be the most since they were the one to get that chicken dinner with the most amount of elimination points. But then you also see Wiz, a new team on the chopping block, doing pretty good. Blacklist is also going to be in that same list of the top 3. Blacklist, they had the compound available in the final few moments as well. But the moment the circle shifted away from that, that's when Blacklist Esports was not able to capitalize. And that's why they got eliminated too. The overall standings do pop up on the screen. Vasista Esports is still going to be on top with those 8 points they got from that previous game. 33 points in total. Frostrex Esports, they were constantly taking those fights. But in the final moments, when the circle shifted out in the open, those good spots were already taken away. Frostrex, they tried to make a mad dash. It did not work out.
And the only takeaway from this lobby so far is it's still evenly contested. We do not have a team like Welt Esports completely creating a vacuum or one-sided storyline. We are seeing newer teams step up. Wiz Esports, look at that. One good game inside the top 4. Altitude, after having such a great start also in this game, they kind of fell off. Even for Rivalry, could not do much because, again, a fight against 2 different teams, one of which being Vasista Esports, that's all they could do. But even for Myth officials, Necro, for a moment, we saw them making it into the final circles. They were doing pretty decent. But then again, you pointed a very valid point. They have been staying so passive. I think they need to be a little bit more proactive, need to be spreading out a little bit, at least gather enough information. Staying clustered together really did not help their case even in this one.
I think this group really needs to understand the value, the importance of elimination points. Myth is a prime example of that. In the previous game, they managed to acquire that 4th spot, but they only had 1 elimination point. They managed to get those 3 placement points out of that game, and they only got 4 points in total, which is honestly really bad if you think about a team like Myth. They needed more, but they messed up big time, and that's why I mention this every single time. At least be a little bit aggressive in the initial phases. You getting third-partied, the chances are extremely low as well because the fights will be isolated too.
Yeah, of course, and this is something that we would expect from a banner like Myth. This is also a well-established fact that this is a different roster altogether. But then again, for Myth official, these round 2s, round 3s are easy piece of cake. We've seen this is in round 4s is where they kind of tend to struggle. So I really hope Myth go for a hard reset and get a chicken dinner in the next one.
They just need to amp up the aggression. It's not just about Myth. There's a lot of teams that need to amp up the aggression inside of this group. And maybe in the final game in Miramar, we might see that aggression go up by a little bit. But for now, let's move on to a short break. You guys don't go anywhere.
Watch the darkness.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Ride beyond limits.
Welcome back after that game, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And Icy, after witnessing such a passive game of Miramar as well, one thing is clear, that this lobby does not know the real importance of elimination points. But with Vasista Esports, at least they're consistent. Getting those 8 points in the early pack, they got eliminated pretty early too.
Hey, that's the saying, right? Survival of the fittest. In this case, this lobby is only thinking about survival. And I wouldn't disagree with them as well. Sometimes, you know, getting placement points gives you a better shot in life. And in this case, a majority of the teams, they are playing very tactically, and that's something that I personally love a lot in terms of macro gameplay, but execution-wise, a little bit lackluster, in my opinion.
I mean, look, Myth was able to make it to the top 4, but they only got away with 5 points in total. So yeah, that's not really going to be too rewarding when you're just not really compromising or getting those elimination points with that too. But hey, something that's going to make you look and feel pretty good inside of the game is also going to be these beautiful Royal Enfields. Get your hands on those bikes. Look at them. They look so good. The Classic 350, I'm pretty sure a lot of you guys love it, so just try and get your hands onto it.
Yep, be sure to check it out. But of course, speaking of checking things out here for this one final game in this respective group, I feel like Vasista Esports is still going to be the table toppers. They still had 8 finishes in this game from the previous game, but this next upcoming game, if they want to stand a chance to try and qualify like what Welt did, they need a massive performance right now.
Yeah, I mean, for Vasista Esports, at least they're on the top of the board,
Yeah.
right? Let's just say that Vasista Esports is not dropping the ball completely. We have seen this team in their complete low as well, and we know how worse things can be for Vasista Esports when they really start choking things. So I'm just happy that they got those 8 points out of the previous game. They've still got one more game to go in the future, which is also going to be the map of Miramar. So Vasista Esports can definitely do a little bit better.
Look on the bright side as well. Considering the stats coming from Grind as well, especially coming from Vasista Esports, we had data coming in here as well. They've only gotten like 2 points per game on average on Miramar, courtesy of Reverend X Park. So 8 points from that game, I would say, is a win coming from Vasista Esports. But jokes aside, let's just close that chapter for a little bit here. There is a particular team I want to talk about in this particular group. It's going to be Wiz Esports here. In this case, I would say their situation from game number 1 on how they actually progressed into the final top 3 here was nothing shy of luck. Circle just favored them as well. We had like some diabolic shifts all the way through, and yeah, it's centered around them. They made it top 3. Great, yeah, sure, it might be luck. But for a back-to-back game, making it into the top 2 this time, it feels like, okay, maybe Wiz is onto something. And this is something that I'm curious to see. And I want to pay attention a little bit more on what they can actually progress in more. Because, again, the goal here is to get like 8 to 9 points consistently every single game. And you're pretty much qualified to the next round. So, in this case, I want to pay attention a little bit more in this upcoming game.
You know who else was lucky in that previous game? It was Blacklist Esports. The circle was just constantly forming on top of them, and that was the only compound inside of the circle too. But the moment the zone moved away from them, that's when Blacklist Esports were really caught off guard. They had to move out themselves, and the moment that happened, Blacklist Esports was also getting shot at from top of the hill, and they just did not even stand a single chance. Myth as well, pretty much the same thing happened to them. Myth tried their best to do something, but they were just too exposed. They had to move out in the open. So you can see, once again, the MVP of that previous game has to be the circle. Shifting out in the open like that, teams not having proper grounds to play with. Wiz was actually able to secure a pretty solid ground, and since they're also a new team on the chopping block, that's definitely quite an iconic performance coming through from them.
Now, before that, let's talk a little bit more onto the highlights here on some of this fights that has happened in this game as well. And yeah, I think 4M in this scenario was a little bit of a big question mark in the sense where, oh, they won that fight, but after that, they just could not convert even more.
The funny part was, that man just left his teammate to die and just ran away in the vehicle. Did not even call for cavalry. His teammate was just begging for mercy. And yeah, for some reason, no one really came to save the day for the boy. Looking at Dark Souls 2, we did see them be a part of a few fights, but the conversion rate, it was not that great. Dark Souls found themselves in probably one of the worst possible scenarios. They were sandwiched between 3 teams and eventually pretty much just crumbled under that pressure. Vasista Esports took a fight against Rivalry Esports. They came out on top in this fight, but then Altitude Esports created a lot of problems for Vasista.
This is a very, very clear example of the decision makings being made by the veterans, right? Like when I'm talking about veterans coming from Grind Team, I'm talking about Vasista, I'm talking about Altitude, I'm talking about Rivalry in particular, these 3 teams. Why? Is because of the fact that information is around in this entire game. Audio cues are being made throughout the entire game, gunshots, gunfires, whatever. The decisions they make after listening to those shots stands out the most compared to everybody else in the team. Like, you can see perfectly example of all 16 teams. They play very, very passively, but when a gunshot is heard, what do you do later on decides it as well. And I can feel like Vasista Esports, they're always looking for gunshots and before they make their move. That's why the game is very, very slow paced, very passive as well. But the moment you hear a gunshot, if let's say, oh, it's a little bit too close, should I fight this or not? Those decisions makes you a little bit different compared to the rest of the pack. Whereas most of the time, I think for the rest of the lobbies, aside from the veteran teams, when they hear gunshots, they're always looking to fight. And while they're fighting, they neglect space that can cut off other teams as well.
And looking at Dragonclaw Esports too, once again a returning banner towards BGIS 2026. Dragonclaw goes all the way back to 2023. They've constantly been trying to topple the overall standings, constantly trying to crack it towards the LAN finals, but they've failed every time. But this time, this Dragonclaw Esports, they definitely have something else in their blood going on. The way they played that game, the way they got that chicken dinner, now keeping themselves in a real comfortable spot in the overall standings, it just gives you a bright hope for the future. The same conversation can also move on towards a team like Wiz, but another known banner is also going to be Altitude Esports. The performance is lacking from them. Not sure what exactly is going wrong, but Altitude decision making, it's really bad.
Yeah, it's a little bit shaky for some times here, considering that game 1 was still an okay start for them. The safety cushion is somewhat there, but it's slowly diminishing here because compared to Group 3, we don't see this vacuum of points being absorbed from the teams at the top here. In this case, Vasista Esports is currently at the top-ish, alongside with Dragonclaw, of course. But again, it comes down to this one final game for today to kind of set a benchmark on how the race is going to go for the catch-up. Are we going to see these potential comebacks? Or in particular, I feel like for this respective group, it is going to happen just because tomorrow they are going to play their last 2 Erangel maps. So based on the first Erangel that they played, they do have some sort of data to work with for tomorrow.
And one thing is for sure, right? This entire group, they're definitely being constantly hammered by the Circle. Circle is being really brutal for this group. You are seeing those curveball shifts in that game. And Miramar, the Circle is just shifting out in the open. No proper terrain to play with. And that's why a lot of these teams are just getting eliminated out in the open. Now, moving on towards the final game of the day. That's where you can hope a little bit more better performances coming through from Frostrex Esports. This is another banner that's really doing good. You're seeing them for the first time on the block. And Frostrex Esports, the way they're positioning themselves on the high ground, constantly poking that damage on the teams, constantly getting those elimination points. I do believe that even Frostrex Esports stands a big chance to win that game.
I perfectly agree. You know, it actually surprised me during the first game of Erangel as well, but all things considered here, this is going to be the last map of Miramar. Can they make the bounce back? Can they push and set the safety cushion for themselves for tomorrow? Well, we've got to find out because we are going to be jumping into the one final game here for today. Right now, it is on.
The plane's going to be in the skies for one last time in the day. And this plane flat path, it definitely does seem quite balanced. Starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards the opposite side, which is going to be La Cabrera. Now this plane flat path dividing the map into 2 equal halves. If the teams do want to move on towards the top right, which is going to be LSR, it will be a tough stretch. If the teams do want to move in towards Chumacera, that's also going to be a tough stretch.
Well, as of yet, I think it's not too shabby. You know, it's pretty balanced, considering that there is a lot of places they can drop off as well. It's not like a curveballing shift where it's just so hard south to the fight, to the point that almost 50% of the northern area is just unreachable by flight path. So it isn't too bad. I am expecting drop clashes potentially again for those vehicles, which, interesting enough, this lobby just doesn't like to take fights or get a little bit aggressive. I think you brought up this point just now as well. Sometimes in the early phase, especially for Circle 1, Circle 2, it is okay to take early fights, as long as you know that the moment you drop in that direction, there's no like 3 or 4 teams that drop in the same vicinity.
Exactly. The fights will automatically be isolated, and you can definitely take those fights risk-free. Yes, there will be some sort of risk. It's not even a question. But at the end of the day, those early points really do give you a lot of confidence boost, and that's exactly what you need in this lobby. We4, they found themselves against DS. Dark Souls, they're indeed quite dark, and once again, this drop clash for Dark Souls, it's panning out pretty well. They've already managed to find the first knock. That's going to give them the man advantage they were looking for. For We4, constantly dropping the ball in these drop fights, it's not going to give them the points they really want. They're desperate for the points. They lost the previous drop fight, and now they're on the verge of losing this fight as well.
Oh, a very tricky spot to be in here as well. Yami, he's only got the M16. Seems like he's going to be pulling the shotguns. Pre-fires are coming from Dark Soul, and they're checking every single corner. But it seems like Yami is looking to try and bail out this fight, and maybe look to try and reflank them from underneath. And I don't think they've realized that they've come down. It seems like it was spotted out as well. Yami looking to try to back out of this fight. He needs to set up for a teammate to try and provide some sort of cover fire, but it's not happening. As Dark Soul is not looking to try to give chase here. Yami is be juking around here. He's lost all advantage here from the high ground, and at this time he's looking to try and disengage. The pre-fire comes in. Abhishek extends his peak, drops him down low, but the support fire from his teammates from V4 is able to drop him as well. But interesting enough, I think V4 is able to get up their 4th player. Oh wait, hold up, it is actually bleeding out in about a second more, I think.
Yeah, the man's definitely taken away to his own death.
Oh, it's done.
That's another team actually taking another fight too. And We4, they're just going to back away from that spot. Yami does not want to be part of that commotion just yet. Wants to let the opponents take over that compound. They're completely fine with that. Maybe just want to start things off a little bit slow and steady because they know what exactly they faced in that previous game. They do not want to be left out in this game as well. At least secure a few more points. That's going to give them the head start in the overall standings for tomorrow's rondo.
I'm really surprised that Dark Souls actually did not push the pressure. Yami's able to get out. He gets a couple of love taps from the back. But at the same time, he is going to be out to safety. And it seems like We4, they are going to be back to looting. While Dark Souls is going to be paranoid a little bit on whether or not they should be looting as well. But from the far horizon, we've got a guy on top of the mountains here from Dark Souls providing some sort of a scouting vantage information to work with. But it's too far off. And his teammates is pretty much boxed in and towards the northeast side. So they either look for an exit strategy or they start backing out this fight. So it is going to be tough. But let's take a look at the replay here from this opener here from Abhishek. Oof, great shots, but no conversions though, unfortunately.
Was definitely impressive. And it makes a lot of sense why the conversion could not really follow up. The man in the front got knocked out inside of the house, and Dark Souls just did not really want to risk it. What if the man moved out in the open? What if he got shot at from the side? Anything could have happened. The opponents were still in that vicinity. So just don't want to take that extra bit of risk. Looking at Dark Souls, there's that one man all the way on top of that hill. And he's getting that third eye view. He's getting that big eagle eye.
Yeah, it's going to be tough as well. But Wiz, I think they've heard those commotions coming from Impala. They are going to snatch away a couple of vehicles on the road. And then they are just going to out-rotate them away as they make their way inside the zone. Because the circle actually shifts all the way to the north side. A very, very hard shift. And interesting enough, there is Good Luck Esports that has decided to dock their way in towards the Oasis up north as well. And also, I think Frostrex Esports is also in the vicinity as well. They are one of the earliest to make inside the zone. They should be able to keep get dips on whatever terrains they want to go for as well. And this circle, obviously the 2 mountain terrains is going to be the hotspot here. The one east of Cradle Fields is going to be one, and also the one north of water treatment, which is great for shoving people in terms of a high ground advantage.
Blacklist Esports. 0 finishes so far. It's been a passive start for them too. There's another team in the close proximity for Blacklist. They need to be careful of Noble Knights. But hey, you guys see that beautiful Wither Bloom Prodigy set. It's a gold spin, head inside of the game. Do it. Maybe you can be on the lucky side, and maybe you can get your hands onto it. So I would recommend you guys to hop inside of the game and get that gold spin.
Well, speaking of getting a little bit of a spin right here, seems like Ayush is taking his own sweet time to stock up really heavily here on the convoy. And is outside the zone of Protona. But interesting enough, Ayush is not ready to actually bail out of this. It seems like Rivalry, they are looking for a late game rotation inside the zone. Probably trying to wait for stage 3 before engaging, which personally I'm not a fan of. But again, it's understandable considering how passive the lobby is. They may consider just taking this risk right now.
Still, it's a big main. Vasista Esports on the screen. Vasista is on the move themselves. Looking at the position of Vasista all the way around Power Grid, just done looting up Picado. And now Vasista might just be on the hunt. That early game action can definitely help them scavenge for a few points. They found themselves that pit stop. Just top it off a little bit more with that loot. Confused a little bit since Picado is more than enough for a 4-man squad to loot up well. But still, Vasista Esports maybe got their hands on those gas cans, I guess.
Yeah, I think Vasista Esports are just treading carefully as well, considering the fact that some teams may set up ambushes here. So on the road, you know, taking slow by slow, checkpoint to checkpoint, is trying to stock up while getting information, which again, right now, has 0 information across the board. The only fights that we have heard so far were the teams inside Impala, but that's too far off for at least for Vasista Esports. So I guess they are trying to keep tabs on what's happening while rotating in. Seems like the IF already left the building. Same can be said for Dragon Claw, who's also trying to rotate in for the west side. Sees no one, heard no one. And this is going to be a scary point of entry point, because little did they know from the backs as well, Dragon Claw Esports is getting trailed by Altitude Esports. So they have to be extremely careful here. One wrong move and they may get slammed in from the back.
They indeed got to be cautious. And Dragon Claw Esports from Montenegro. Now they're going to try to exit away from this spot. Just move away towards the circle, towards a better spot. There's Altitude Esports closing in from the back lines, and Frostrex Esports, once again, extremely quick towards that good spot in the circle. Frostrex knows how to position themselves on the high grounds. They just know how to capitalize these good spots. But Frostrex right now does not have the high ground. There's another team right above them, and they need to be cautious of that team.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky as well, because like I said, Good Luck Esports has taken the highest point in this center control. Eagle, well, I'm not a fan of what he's doing right now, truth be told, but if the circle shifts there, they have one of the god spots possible here. Which, again, it does shift, not completely center onto his dome, but they will be a big problem for any teams in the Northern Hemisphere inside this zone, especially for teams inside La Cabrera, teams who's right underneath them. Everybody's going to be stuck stranded.
A lot of teams are now going to try to breach in from that southern side. You can see Altitude, Dragon Claw Esports, Smith as well a part of it. And even ST's right there. We4-2 this time did not even duke it out against the boys of Dark Souls. They knew taking that fight towards the drop spot's not going to be a good idea. So We4 just backed away. They just try to be as peaceful as possible. Wiz next to We4. And that fight might just happen anytime soon. And if it does happen, the Dark Souls will once again go for that third party. Another fight that's on the verge of happening is also going to be Blacklist against 4M. They're right next to each other.
Oh boy, they're right at the edge of the zone. 4M, they need to get out. Losing one player right from the get-go. I think they scouted out players as well. That is going to be a Blacklist. One of the players, a Buggy, stopping aside. They made a U-turn to try and go in for the slam. Seems like they are going to try and challenge this very quickly here from 4M. And Blacklist Esports, they know they're hunkered down. But with this zone pushing in, it seems like Blacklist, they have to make the call to try and rotate and swing up north. As Beast tries to take a couple shots in, but no connection so far. The third vehicle is going to be on his way and is right at the horizon. And it seems like Beast will not be able to scout out a lot of shots in, so they should have to bail out of this. But meanwhile, 4M, they need to get out as well. And nope, no shots connection. So Blacklist, they are going to be able to safely disengage from this fight. While 4M, they have to bail as well, as they are one of the furthest away from the current zone right now.
They're definitely safe. 4M, they think that Blacklist is probably going to wait for them to duke it out against him. But that's not going to be the case. Blacklist, they're on the run. Wiz now getting pounced on by the boys of 4M, and they've definitely got the advantage. As We4, they've got different intentions. They're taking the fight against Wiz, and Wiz, they already drop a body. Oh no, not the ideal start for Wiz. The previous game was so good, but now they've lost out on the main Mad Falcon. Off to a bad start in this game, and the exact start We4 needed. The previous game of Miramar was down the drain since they took that drop fight against Dark Souls, but now this time they're here to recover those points. And UE as well, they mess up big. Spirited team, they get another nail in the coffin.
Oh, nicely done here. Spirited team getting a point for themselves. Urus Academy losing one player. They are a little bit spread off as well. So down to his water treatment. Fortunately for them, they are still inside zone, but barely on the edge. But the problem is, they need to kind of rotate themselves here. And it is going to be a tricky spot to work with as well. Spirited team, happy with that hit and run. Knowing that there is a team in front of compound, they may look to disengage to try and rotate in, because the circle is about to close in here. Stage 3 on its way, and they are on the move as well. Same can be said for Wiz. And wherever the circle be is going to shift up north. And guess what? Good Luck is going to be very happy that the mountain terrain and the highest point is still in play.
But in my opinion, Good Luck should not just play it passive. They should start taking those shots. They should start taking those fights. Good Luck is just playing it passive on top of that entire hill.
Yeah, I think they're disengaging from the mountain.
Yeah,
they actually repositioned to La Cabrera.
They want to be around the centric part, which is awkward. Good Luck did have that highest peak in their hands, but they're still wanting to disengage from that spot and move away towards a different one, repositioning themselves, which is not a good idea in my opinion. That spot could have given them a lot of elimination points. But let's see, maybe the game plan can be different.
Seems like Vasista Esports, they were a little bit hesitant to actually push up the high ground as well, knowing that, this zone does look like a valley of death. And they're right in the middle, Hector trying to push up for some sort of intel to try and take the high ground instead of being stuck in the chokehold down bottom. And they may consider pushing up very quickly here. Sawmi left down below, Hector all by himself to trying to gather information on where the teams are. Seems like right beside Hector is going to be Frost Rex. Needs to be a little bit careful there. But on the southwest corner, Myth, they did scout out the rotations coming from Rivalry here. He may be able to line out a couple freebies for himself. And the shots come through. Harshield drops Ayush down pretty low, but no knock yet. And Rivalry is a little bit uncertain on where those shots come from that suppressor. So Rivalry, they are going to be looking to try and skedaddle there. And Harshi, he's going to try another attempt as well, but no knock again. Missed a lot of those shots, though.
Just prone, my man. Wanted to go for those shots, but the stability in the spray wasn't there, and that's why he whiffed all those shots. But now Dark Souls, they take a fight against Urus Academy. And Urus Academy, they've already dropped too many bodies in the fight. It's just that one man standing in the front, and he now needs to face off 3 men of Dark Soul. What's going to happen? Those 2 players in the front, Dino, the nade, he was not able to find the prime connection. Another one tossed out, and this one as well is going to mess up. Dark Soul, you can see the boys slowly and steadily move in tandem. They really want to force the man out of that good spot. Dino is going to move down himself. And now the boys in the front, they just want to hand out the revival. 8 bullets in the magazine. Dino is still going to make that pounce, and he actually gets the eliminator as well. Eliminating both the players that stood in front of him. Now the fight's taken down to a 1v1. And what is the man in the front doing? What are you doing? A nade in the head. The man was too busy cooking up that util. And he gets shut down by Dino. Oh my god, you cannot keep on playing the safe. Sometimes you need to face your fears head on.
But at the same time as well, Dino, what a clutch coming from him. Keeps things live here for Urus Academy, but it is going to be a little bit of a difficult task here. 4 finish points all by himself. Getting some placement points is better than nothing, but for now, the rest of the world that is still struggling to push inside the zone here from the far east. We do have NK getting completely shut off by both TBW as well as We4 in this situation, as the circle continues to shift onto those mountain terrains. And who is in the middle of it all? It is going to be Frost Rex Esports having full control of the middle control right now.
Oh, look at this. Nate's going to be tossed. We4. For them, it's going to be an uphill battle. It's not the best possible spot they've got, but it is something now they need to work with. Make the most out of nothing. A lot of smoke's being tossed out as well. Surrounding lines filled with too many foes. They're also getting shot at from the sidelines. That's also going to be Noble Knights knocking on the doors. What do you do? Out in the open. They still need to cross on. They still need to make it up top. They're also getting shot at from the back lines too. You can see the amount of shots that are being taken against him. But luckily enough, whoever is there on the back, he's whiffing a lot of shots.
Speaking of shots here, V4, the only shot of survival is all about crossing into the zone. And right now, they're pinned between 4M and also TBW right in front of them. And the vehicle is pretty much exposed. They're shot of life slowly withering away if they do not get out of those sticky situations. But as soon as I say this, NK finds a knock here on Aqua Boy. It seems like V4, they might crumble once more in this game. Myth Official, however, from the south corner, right on the cusp of the high grounds of Creative Field, still continuing to zone off teams. And Rivalry, they will lose a couple of bodies because of this. And just like that, Harshu gets his little bit of revenge. Rivalry re-rotated back the way they came from and gave Harsh a second chance. And this time he did not miss those shots and he found two himself. And this time Harshu is going to look to chase them. I don't think he's going to be able to chase anyone right now.
He could have actually got the third one as well.
Oh, okay, he's... Oh no, I don't know how he's going to come down right now.
He's done. The only thing he can do is just jump from the top, get knocked out, and then his teammates will go for that revival. That's the only thing he can do. Look at the man in the front from Rivalry Esports. Yeah, it's not going to be standing alive for too long. Detrox, he puts that final nail in the coffin. Myth Official, now looking good and dandy. They rescue that man Herschel. The man's back up. He's patching himself up constantly. Urus Academy now up against the team at the front. That's going to be ST. Spirited Team. Utilities tossed out from Spirited Team, and I'm not a big fan of this separation. Ursh is the only person towards this compound. Dino, you already know this man is feeling himself. He's shut down 2 players in the past. He's clutched out one of the impossible positions. But now he's once again being put in a real uncomfortable spot. And you would not want to test a man like this.
It's going to be tricky. He can't afford to make a move as well. He is trying to right at the edge of the zone, which in this case is going to happen though. Because as of now, the zone, again, slowly but surely. Right now, Dino, I think he's got one of the best red spots possible, but I think Spirited Team, they're going to check it in case if that happens as well. But let's take a look at the replay here.
Yeah, I mean, the way really fight kicked off was weird, right? Dark Souls straight up just made that pounce, rammed their vehicles on towards this compound. And then for Urus Academy, the fact that Dino was able to just move out in the open like that, get those 2 frags for himself, and this moment right here, what was he doing? He knew that he was getting pushed, but he was still cooking that nade. Should have canceled that nade the moment the first shot was taken against him. But yeah, the man was busy cooking that nade for too long.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate for him, I would say. But as of now, things are slowing down a little bit here. But with the circle shifting them out north as well, teams in the south needs to get out. Myth, they have been dominating the mountain terrain, is also going to be forced to get down to the high horse. But Sister Esports has some sort of space down south. But again, crossing the road in towards the open terrains is not exactly great for Vasista Esports. Because if you pay attention to the terrains down towards the southern section here, it's just no man's lands all the way through. And Dragon Claw should be able to pick them all up if you are stuck out in open. Same can be said for Frost Rex as well. So Vasista Esports is caught in a very, very tight pinch here. And the only way they survive this is that somebody slams them, or somebody opens a way for them. However, Urus Academy seems like Dino was spotted out, and that's going to be TWW that gets 1 point.
Solid stuff. That final man, finally, the misery put to an end. It was Plasma to eliminate that guy. At least they found themselves a bit of that edge to play with. It's not the best edge, but at least something they can work with. Was Esports. Constant fire against the team on the site. And they're not stopping anytime soon. That's going to be Spirited Team catching that hurt. Ishan, even he's down low. Tossing out those smokes. Shrouding himself, just trying to reset. Top the HP off once again. Spirited Team spotting out that man on top. Shots were taken, but the connection not there exactly. Plasma constantly just returning that fire. But Spirited Team, now they've found themselves in a big sandwich. There's also Wisp from the opposite side, and there's TBW on this side. And unfortunately for ST, they found themselves in the big sandwich. Surviving that meat grinder is going to be possible, but TBW, they're also taking shots in the front. Wiz, even they're dropping down bodies. But looking at the boys of ST, they were somehow surviving up till now, but now that man has been eliminated. ST, they messed up. Probably the worst decision they could have came up with.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate as well. Getting pinned in one of the tightest corner to work with, but with Esports, they are looking for those resets as well. This is happening as well. Guess who's going to be chiming in as Hector single-handedly pushes this to try to annoy them. Getting a couple of knocks in, looking for those confirmations before he goes out. The counter nades are coming in, but Hector, he says, you know what, I'm about to lose my vehicle and I'm going to completely bail out of this fight. But he does get his confirmation though, so that's a point stolen away, and he's going to regroup his teammates. That is a sneaky play coming from Hector.
Literally a thief in the night. Got that elimination point, instantly backed away. Smooth operator. And now is also going to patch himself up. Wiz. Harsha's taken down low. 5 finishes already accumulated from TBW. And Boz laying his eyes in the front. That's Wiz out in the open. They've taken damage. They have been ripped. To be honest, for ST, walking that meat grinder was never a good idea, but now Wiz themselves, they found themselves as the center of attraction. Plasma is going to find that first knock. That's the first man down for Wiz. The second person is right there as well, but even he gets wrapped up in a sheet. But how is now going to TBW make it inside of the circle? That's going to be Frostrex right in front, and Frostrex, they're being the Guardian Angels.
Oh boy, tough battle here, at least for them. But now as the circle shifts in as well, Frostrex already making their way into as the compounds ahead here. They've sent Frozen up ahead, and the rest of the teams are already stuck out in the open as well, in this case, southeast corner. And it seems like Frostrex, they're not taking fights at all. They're just looking for position, trying to get information, and set themselves up for success. But speaking of success here, seems like TBW, they're not in favor of the zone once more as they tries to find an entry point from another direction. It seems like Team 4M is going to be their next contact here, at least for TBW, who is, again, very, very spread out here.
Uh-oh, they have taken damage. Beast, there we go. The rescue mission is right there. Beast is going to be okay, back towards that compound, towards this warehouse. Now he's got solid cover. Good luck, Esports. This team had the highest peak in their hand. They could have utilized that to gain a lot of points, but they still missed out on the opportunity. Myth official now with 3 frags on the board. At least this time Myth is looking a little bit more adamant. At least they're looking a little bit more stubborn in getting those elimination points. Frostrex Esports constantly pinning down the boys of Assista Esports, applying that pressure, and this split, it's brilliant. Frozen from this side is taking those shots. There's another man on the high ground as well, just taking those constant shots. The split from the side of Frostrex, they've got the boys of Assista Esports pinned.
Oh boy, seems like Frostrex really, really wants to take this widespread as well. Vasista is pretty much stuck out in the open. They do have a lot of wall of smokes, but the problem with Vasista right now is that they do not have a lot of cover to work with. And the next cover in front of them, immediate one, is going to be those small little shack. Which, fortunately for them, Hector, they are going to take advantage of this smoke to repair those vehicles. So they may look to go for a long stretch to cross here. Which, again, they need to find an opportunity. Seems like they are going to make a gamble here as they try to skedaddle away, and they won't take the dodge here. And they will make it safely into the next phase of zone, but they're still pinned out in the open, and Frostrex may look to try and take a peek out of this.
Not a big fan of this spot. Look at them. They've got free line of sight. They can see everyone from Assista Esports out in the open. These seem like free elimination points for Frostrex. The 2 points in the back, yes, they do have the smokes as well, so making sure that they're not going to be shot at by anyone from the sidelines too. And Assista Esports, they're just constantly dropping down on bodies. That was probably one of the worst decisions being made from Hector, and that's why now they're paying the price for it. Beast is the only person left standing, but once again, this uphill battle, it will always be in the favor of Frostrex. Another nade tossed. It's going to be a bit of an overshoot. Blast, the only person, is also getting spammed through the smoke. It's also going to be Dragonclaw Esports now taking those shots against him. Where do you go as Assista Esports? You're too exposed to a lot of threat.
I'm really surprised Assista Esports didn't slam the compound right in front of them. But again, Frostrex, they've sold the idea that they may look like a 4-man team inside those compounds, with Frozen engaging in those compounds first and shooting fire. And just like that, people think that it is a 4-man squad, but it is actually a wide spread coming in from Frostrex. And this is beautiful stuff coming from them.
3-on-1 split. That one man who's on the flank is doing a real good job of making that illusion that there's a whole team. And look at Frozen, he's already pushed up way deep in the territory of Vasista Esports. A Molotov tossed as well right on top of Hector, and this might just incinerate the man, and that's what happens. Vasista Esports down and out from the game with only one finish point, and we all know this might just be a start for the blunderous future of Vasista.
Yeah, it might be, but 34 points isn't too shabby here. In 3 points, it's still on average of a 10-point game per game, I would say. Nothing too shabby. But speaking of the rest of the teams here, who's trying to fight for survival here, Myth Official still trying to wear vest here to come down from the southwest corner, pinned between the teams in the back and the front. Dragon Claw right at the edge. And it seems like they are going to get shredded here as Dragon Claw tries to make a rotation in. Myth Official gets the line of sight. They find another connection, and that's going to be another knock here. Myth Official gobbles up some decent amount of points for themselves.
Hit finish is already secured. Myth Official, finally we're seeing them actually utilize their firepower as well. In the previous game, they were just completely playing off of the placement, but now this time they're also securing those elimination points, and that's going to give them a lot of boost in the overall standings. 8 frags already secured, but now they're also facing off against a team like Altitude, and even Frostrex Esports is third-partying this fight. Herschel gets knocked out by Frostrex. Myth have only got 2 men standing in Altitude. Oh my god, they're really making sure that Myth, they're going to feel the brunt. 3 men knocked out. 1 man's going to try to make that run towards the safety mark, but is that going to be a possibility? I highly doubt so.
The 2 highest point inside the zone and is in position of Frostrex as well as Altitude. And just like that, they're just pinning everybody in this game. And Frostrex now, with Mowgli down towards his last 2 bullets, has no choice but to play in close proximity here. He needs to land those shots here. 2 bullets is all he needs. He just needs 1 bullet, but with the zone shifting him away, he needs to back out.
He needs more 5.56.
Uh-oh.
Or else it will be done for Frostrex. They're running low on ammunition, but look at this guy. He's got a lot of ammo. He can definitely drop him some. Altitude. The Mad Clouds is down low. This nade, it's going to clip him, and that's perfect. Exactly what Frostrex needed. Now on the sidelines, Altitude is definitely hurt even more. Frostrex, they're going to make a mad dash towards Detrox. That was the worst possible decision they made. What are they doing? Mistakes were made, and now Myth Detrox is definitely punishing them. For Frostrex, they're down to a 3-man squad. What could have been a winning game? Now there's a lot of doubts.
Oh, it's not over yet. They've set up the stage for success, but Altitude still has some sort of high ground to work with. But Frostrex, they are still spread off here with Kaiser all the way on the other side of the map. And they're hoping to get a little bit lucky here. Seems like Altitude, they are going to be focusing on good luck right now. And Gods, he's about to bleed out his zone. He's taking it too much here. He's running out in the open. But Good Luck Esports, they don't see him. And it's going to be Frostrex that gets the point instead. Oh no, Good Luck. Cooking up the name, missed the timing. And just like that, they missed out on a point.
Frostrex is dominating this lobby. And look at this man, Baz, out in the open.
What?
It's a fight for survival. He's just straight up in the open. And he's actually still surviving that. Man from Frostrex is not even going for a single peek. There's Kaiser. And Kaiser does not know that Baz is out in the open. Baz looking at the back.
Oh, it's going to be tricky as well. But Kaiser, he actually swapped up for the AK. So it's going to be tough on recall. But I think he's a little bit better here from a 0, 5, 5, 6, 5, and 4 instead. But all things considered here, Good Luck in prime position to clutch this big time. But Good Luck Esports, they do find one of the stragglers here from Frostrex as Kaiser not going to be able to be saved here. As Good Luck Esports finally gets a little bit more zone control. Shots finally being shot here from Ego. But I don't think he actually saw where Prime is as well at Altitude. He's going to be in a world of pain here. Needs to be very, very quiet. Be one with the rock, Prime. Don't make a muscle. But seems like we have TBW here. With Baz actually getting the confirmation. Gets spotted out by Ego as well.
Exactly what the boys of TBW wanted. That's going to be an extra bit of elimination point added. 7 finishes, 2 from their side on the board. It's not a shabby performance. Could have been better. But looking at the side of Good Luck, yeah, the reset's going to be there too. It's not a problem. Revival coming through. Frostrex Esports, they've still got 3 men standing. Baz's position is compromised, and there we go. Eventually, the man just moves out in the open, does not even care to check the sidelines. Frostrex Esports, that's a free elimination point accumulated. 12 finishes already on the board. Frostrex Esports, the domination does not stop here. Another man gets knocked out from the side of Good Luck. The trades are happening flawlessly at Frostrex Esports. Now they're taking the victory march as they will be the one to close out the game. A solid performance from Frostrex. They have been consistent throughout the entirety of those 3 games.
Wow, Frostrex Esports, a team that no one expected to do well, and out of nowhere, consistent gaming, very, very good decision, and just absolute domination as well. And we talk about pulling strategies as well. Vasista Esports is the ones that you have to watch out for in terms of macro gameplay, but Frostrex has been doing the exact same thing for 3 games in a row, and it's just insane as well. I really like the shot calling coming in from Frostrex Esports, and well done. Well-deserved winner chicken dinner.
Especially that split they had going on, that 1-on-3 split, and that one man was creating a perfect illusion of making sure that the opponents think that there's a whole squad in those compounds. Frostrex Esports, that split was perfect, the way they positioned themselves was perfect, everything was going right in their way. For a moment, we thought that TBW can definitely be the spoiler, but the way Baz was positioning himself as well out in the open, and you cannot even blame that player. He did not have a lot of possible angles where he could have placed himself in a good spot.
Exactly, and that one play, well, I think like this is just a perfect master performance. I would say a master class coming from Frostrex on how to play the the psychological warfare of the game itself, right? I think Vasista Esports was one of the first teams that actually fell for it as well. I remember we talked about the 1-3 split, about the illusion that why were they stuck out in the open as well. From Vasista's perspective, they thought the team inside the compounds will help them shoot the guys on the right side, but did not realize that, oh no, it's not exactly a different team. It's the same team focusing on them each other, and that's the reason why they got picked off. So nice little mind games coming from Frostrex Esports, and the confidence to actually challenge everybody, knowing that they have this advantage and clutching the chicken dinner here. This is a well-deserved game coming from them.
Without a doubt, and look at that man getting 7 finishes on the board, even for Kaiser just getting 2, and Frozen getting 6 for himself. Definitely a frag-heavy game as well coming through from Frostrex. And speaking of Myth Official, even they had a lot of elimination points accumulated. Finally, we're seeing Myth shift their focus on the elimination points too. Speaking of Altitude, Altitude was the one who made Myth's life absolute hell, or else Myth could have actually done a lot better in that game.
But at the same time as well, what happened to rivalry as well? Because initially rotated past Myth, you know, they thought it would be fine. But I have no idea why they actually decided to go back to the place they came from, which they were shot from Myth, and gave Harshit a second chance to actually take them out, and they actually got 2 of it.
Hey, look at that though. The MVP of that previous game is going to be the man from the side of Frostrex, getting 7 finishes and 788 damage dished out. Knockouts are going to be 6 as well, so the conversion rate's flawless. Frozen 2 getting 6 frags for himself, and then you also look at Herschel getting 4, Deatrox from Myth getting 4 as well, and Dracula from the side of TBW getting 3.
Oh, this is going to be a little bit of a saving grace here, at least for TBW, because they need a little bit of recovery here. But with this performance coming from TBW, they should be able to recover themselves into the top 8. That's 11 points here coming from TBW. But for Frostrex here, they got themselves 26 points in this game. That is an impressive jump here coming from Frostrex. Myth also getting themselves 12 points here. Good Luck Esports also a small little recovery despite having 2 very, very sad games for them. In this game, they have recovered some points that gives them a shot, or in this case, some sort of a shot here to try and climb for the top 6 by the end of tomorrow.
I mean, looking at the point standings, of course, FDR with the most amount of points, that's going to be 26. And look at FDR already toppling over the boys of Assista Esports, getting 53 points. You can't say this team is almost safe in the overall standings. The previous game was definitely a massive game. Because of that, now FDR seems safe. For Assista Esports, their head's going to be on the swivel. The same thing can be said for all the teams that are currently inside of the top 6 as well, and even outside of the top 6, of course. Tomorrow, it's going to be a fight for survival, and anyone can make it inside of the top 6. Tomorrow, these teams are going to play the map Rondo. All it takes is one big game.
Well, obviously for Frostrex here, they are pretty much the team that is pretty much confirmed here, even if they... Well, I wouldn't say if they drop the last 3 matches, they will still qualify here. That means there is going to be a shift of points for the people at the bottom here. But if they get at least like 55, 56, I would say they're guaranteed through, regardless of the outcome of the matches to come. But again, anything can happen. You know, expect the unexpected. We've seen a lot of upsets before, especially BGIS, and even in past officials as well, where we thought like, oh, a team like Revenant X-Park, they've got 90 points. They would have qualified. Guess what? Down towards the last match, they actually lost by a point. And I was like, okay, that was unexpected.
And if you remember, Vasista Esports is actually known for their inconsistency too. The moment Vasista Esports, they drop the ball in one game, you will see a series of games going bad for Vasista Esports, which is not a good sign since they only had 6 games to play, from which they've already played 3 games, and tomorrow they're only going to have 3 more games to go. And tomorrow this group is also going to kick things off on the map Rondo. Since this group is a lot more methodical, a lot more tactical than the previous more, I feel like Rondo, they should definitely capitalize onto it.
Yeah, get a little bit more aggressive, I would say. That's going to be the case here. Hopefully, they are going to be able to scale here. But for Frost Strikes, they should be safe for now. And with that being said, we pretty much summarized 2 groups so far. And their last matches is going to be beginning tomorrow.
Definitely. Welt was quite impressive in the first group. I'm not going to lie. They have left a mark that no one else was able to leave. But with that being said, that's going to be from me, Necro, and that's going to be from IC. We'll see you guys tomorrow with these 2 groups once again. And hopefully, this group will actually amp up the aggression.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits.